You want it, you take it, and I walk away. I don't need any surprises.
Hey, welcome back to ScreenCrush. I'm Ryan Airy, and this is our massive, compiled, complete breakdown of the entire series of Andor. This is a culmination of everything we've been working on over the past few years, and we're excited to put it together for you guys. And before we get rolling, I want to remind you that we had tons of fun designing Andor parody merch for you at our merch store, ScreenCrushMerch.com. We have this: I Have Friends Everywhere, Fight the Empire, Free Gorman, Rebel Scum, Stay on Target, Happy Empire Day, and of course classics like Somehow Palpatine Returned, Hello There, and many, many, many other Star Wars shirts. Guys, we love designing these shirts for you guys, and right now we are running a 20% off summer sale at our merch store. You can find links below, and you can also become a member and get free stuff. So now let's get to Andor. The first Easter egg is in the title screen. Cassian's droid B2EMO has joined the droids in the opening Star Wars title. Next we go to the blackness of space, the great unknown. Now at this point in history, small rebel cells are just beginning to form on different planets, who actually have no contact with one another. Each of these cells is isolated, but they're all looking out into the same darkness and wondering if there are other rebels out there like them. And then, slowly, dawn comes onto a planet. The reveal of light in the galaxy is a theme in Star Wars that keeps recurring as a symbol of hope. There's the light of the Jedi. Rey's name is Rey, like a ray of light, and Force Awakens was pretty over the top with the symbolism.
But as long as there's light, we got a chance.
Showing dawn on this world is appropriate because the series is showing us the dawn of the rebellion. And then the letters of Andor's name slowly drift together, like the different rebel bands in this galaxy, slowly forming a united military unit. This is also symbolizing how Andor himself is going to be forming his identity throughout this series. And finally, the dawn of the planet becomes a proto-Rebel Alliance symbol, because the dawn of the rebellion is a new dawn for the galaxy. You'll notice that the planet title font matches the style of Rogue One: A Star Wars Story, which is a prequel to A New Hope, and this show is a prequel to that movie. We open on Morlana One. That's a corporate zone.
Yeah, and what's that mean? And hey, is there gonna be taxation of trade routes in this Star War? I don't want no taxation of trade routes.
No. Well, I mean, maybe. But look, here's what this means. When America was first being industrialized, a company would open up a factory and then in a town, and then they would kind of build the town around it. These were called company towns, where every other business, like grocery stores, bars, etc., basically existed to serve the people who worked in that factory. And we're seeing the same thing here. Morlana is a network of planets that is being ruled by this corporation. Now, the Empire supports this organization. The company pays taxes to the government, and then they supply the government with materials, but the Empire has no interest in governing the place directly. Basically, as long as the corporation makes the money and keeps people in line, the Empire feels no need to get involved. This is kind of like the relationship Cloud City had with the Empire in The Empire Strikes Back. That was a mining facility trying to keep the government from being interested in what they did.
Our operation is small enough not to be noticed.
This company has a similar arrangement that the police chiefs talk about.
Minimizing the time the Empire spends thinking about Preox Morlana benefits our superiors.
So the planet's docks are joined by these very long walkways, very reminiscent of the roads we see in Corellia in Solo, and also a lot like the pathways in Camino in the Star Wars Battlefront games. Now we see that this is taking place 5 BBY, that's 5 years before the Battle of Yavin in A New Hope. So roughly 15 years after Revenge of the Sith and 5 years after Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Hello there.
Now, part of those company towns that I mentioned earlier also included red light districts and bars, where the factory workers could go and drink and blow off some steam. Cassian walks by several prostitutes in these bubbles, in a setup very reminiscent of cities where the oldest profession is legal, like in Amsterdam. When he entered the brothel, I immediately thought of the lighting design of Jabba's palace, with the red glow and this low lighting. They look very similar. And the hologram on the left looks a lot like an Iktachi, like the Jedi Saucy Tin, who sat on the Jedi Council in Attack of the Clones. And then Andor immediately gets hassled by company men.
Excuse me. We were at first.
The English always get pissy when you skip a cue. Now, personally, I expected Andor to be on some rebel mission in this first scene, like when we met him in Rogue One. But it turns out that this mission is personal, because there's not even a rebellion yet for him to serve. Again, this is something that I am loving about this series, that we are seeing the slow burn of the rebellion being formed. So when the guys jump him in the corridor, this is by far the most realistic fight I've ever seen in Star Wars. It's nasty. It's not elegant or well choreographed. It's how you win a street fight. Throat punch and then get on top of someone.
You been in a lot of fights?
2, and I learned what not to do.
What's that?
I learned to not get into a fight. This whole opening, this unfortunate accidental murder, really is something new in Star Wars. It's more like the beginning of a Michael Douglas thriller from the 80s or 90s, like the sexual harassment erotic thriller Disclosure that ended with a fight inside a virtual reality.
That was a weird movie.
Yes, it was. Now, if Cassian were a rich person with means, then this whole murder would be swept under the rug drug for him. Instead, the system is going to relentlessly pursue him. When Cassian flees, his ship has engines that look like a Y-wing, and then he goes to Ferrix, a planet that's in the metaphorical orbit of the Morlana Corporation, but is a free trade sector, meaning that this planet is a little wilder and not as tightly controlled by the company. The droid's name is B2EMO.
They called her an emo.
And it looks like he was designed after the robots in the 1980s movie The Black Hole, which at the time was supposed to be Disney's answer to Star Wars.
Vincent's my name, sharpshooting's my game.
B2 zaps this space dog, a lot like R2 would have. And this whole sequence of a droid in a junkyard evokes memories of the best Pixar film, WALL-E.
Wow.
And this ship looks like an escape pod from a ship like the Tantive 4. Now, one thing you'll notice a lot in this series is that a lot of the props are taken from like the 1980s, when this era of Star Wars was first being put on screen. Like this cooler. That's from the 80s, I remember. And then we flash back to Cassian's childhood on Canari, another slow burn where the show takes a while to reveal its real purpose. So I'm going to talk about all that Canari stuff and how it ties into the present day story a little later in the video, because it's in segments and it's hard to talk about it in pieces. I will say that this first episode begins with Cassian looking for his sister, and it ends with what is likely the last time he sees his sister. Now, I am loving how grounded this series feels, with details like how all the workers get their gloves like they're punching a time card. Now, back on the main planet, Morlana, we meet Syril Karn. Syril is the kind of idealistic, well-meaning idiot that forms the backbone of dictatorships because of his blind devotion to law and order.
2 minutes dead, sir. Employees, that's not worth staying up for, then I'm not worthy of the uniform.
But guys like him often become disillusioned with regimes and end up working for the other side, like Agent Callus in Rebels. We've already seen Syril disobey orders to do what he thinks is right. Much like Lieutenant Daniels, he resists orders to juke the stats.
Tell the mayor his debts will be clean.
The monitors in the security office are all old-fashioned televisions with a 4:3 aspect ratio, again, using material that they would have had on hand in the 70s and 80s. When Cassian goes to see his friend Bix Colleen, these Arabesh letters tells us that she works at a shop that works on power conversion. It's actually kind of hard to tell because the Arabesh letters are a bit smudged. The owner, Tim Carlo, is at the counter speaking to what looks like a whippet, but they're usually more hairy than this.
Whippet good.
Cassian's trying to sell a
traceable NS9 Starpath unit. Vector crystals and Imperial seals still intact.
Which is basically a piece of Imperial hardware that lets you access Imperial hyperspace routes, and other Imperial ships will read you as one of their own. It's a very handy device if you're smuggling or if you're starting a rebellion. Carlo comes out and asks,
"Are we betting on the Wobani run tomorrow?"
Now, Wobani is the detention planet filled with labor camps. We saw it in Rogue One. Jyn Erso was held there in a labor camp before being broken out by the Alliance. The Arabesh letters here spell out Kayleen, as in his friend, Bix Kayleen, meaning this is like her particular garage. And back on Morlana One, the company comps are looking at a vector map like we saw often in the original trilogy, as Syril is closing in on Andor. Meanwhile, Andor is getting shaken down for cash in front of a shop with Arabesh letters saying that here they sell screens. So, Bix is a smuggler, which would be a profitable trade on a world that is lightly patrolled by corporate security. She's like Red in the Shawshank Redemption.
She's the woman who can get it for you.
Exactly. So we see her walk past a gonk droid, like this one that's getting tortured, into a hidden communicator and a smokestack, and this is exactly the kind of underground communication devices that built the rebellion. In Rebels, we learned that Ahsoka Tano helped to build an early rebel network on a communications channel called Fulcrum, which was actually Anakin's private channel in the Clone Wars.
Sir, we've received a transmission from someone using your subspace frequency, Fulcrum.
And here's a little more Arabesh for you. This one says droid parts, service, and this shop she goes into reads Repa, probably short for repairs. And the episode ends with Cassian trying to cover his tracks as the security forces are closing in. Episode 2 opens in the present day with a very cool scene. A bell ringer who strikes particular parts of this metal to create different tones, and he treats this job like it's some kind of ancient craft. Now, these bell ringer jobs did exist for hundreds of years during the Middle Ages, and Star Wars is at its best when it combines these ancient practices with like sci-fi gadgets. It's also telling that this is done by a human and not by a droid, because this community is like far too working class to have extra jobs around for jobs like bell ringer. At the airfield, these scavenger birds look a lot like the practical puppets built for similar creatures in The Force Awakens. Now, when Carlo reads this Arabesh screen, the writing reads,
person.
Hang on, Doug, I'm about to translate something.
Person.
What?
The show already translated that for you.
Oh, thanks. Stupid show. Then Cassian goes to the home he shares with his surrogate mother, Marva Andor, who probably gave the orphaned Cassian her last name. She is played by Fiona Shaw, that's Aunt Petunia from the Harry Potter movies. Later, she goes into Cassian's room, which contains a couple pieces of his childhood, his blowgun and a toy bantha. Also, look at this. That is a repurposed kerosene heater like the one we had when I was a kid. That's weird. I actually can't remember anything about when I was a kid, except the movies and the TV shows and that heater. That heater.
Hey, is there more Arabic?
Yes, there is. So let us translate that for you. This reads insert credits. So this is Carlo using a payphone to rat out Cassian over a woman. And on the other end, the report says, actually, you know what, they read it for us.
Insurrection, destruction of Imperial property, assault on an Imperial soldier.
So Cassian already has a criminal record. He was in Imperial detention and now he's laying low from the authorities. Then we meet Sergeant Linus Mosk, played by Alex Ferns. He played Commissioner Pete Savage in The Batman. He calls Ferrix
affiliated planets.
And this helps us understand how this particular government is organized. The company controls Morlana, but they also loosely oversee nearby planets like Ferrix, and they all pay homage to the Empire. It's kind of like fiefdoms in the Middle Ages being ruled by a lord, and then that lord pays taxes to the crown. Now Mosk is no idiot, and even he can see that there is a rebellion beginning to stir in the galaxy.
There's fermenting out there, sir. Pockets of fermenting.
Back on Ferrix, Cassian is using an LED lantern that, guess what, you can buy at Walmart, and he's prepping to flee the planet while his buyer is arriving. And then we see his buyer is Luthen Rael, played by Eric Selvig himself, Stellan Skarsgård. So in the trailers, we saw that Luthen has contacts very high up in the government, and even appears to have been an aristocrat or a politician at some point. Now he could be one of the early founders of the Alliance to Restore the Republic. So he's on Ferrix, and gives us a classic Star Wars POV binocular shot, while back in town, Bix wakes up and says,
Tell me you have calf.
Now, calf is a caffeinated coffee drink in the Star Wars universe. I've read it in the books for years, but I don't think it's actually ever been said in live action. Next, Cassian goes to try to book passage off-world, and this sign reads Zanwans. That's the name of the guy that he tries to book a ride with. Now, their conversation where they negotiate for passage with discretion...
What would we be picking up?
Give me the price for not knowing.
...is an awful lot like Obi-Wan negotiating with Han Solo.
What is it, some kind of local trouble?
Let's just say we'd like to avoid any Imperial entanglements.
You'll notice this patch on Zanwan's vest. It's a hexagon.
But what does the patch mean?
Well, look, the Star Wars Galaxy's labor force is organized into different guilds, like they did in medieval times.
Like the Bounty Hunter Guild and the Mandalorian.
They just don't want to pay guild rates.
Exactly. So, to work in a trade, you need to apprentice to earn your crest. I suspect this is why Bix has a patch on her jacket, and this guy's patch marks him as a guild pilot. But, you know what? The corporate buildings are all also shaped like hexagons, so maybe this marks him as a company man. Now, it is interesting that a circle inside of a hexagon is very similar to the symbol of the Confederacy of Independent Systems crest that we saw in the Clone Wars. Maybe planets like Ferrix sided with the Seps, and now the Empire is making them pay an economic price for their rebellion.
Like the reparations the Allies demanded from the Central Powers in the years following the Great War.
Yeah, exactly. How did you know that?
I am so smart.
Yes, you are. And then we end the episode with Luthen having a seemingly random conversation with an old salesman on a transport, but there's a lot of hidden meaning packed into this talk. So he's a salesman talking about how it's a ripoff, so they have to pay the transport fees just to do business. And he mentions how the shuttle is in the air, but in the old days you went by speeder and the taste of ash was always in your mouth.
You make the round trip and taste it a week later.
So this salesman is giving us a picture of what life is like on the ground level for a working man. He's painting a picture of how much harder life has become over the years as the Empire has risen to power and people care less and less for the working class. And to punctuate this, he says,
Who knows who you're talking to these days?
Again, the Imperial Security Bureau has spies everywhere.
So why is this so important?
Because, Doug, we are seeing what first led people to rebel against the Empire. The rebellion wasn't started by generals or Jedi Knights. It was started by regular people who were tired of being kicked around. And he finally gives us this line.
If you can't find it here, it's not worth finding.
And then we smash cut to Cassian Andor, implying that he is exactly what Luthen is looking for. Oh, and also this couple behind them on the ship might be Quarrens, but I don't think they have enough face tentacles. It's kind of hard to see. Alright, so episode 3 is when the young Cassian flashbacks really start to parallel with the present day, and where I think they begin to foreshadow what's coming next. The flashbacks in episodes 1 and 2 kind of play like a live-action WALL-E with no translatable dialogue to tell us what's going on. We have to gather information from context that we slowly piece together. From what I can tell, this was once a Republic mining facility. The official cover story is that it was destroyed by a disaster.
Canari, mid-rim. Abandoned after Imperial mining disaster.
So I think this disaster released a toxin in the air that killed all of the adults, but the kids' immune systems learned to adapt. This is why the Seps and Marva are all wearing oxygen masks. But the Republic never came back for the kids, probably because the air was too dangerous. So Cassian grew up neglected and forgotten by his government. Later, Luthen says,
"Take me up Bricks Road and hang me in the square. Wouldn't be the first time, would it? Isn't that where they hung your father?"
But I think he was talking about his adopted dad, the man who was with Marva in the flashback. In the flashback, these guys are wearing the patches of the Confederacy of Independent Systems, but Marva also says that Cassian's people killed a Republic trooper, but they killed a Sep trooper, so I'm not sure what that means. Could just be that she made a mistake. Anyways, the mine was abandoned, and the kids had to form their own society, like Lord of the Flies or those kids in Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome. Notice the kids are wearing oversized clothes that probably belong to the adults. There's some part of this story left to tell about what happened to these people and why the Separatists were in orbit and were shot down. Then this stupid Sep shoots their leader. Afterwards, Cassian makes the most important choice of his life. He goes into the ship. Inside, he finds that the sight of his own reflection makes him angry. Maybe he blames himself for what happened to his family, or he can't believe that he's aged so much. His tantrum brings him to the attention of Marva, who is smuggling with her shiny new droid, B2EMO. So I loved how well they intercut the flashbacks with the present-day storyline. We go from
Republic frigate approaching
straight to the cops on their way on the planet. Meeting Luthen is intercut with his first meeting with Marva, who then goes straight into Marva present day. And the episode ends with him leaving his home with Marva in the past, intercutting with him leaving Marva in his adopted home in the present. In both timelines, he's being led away by a soldier mentor figure who's going to completely change his way of life. And by the way, the ship that he's on at the end as a kid is the same one where he sleeps and stores his gear in present day. The only difference is they gutted it for parts and the front seats are missing. And when Luthen gets off the ship, there's a droid with the body of a protocol droid right here. As we see authorities chase Cassian in two timelines, the corporate cops are able to land in the middle of the city, a neat contrast to Luthen and the old man, who had to park far away because they couldn't afford to pay for better spots. This deconstruction yard looks like they're disassembling AT-ATs, judging by these giant legs in the background. Or these are giant cranes that use the same engineering base as those military vehicles. So the device Cassian is selling looks like it could have come straight off the Death Star. The buttons and design fit in perfectly with the original trilogy design aesthetic. Then Cassian and Luthen have a conversation that really strikes to the heart of this series.
They can't imagine it, that someone like me would ever get inside their house, walk their floors, spit in their food, take their gear.
The Imperials always think that they're above the Proles, and always underestimate the common man, just like in the original trilogy where they constantly underestimated the rebels.
Should I have your ship standing by?
Evacuate? In our moment of triumph? I think you overestimate their chances.
So when the cops land, we see this lawless town get to work. Like Luthen hinted at, these authorities have hanged people in this town before, so there's a lot of resentment toward the corporate police. Everyone starts banging on stuff like a call to arms, and this was foreshadowed by the hammer swinger last episode. The cops think this is intimidation, but it's really communication, and much more secure than Cassian's comlink. Arabesh here says droid parts, and this sign says freight. And then we have a gritty fight in the hallway, which is pretty great, and the idiot who ratted out Cassian dies.
Woman!
Right here we get a quick look at the space version of the tracksuit mafia from Hawkeye. So it turns out that Luthen was just trying to recruit Cassian, and the product that he has is secondary. We already see him begin to train him, telling him the rules.
Rule number 1. Never carry anything you don't control.
And later he says to kill Syril without mercy. Just like years later we'll see Cassian kill a fellow rebel who's injured just to keep him from talking.
Calm down. Calm down.
Then the locals rise up against the police, even tying a tow cable to one of the cop ships, which seemed like an homage to George Lucas's breakout hit, American Graffiti. Luthen set up a decoy bomb in a speeder, which is a terrorist tactic. Now that's interesting because at this point, the rebellion doesn't really know what it is. Partisans like Saw Gerrera were much more violent and extreme than the more cautious Senate leaders like Mon Mothma and Bail Organa.
Saw Gerrera, his band of fanatics.
So in these early stages, the rebels might take on tactics like this before the organization forms a unified command structure. Also, Stellan Skarsgård whistles for his ship, like a horse.
Space Western.
As young Cassian is taken away, this dream catcher of Marva seems to hold a Kyber crystal. Now we've already seen some people, like Jyn Erso, wear these crystals as totems to bring them good fortune through the Force.
Actually, Jyn Erso wore the Kyber crystal to honor her father and had no belief in the Force.
Yeah, I know that's why Jyn Erso wore the Kyber crystal. It's just that, like, other people would wear Kyber crystals for different, more sentimental, superstitious reasons.
Well, you just made me feel terrible about myself.
Go away. So these first 3 episodes of Andor are unlike any Star Wars I have ever seen. There's no mention of the Force, no swashbuckling action, everybody's really poor and really sad, and the Empire has just made the galaxy miserable. And I'm not mad about that. We know how this story ends, so the narrative driving question is going to be, how did we get there? We're going to see the unrest that formed the rebellion at the top of society and at the economic bottom. The main story paralleled the life of young Cassian, showing how people are discarded by the mainstream society and fall into a life of violent crime, even when they're acting out of self-defense. So this show is going to show us a new side of the Star Wars galaxy, but it might also be a reflection of us and the times that we live in. But like, with lasers and stuff. Pew pew! And now we're getting into the meat of the story, with Cassian getting set up with a heist crew, and we start to see the behind-the-scenes politicking that led to the creation of the Rebel Alliance. So we begin with Luthen and Cassian barely escaping security forces, with Cassian being injured. Star Wars is always at its best when it's telling an underdog story, and with this opening, I can't help but recall the ending of The Empire Strikes Back, when the Imperials are bearing down on Luke and friends after he was maimed by Vader. And this never gets old. Like, leave a comment if driving through snow still reminds you of hyperspace. So they're heading to planet Aldani, which was created for the series, and thank God they are not headed to Tatooine. There is too much Tatooine. So Luthen starts his recruitment pitch, and Cassian lists the various rebel factions.
Alliance, Sep, Guerrilla, Partisan Front. One of them. Now,
Alliance obviously refers to the Rebel Alliance to Restore the Republic, which would be in its very earliest days at this time. Sect could refer to any number of organized subsets of a guild or a corporate zone that's sympathetic to the rebellion, and Guerrilla refers to anyone doing hit-and-run attacks against the Empire, such as the Rebel Ghost Cell on Lothal that we see at the beginning of Rebels. And Partisan Front is actually one of the larger groups at this time period. This is referring to the group that is controlled by Saw Gerrera. Saw began to form this sect in the days right after the Empire was formed, as we saw in the Bad Batch.
Well, we're here to neutralize a group of insurgents. Well, here we are.
And by the time of Rogue One, their ruthlessness had become legendary and was actually seen as a political hindrance by the Rebel Alliance.
His militancy has caused the Alliance a great many problems.
We even saw one of Saul's partisan attacks in Rogue One, and once on Geonosis he almost committed genocide against the race who built the Death Star. Now Cassian doesn't think much of any of these groups. He hates the Empire, but he thinks any organized effort to stop it is doomed to fail. His defeatism is a mirror to a lot of people who say things like, I don't vote, it's all rigged, and it's all corrupt anyways, which is a lot like the defeatist real-world version of saying this.
Somehow Palpatine returned.
Then we get our first major Easter egg of the show. We learn that Cassian was sent to an Imperial prison, and at age 16 he was forced to the front lines on a planet called Mimban. Now Mimban is a world that is very rich in resources, so it was the site of a large battle during the Clone Wars. And after the Clone Wars, the Empire moved quickly to seize all of its resources, resulting in a bloody war called the Mimban Campaign. And we've already seen this campaign on screen in the movie Solo.
Solo, get up! We're almost there! Almost where? Where are we going?
This is the battle that was so bloody that it sent Han into joining up with Beckett and his crew. Cassian even says,
2 years of it. Straight out of prison into the mud.
Like the mud that Han was drenched in during his days in the infantry. So it's likely that Cassian was here at the same time as Han, and since he was a cook, he probably served him some chow at the barracks. Luthen says that the Empire had the people hating each other on this planet, maybe referring to the Mimban Liberation Army and the rest of the population of the planet. And this is colonizing 101. A larger military power divides the population against one another and then seizes control. Luthen gives a pretty convincing argument for fighting the Empire.
Wouldn't you rather give it all at once to something real? They carve off useless pieces till there's nothing left.
And then we learned that this is going to be about an Ocean's 11 style heist. Now, back at Coruscant, we see the planets are being labeled with the same font that we saw in Rogue One, keeping this show in that same stylistic vein. The first 3 episodes saw corporate security trying to keep the Empire from being too involved. And now it's way worse than that. They have gotten the Imperial Security Bureau involved. This is the Imperial Secret Police. They're like the CIA, the FBI, the KGB, and the Tal Shiar all rolled into one. We see a meeting being led by Major Partagaz, being played by Anton Lester, also known for playing Kyber on Game of Thrones. But our main POV character here is Dedra, an ambitious ISB officer who's trying to enlarge her influence. Currently, she only controls 3 sectors, while her colleagues have 7.
Hey, what's that mean, sectors?
Well, in the Star Wars video games at least, a sector consists of 10 systems, as in 10 solar systems or 10 planets. So Dedra is supervising up to 30 planets inside the Empire, which apparently is not enough for her. And later, Kyber says to her,
There's a high bar for your performance, Lieutenant.
And that higher bar is because she's a woman. You probably noticed that there were no women Imperial officers in the original trilogy. Now, there are a few of note in the books and in the comics, but they're very few and far between. An officer jockeying for position is pretty common in the Empire. The second Thrawn trilogy by Timothy Zahn showed firsthand how personal ambition often prevented officers from working together. That's one of the drawbacks to working for a Sith Lord who rewards people who have a lust for power. We even saw this firsthand in Rogue One, with Tarkin stealing credit for Orson Krennic's pet project, the Death Star.
We stand here amidst my achievement, not yours!
So they're all wearing white uniforms, like this one we first saw Wolf Yularen wearing in A New Hope, and of course, Orson Krennic wore later on. And notice they all have these Imperial code cylinders in their pockets. These are used to access encrypted data, like we saw in The Mandalorian. All through this episode, we get a few very important planet names dropped.
With the next quarter's detention estimates expected to increase across the Ryloth sector.
Ryloth is the home planet of the Twi'lek, like Bib Fortuna in Return of the Jedi. It was also the setting for an amazing arc of Clone Wars episodes, where the Republic slowly liberates Ryloth from Separatist rule. Afterwards, the Republic became the Empire, and they forced its people into labor camps until the Resistance eventually liberated the people for the people who liberated it before. I mean, no wonder people in this galaxy are so cynical. There is a lot of Arabesh letters in this episode, including on this pad.
You're not going to interpret it?
No, because like 2 episodes ago, this stupid show did the Arabesh interpretation for me. And also, it's too blurry for me to read on our little TV, but I was able to read some of the Arabesh that I'll talk about later on. They also mention,
elaborate on these added protection requests for traffic to the Abrian sector.
Now, the Abrion sector contains at least 3 planets that we've seen before. Rishi, side of the Rishi maze that Obi-Wan mentions in Attack of the Clones.
According to my information, it should appear in this quadrant here, just south of the Rishi maze.
And it was also the site of a battle in the Clone Wars episode Rookies. The sector also contains planet Kamino, where the clones were created and trained, and we saw like all through the Clone Wars. And the other notable planet is Scarif, site of the final battle in Rogue One, where Cassian Andor, spoiler, lost his life. And the reason traffic is increasing to that sector is... And the reason construction equipment is being stepped up is because this sector is where the Empire was working on Stardust. That's the code name for the Death Star. The Death Star was the Empire's most closely guarded secret for decades, with equipment being rerouted and shuttled around so no officer except a Grand Admiral would have any idea what was being built. Back to our heroes, where Luthen gives Cassian a Kyber crystal. Now, these of course are the power source for a Jedi's lightsaber, and eventually they were the power sources for at least one Death Star. The Kyber crystals have a connection to the Force. When a Jedi Padawan is able to build their lightsaber, they travel to planet Ilum, where the crystals call out to them.
You think it's your crystal?
Because Kyber crystals have a physical connection to the Force, many of the faithful wear them as totems. Jyn Erso's mother gifted her one. We saw a Kyber crystal hanging from Marva's console last episode, and Luthen says,
it's a Kuati signet.
Kuati likely refers to the planet of Kuat, site of a massive shipyard that was a vital planet to the Republic and then to the Empire. And by the way, the crystal being blue here implies that the lightsaber blade will also be blue. And he adds,
celebrates the uprising against the Rakatan invaders.
And that is a deep cut from the Star Wars Legends game Knights of the Old Republic. The Rakata are from the unknown regions, you know, where this happened.
Somehow Palpatine returned.
And they were one of the first races to travel through hyperspace, and they were Force wielders who conquered planets using the dark side, like thousands and thousands of years ago. They were brutal, feared, and looked very silly. So this Kyber crystal is a very valuable artifact, and later on we see why he has it. He owns a gallery filled with antiquities. Meanwhile, the Imperials have taken over the security at Morlana, just like they did at Cloud City during the Galactic Civil War. The captain warned Syril Karn that this would happen if he made too much noise.
Minimizing the time the Empire spends thinking about Preox Morlana benefits our superiors and by extension everyone.
Now Dedra is looking for the Imperial Starpath unit and using this search to widen her influence. Elsewhere in the world, Syril Karn arrives at his mom's house, and apparently she lives in the lower levels where the poorer people in Coruscant live, like we saw in Attack of the Clones and in the Clone Wars Season 7, Episode 5. Now when he arrives at this terminal, notice that all of the star paths for the galaxy are listed, almost like train lines. This is because you can't travel a straight line through the galaxy from point A to point B. You have to travel through subspace on specific hyperspace lanes. So this is noting where there are different hyperspace junctions that tell you the fastest path to transfer between these different paths for alternate routes. When Luthen arrives on Coruscant, this Arabesh reads Coruscant, Core World Course. He hides his robes, wig, and jewelry in a hidden compartment, just like he hides his true self from everyone that he meets in his life. And I love this scene where he practices putting on a dopey face for his clients. Back on Aldani, Clem is dodging TIE fighter patrols and getting to know the new crew. Vel gave him the TLDR on this region. When the Empire came into this sector, they built organized business districts and forced everyone out of their home villages and made them work on a paying basis that benefited the Emperor's glorious new regime. And we saw the beginning of this in the Bad Batch, when the Empire was forcing everyone to be assigned an Imperial chain code. So all of this is straight from the colonizer playbook. Destroy a culture's indigenous traditions and then replace those traditions with your own. Vel mentions,
there's still a few shepherds in the hills. Nature lovers. Mystics. That's Mabrani. It's a temple, or what's left of it.
And I'm wondering if she could be referring to old Jedi temples, and if those were the mystics that she referred to earlier. Back at their outpost, one of them says,
Saw Gerrera.
And you'll remember him, I just talked about him. Forrest Whitaker's character, Rogue One. Back on Coruscant, Mon Mothma arrives at the gallery. Now this is one of my favorite Star Wars Easter eggs, I mention it all the time. She is played by Genevieve O'Reilly, who played her in Rogue One and voiced the character in Star Wars Rebels. But she first played Mon Mothma in a Revenge of the Sith deleted scene that I love, where she, Padme, and Bail Organa lay the foundations for the rebellion.
No one can be told.
She mentions
Chandrilan custom.
Now, Chandrilian custom refers to her home world of Chandrilia, which eventually will become the first capital of the New Republic. There's a few other scattered Easter eggs in this gallery. He gives her an Utapawan monk cudgel, Utapau being the planet from Revenge of the Sith where Obi-Wan kills Grievous.
So uncivilized.
Behind him here we see some Mandalorian armor, which does belong in a museum because it's ancestral and centuries old.
The armor I wear is 500 years old. The battles, the history, the blood, all lives within it.
This object in the background is a Kalikori. These are priceless family heirlooms of Twi'lek houses, the residents of Ryloth that I talked about earlier. In Star Wars Rebels, Grand Admiral Thrawn is able to understand Hera Syndulla just by studying her family's Kalikori.
May I introduce Hera Syndulla, rebel pilot.
I absolutely love this part of the story. I love seeing spy stuff, political intrigue, how Mon Mothma is suspicious of her driver, all of this. We've never seen a great spy story play out in Star Wars. The spies have always been in the background of the larger tale being told. Now, Mon Mothma teases the identity of a new person being drawn into their inner circle.
I found someone I think can help me.
Now, this could be Bail Organa, but if that deleted scene that I mentioned before is canon, then he's been with the rebellion before there even was a rebellion.
We cannot let 1,000 years of democracy disappear without a fight.
So in this scene, we learn that Mon Mothma is funding the rebellion. That's what the stolen Imperial payroll is supposed to go toward. And again, I love that we're getting into the nuts and bolts here, really showing how in the hell this ragtag group of teenagers and ruffians could overthrow a galactic Sith empire. Later in her apartment, we see that it's decorated with white and gold, which seems angelic and opulent, but it's also a callback to the formal Jedi robes worn during the High Republic era. She and her husband, who by the way is totally gonna turn on her and die, are planning a dinner party. Mon Mothma notes that he's invited someone from the Vizier's office. So I think she's referring to the Emperor's Grand Vizier, Masa Meda, who was by his side during the Clone Wars, even subliminally telling Jar Jar to nominate Palpatine for emergency powers.
If only Senator Amidala were here.
Now, Masa Meda would later go on to host the public destruction of Jedi lightsabers after the Clone Wars, and after Palpatine's death, he was the one who surrendered to the Alliance. Now, the Vizier's office is already annoyed by Mon Mothma's actions because she's opposed to the way the Empire is treating the people of Gorman. Now, an event called the Gorman Massacre is eventually what will cause Mon Mothma to sever ties with the Empire and formally join the rebellion. See, this takes place about 3 years after this series. The Empire slaughtered peaceful protesters, and the survivors ended up joining Saw Gerrera's partisans. Afterwards, Mon Mothma blamed Palpatine publicly, and the Empire put out a warrant for her arrest. And then the rebel cell on Lothal had to get her to safety.
We're in the process of building an alliance. My challenge to the Emperor was a call to stand against the Empire.
Back on Aldani, Clem is getting to know his fellow heisters as they walk through their plan with a model.
Obviously it's not to scale.
And by the way, that line had to have been a reference to this.
Please excuse the crudity of this model. I didn't have time to build it to scale or to paint it.
During the plan, they mention a temple on the river, and this could be that temple of the Mystics that we heard about earlier. Maybe the climax of this heist will take place at the ruins of a Jedi temple. And it's even possible that this celestial event could be some sort of Force Awakening event that will aid in the hero's escape. I was able to interpret the tech readouts that they gave him. This reads Rondo Holler and console layout, and this says Garrison Aldani and Descent Vector. Now, the title of the episode is about the harm that the Empire carelessly visits upon the poor and repressed peoples of the galaxy. We first heard it referenced in the episode here.
The axe forgets, but the tree remembers.
Now this is after Andor and Skeen are talking about their experiences in Space Juvie, where Skeen was processed and tattooed by the Empire. Now this of course is inspired by the numbers the Nazis tattooed onto Jews during the Holocaust. It's a way of saying you're not a person, you're a thing. Skeen's tattoo is even like a barcode, a way of showing that to the Empire, he was a thing to be scanned and processed, and not a human being. And because they regard him so lowly, the Imperials at that prison would never even remember Skeen, but he remembers them. The axe can scar 1,000 trees, but it won't remember any of them. But the tree will never forget its own scars, and the memory of a tree is centuries old. So this metaphor hits home later in the episode when Skeen reveals that his brother was a tree farmer.
Pepper trees. Centuries of them.
And that his farm was carelessly taken away by an Imperial prefect who just wanted the wealth and resources provided by the farm and didn't care about the people or history of the place. Now we see this Imperial attitude reflected elsewhere in the episode, when the ISB officer on Morlana is going to empty out a tenement building and his only concern is if it looks nice.
I was asking if this would do as your headquarters.
And the Imperial in charge only cares about title and station.
Could I be made prefect? The title, I know it doesn't come with extra pay.
Meanwhile, all the little people who are hurt by the government's careless actions are slowly getting together into a cohesive rebellion. This show is really something new in Star Wars. It's not filled with constant member berries. It's about characters with very relatable motivations, and I think that everyone can identify with the struggles of these characters. One of the most obvious Easter eggs is in the first scene with Syril waking up in his childhood bedroom, where he still has the action figures from his youth. This is in his mother's apartment in Coruscant. As we saw a couple episodes ago, the apartment is on the lower levels, and in Coruscant society, the further down you live, the further away you are from the sun, the poorer you are. And this is why the criminal element hangs out on the ground level like we saw in Attack of the Clones. You know, people like bounty hunters or people who sell death sticks, and the worst element of all, sports bars. So when Syril watches the sunrise, he's actually watching the sun's reflection off of the taller buildings, a way of saying that he is far away from any kind of success. He can only see a reflection of the success of others. Later in the episode, he stares at another source of light, the hollow of Cassian Andor, the man who ruined his life. At breakfast, his mom treats him like a child who's been suspended from school. She pours him what looks like Cocoa Puffs and then pours in some blue milk, like the famous blue milk that the Lars family drank on Tatooine.
Stop whining, Luke, and come have some blue milk.
At least I hope this is blue milk and not spotchka. There's also a Meluron fruit on the table like we first saw in Star Wars Rebels.
Melurons.
So his mother's name is Edie, and she is played by the great Catherine Hunter. I saw her once play Puck in Julie Taymor's Midsummer Night's Dream, and it was great. That play is actually on streaming, and I highly recommend you watch it.
All right. I am that merry wanderer of the night.
Anyways, Edie is full-on babying her son while they're also guilt-tripping each other about not visiting. It's all very normal stuff, but it's actually showing us who Syril is. He is someone who is trying to break away from home to prove that he is his own man, and yet his mom constantly emasculates him, treating him like a child and handing over his future decisions to his uncle Harlow.
What field is it he thinks I should be pursuing?
Now this is all setting up that he is going to become obsessed with hunting down Cassian, the Javert to his Jean Valjean. Capturing Cassian is not a way for him to fix his career, but it will prove his manhood. In other words, it's becoming personal for him, just like how the fight against the Empire has become personal to Lieutenant Gorn after the Empire killed the woman that he loved. Syril will go after Cassian because capturing him is a way for him to prove his manhood to himself, and that makes his pursuit of Cassian all the more relentless and dangerous. Again, this goes back to the title of the episode.
The axe forgets, but the tree remembers.
When Skeen asks who owns Syril's pistol, Andor admits that he doesn't even know the man's name.
Whose is this?
Didn't get a name.
To Andor, Syril was nothing more than a corporate police, but Syril, like the tree, remembers the scars. When Skeen goes through Andor's stuff, we do see a few Imperial credits on the table, and then they start to talk about his juvie processing tattoos that I mentioned earlier. The tension between these two men is at the heart of Clem being accepted into the group, but I'm going to talk about that later on. This episode features a lot of character building and setup. In fact, actually, I don't think it features a single fight, which is rare in a Star War. Most of the fights are psychological, like between Syril and his mom, Skeen and Andor, and between Mon Mothma and her family. This is actually one of the storylines in the show that I am most interested in. Mon Mothma, the future leader of the rebellion and of the New Republic, is secretly funding this growing rebellion by moving money through different back channels. Later in the episode, her husband asks about a foundation that she suddenly started, and that foundation is probably a front for her to send money to the rebels. This episode shows us the cost of Mon Mothma's idealism. She is not able to devote time to her daughter, Leda. Now, Leda thinks that she is a political prop for her mother, and her mom doesn't even bother to argue with her.
That's just so hurtful.
But the real interesting player in all of this, for me, is Mon Mothma's husband. He is totally unaware of his wife's secret dealings.
Were you planning to tell me about this new foundation?
And something tells me that she hasn't told him because he's A, an idiot, and B, he wouldn't support her decisions. So I think this guy is like Syril. He's someone who has become tired of being emasculated, and he's going to lash out to prove that he is his own man. So this episode features 2 breakfast scenes where 2 different mothers attempt to exercise control over their children, while both kids resent being controlled.
The axe forgets, but the tree remembers.
Mon Mothma is an idealist, but she is unable to share that idealism with her family, well, because it's too dangerous. Mon Mothma shielding her rebellious dealings from her daughter also mirrors Bail Organa, who kept his status as a rebellion leader from Leia until she was in her mid-teens. Now, even though Mon Mothma is wealthy and powerful, the person she has the most in common with is Nemik, the revolutionary who used old tech to explain a metaphor for freedom. He goes off on a brilliant rant where he says,
"The pace of oppression outstrips our ability to understand it."
And I love this statement that the Empire can commit 40 atrocities before you can even wrap your mind around a single one. This is what's happening in the world today. There are so many problems, horrific, terrifying things happening all around us that we can't even begin to comprehend them. And so we just want to be left alone, which Patty Chayefsky predicted in the movie Network.
It's like everything everywhere is going crazy, so we don't go out anymore. And all we say is, please, at least leave us alone in our living room.
And Nemik's words here,
"They will have to shake the galaxy awfully hard to loosen our grip,"
seem to echo what Leia would later say about Tarkin's Death Star.
The more you tighten your grip, Tarkin, the more star systems will slip through your fingers.
So, unlike Nemik, Andor doesn't believe in something, but he is against something, like your average midterm voter. Dante D. Bruno on Twitter pointed out that the navigational device that Nemik shows Clem is actually an old Polaroid camera. Nice catch. Andor doesn't want to get sucked into this rebellion, much like Han Solo.
What good's your reward if you ain't around to use it?
I'm here for the money.
To symbolize this, he tosses away the nasty milk to show that he doesn't share their ideology or their food. But this episode is about how the team comes together and learns to trust one another. So by the end of the episode, Clem is sharing a drink with the crew. Now the Dre milk here also parallels Syril's blue milk, another meal that's being forced on someone who's being forced into a way of life that they reject. And by the way, that Dre milk, that is made from the goats that we see here with the 4 horns. So I love the very slow way that he integrated himself with the crew. First, he basically has to take on more responsibility because they didn't even know how to read the weight of their cargo. And later they learn to trust in his skills because he is a keen observer who notices like what hand everybody favors.
Right.
Nemik.
Favors right, but shoots left.
So Andor is hiding the blue sky Kyber crystal that Luthen gave him. Yeah, why is he hiding that? Well, because 1, it's very valuable and he doesn't want them to steal it.
Hey, what are you doing? I'm just moving your stuff.
And 2, like we see in the episode, it's so valuable that it would make them suspicious of it. But the discovery of the crystal later forces Andor to come clean about his motivations.
I'm being paid.
This scene reminded me very much of the movie Saving Private Ryan. On the eve of the big battle, the special squad in the movie begins to fight amongst themselves, when Tom Hanks as John Miller ends the fighting by opening up about his personal life.
I'm a school teacher.
Also, the story of Andor being integrated into a new group seems mapped over Neo's arc in The Matrix. They both have to walk away from their old lives, take on new names, and are recruited by a new team to fight an oppressive force. They're given slop to eat, and there's a young guy who's just obsessed with teaching the new recruit his way of life. The Matrix also featured a Judas character, so we'll see if everyone on the team can actually be trusted. The training is broken up by a TIE fighter buzzing by. It goes by so fast that we know that it's not actually observing them, it's just trying to scare these farmers for fun. Another example of the careless acts by those in power.
The axe forgets, but the tree remembers.
And Tweeting Chow on Twitter pointed out that these sure are some stoic space sheep who are not bothered at all by the flyby. And they also pointed out that the Imperial speeder bike seen here is a CPH patrol speeder that we first saw in Solo. At the Imperial base, Lieutenant Gorn is making sure everything is right for the arrival of the Coruscant Engineer/Rebel raid. This includes cleaning up the temple that the group is going to approach from. So in the last episode, I theorized that this could be an old Force shrine. I like the symbolism that the rebels would be using an altar dedicated to the Force as their staging point, because the Force is the source of all the good in the galaxy. And again, how do the careless Imperials treat this ancient shrine? They use it for target practice.
Target practice?
Later, an officer tells us the Empire's plans for this beautiful Aldani landscape.
Is it true they're tearing this all down?
It's been discussed.
Again, showing how the Empire takes what they want and destroys what it doesn't want. And by the way, Gorn's last name is probably a Star Trek reference, right? To these people? Below we see a hallway in a familiar shape, like the one in the Imperial bunker in Return of the Jedi. It's also a hexagon.
Not the beast!
Quick detail I noticed about the ISB taking over Morlana. Notice that this guy is carrying around a machine that appears to be dry cleaning some clothes. It's a neat metaphor to say that the ISB is cleaning up this town. Meanwhile, another ISB officer, Deidre Miro, is working late because she suspects foul play.
If I was them, this is how I do it.
She's noticed various parts and gear going missing from random spots around the galaxy. She's seen a pattern that probably signals the very early stages of the rebellion. I mean, early rebels have no planets that are loyal to them, no resources, so they have to scavenge gear and ships off of Imperial planets. Now, each of these planets is a fun Easter egg.
Hosnian Prime?
Hosnian Prime is the future capital of the New Republic, where this happens.
If you like pina coladas.
She also mentions Kessel, the planet run by the Pikes, where they mine spice, first mentioned by C-3PO.
We'll be sent to the spice mines of Kessel or smashed into who knows what.
And then seen in the Clone Wars and then in live action in the movie Solo. They also begin targeting systems being stolen from Jakku, which, okay, is maybe a little silly, because Jakku is the planet that Rey grew up on in Force Awakens, and it was also the site of the final battle of the Galactic Civil War, hence like all the wreckage laying around. But in the Aftermath novel trilogy, we learned that the only reason the battle was fought there was because the Emperor's final contingency plan was located randomly on Jakku because it was a backwater world where nothing happened. So the Emperor's plan was the final stage of what's called Operation Cinder. What's Operation Cinder? Well, Operation Cinder is in case the Emperor was ever killed, he ordered the destruction of the Empire because the Empire was too weak to keep its Emperor alive, so hence it was not worthy of survival. Then the remaining forces of the Empire would gather on Jakku, where the Emperor built a giant bomb to destroy the planet and kill all the weakest officers. Then the remains of the Empire, the strongest, were given orders to travel into the unknown regions, where they were to rebuild and become the First Order, and also apparently to become the Sith fleet like we saw in Rise of Skywalker.
Somehow Palpatine returned.
God, I hate that movie. Anyways, the other planet that gets mentioned is Fondor. In the old expanded universe, Fondor was known for its massive shipyards, and they even built Vader's flagship, the Executor. But after Disney wiped away the remnants of the expanded universe, the planet still has a very similar history. It's still the site of massive shipyards, and it was featured in the game Battlefront 2. It's another site where the Emperor ordered Imperials to kill their own as part of Operation Cinder.
Operation Cinder is the last command of our Emperor, and the first step in securing our future.
Fondor is also mentioned later in the episode by Luthen.
And the one on the Fondor.
And I'm guessing this is because his ship was made at these shipyards. Deidre has many similarities to Syril. They're both people who exist on the outside of power structures and who are driven by a singular obsession. Now, I don't think that Deidre is necessarily worried about her career here. I think she just wants to get to the bottom of this.
If I was them, this is how I do it.
Back on Aldani, the crew are burning their model, a symbol that this training period is over because they can't leave any evidence behind. Now, while the team is traveling to their final heist, Mon Mothma and her husband are traveling away from a dinner party. We once again hear the name of the driver.
What's his name?
Cloris.
Just so we don't forget about him, because he's more than likely going to be an Imperial spy or a double agent who we're meant to think is an Imperial spy but actually is protecting Mon Mothma secretly. And elsewhere on Coruscant, we check in with the spy master Luthen. Behind him we can see two Force holocrons, a Jedi holocron and a Sith holocron. So the holocrons are basically recording devices that the Jedi and Sith used. Now, the Emperor ordered the destruction of all Jedi holocrons, and he collected all the Sith holocrons for himself. So I think these things behind Luthen are just replicas. He's using an old-fashioned radio to get news on the heist, similar to the old-fashioned navigation tool that Nemik read so much into earlier in the episode. So Luthen is worried about how the heist is going to go down tomorrow. He has a lot at stake here. If the team fails, then he can be linked to the robbery and killed. And the growing rebellion also needs this money very much. As we learned in the last episode, their funds are running dry.
It's just getting very dangerous to move it around. I can't pull funds the way I used to.
And speaking of the last episode, I missed a couple Easter eggs. One, that Luthen's disguise makes him look very much like Senator Palpatine from The Phantom Menace. It's symbolic that he is also a person living a double life. But also, since Palpatine is at the very center of Coruscant society, it makes sense that people would imitate the look and style of the most powerful man in the galaxy. And I missed these 3 stone carvings, which is embarrassing because this is like a really obvious Easter egg for Star Wars fans. So these 3 carvings depict hands inside of a closed series of circles. In the show Star Wars Rebels, there was a mural on the outside of a Jedi temple on Lothal. The mural depicted 3 very powerful Force users called the Father, the Sister, and the Brother. We met these Force users on planet Mortis in a great 3-part Clone Wars arc. Now, the 3 of them represent the good side, the bad side, and the balance between the 2. In fact, you know that the arc ends with Ahsoka kind of becoming the new embodiment of the Sister her, and so her spirit animal, the Al Morai, follows her around afterwards. So in Rebels, these three hands can be moved with the Force into a certain configuration that opens a hidden door into the world between worlds, which is basically a way to go anywhere and anywhen in time and space. It's the only time Star Wars has ever shown us time travel. I think we just watched one of the most momentous events ever in the Star Wars galaxy, and that this episode has a direct link that sets up the events of Rogue One and A New Hope. How so? Well, up until now, the acts of rebellion against the Empire were very, very small. You had the people escaping on the Jedi path that we saw in Obi-Wan, and of course, Dedra has been tracking down small, random attacks across the galaxy that she believes are coordinated.
I'd spread it out. Never climb the same fence twice.
It's too random to be random.
But this is the first major attack of the rebels against the Empire. It's obvious, it's public, it's embarrassing, and it makes the news. Even senators are talking about it.
Big rebel attack last night, it's all the news.
This event is, well, you know what? I'll let Poe say it.
We are the spark that'll light the fire that'll burn the
Empire
down.
But what's more impressive is how this show telegraphs this event with the visual metaphors of lights and fire. The first shot of the episode is Caf being poured into a cup by a fire. The liquid symbolizes community and life. They share this drink together, and the fire that sustains that life also keeps the people warm. The fire is also a metaphor for Nemik's hope and optimism, which even he admits that he's having trouble sustaining.
Struggling to understand why my faith doesn't calm me.
Later in the episode, the Aldani light fires to welcome the celestial event of the Eye. Then, as things start to go badly for the group, the fire is extinguished. But then, of course, the sky itself is lit on fire, aiding in their escape. And after Nemik dies, he passes his manifesto to Clem, like the metaphorical passing of the torch of the rebellion. So the episode begins with a literal fire and ends with these metaphorical embers of the rebellion being lit. One thing this show does really well is it takes time out of its story to just let characters talk about their feelings. This heightens up the action and tension of the episode because we're much more worried about what happens to characters that we actually care about. Nemik is the true believer of the group, the warrior poet who believes that he's serving a greater good. But he's scared about this day, so his doubts start to creep in. He doesn't understand why he couldn't sleep, because his faith in the cause should have given him comfort. He sees this in a contrast to Clem.
I mean, you have nothing. You sleep like a stone.
Now, Nemik then goes on to say that he's been writing about whether or not the rebellion needs true believers, or if they should hire cutthroat mercenaries, should they become more like the Empire. Now, what's happening here is that Nemik is actually questioning his own value, and Clem is happy to tell him exactly how the Empire values him.
They don't care enough to learn. You mean nothing to them.
To underscore this, we cut to a pair of Imperials who are also drinking caf, and they're talking smack about the natives.
They breed a sad combination of traits that make them particularly vulnerable to manipulation.
He goes on to explain how they keep the numbers down for the ceremony.
Then along the way, we've placed a series of comfort units. Shelters and taverns with cheap local beverages.
Now this is showing exactly how little they think of the natives and their customs. They see these people as such simple folk that they can be easily distracted by their traditions with simple pleasures, and that is how they control them. This is also very similar to how the British Empire controlled many of its colonies. It slowly subverted native customs until the natives were dressing and speaking like their oppressors.
What began as 500 pilgrims at the bottom has already dwindled down to... Where are we now, Lieutenant?
We counted 60 last night, sir.
The Empire is slowly weaning the Aldani off of their own culture because this will make them easier to control. The Empire wants everybody registered under their own system, with every citizen being assigned a chain code, like we saw in the Bad Batch. And they are doing this by making religious events like the Eye seem antiquated and unimportant. We see this same tactic being used in the Galactic Senate, which I'm going to talk more about later. So then we see the Aldani approach the valley and notice that they all wear some kind of circular jewelry. This matches what we've seen of their culture: the circular fire pit, the circular temple, and the circular shape of the Eye. The Eye is the title of this episode, and it has a few different meanings. Lan Chris on Twitter points out that the traditional clothing of the Aldani is pretty reminiscent of the clothing of the descendants of the Incan people. The Eye refers to the literal eye, the storm above, and the eye of a storm is the center of a hurricane where it is quiet.
Relax, can't you see how eerily calm it is?
In this case, the weird calm is at the Imperial base leading up to the heist, but that calm is also spread across the galaxy. The Empire thinks that it has the galaxy under its full control, but as Dedra is figuring out, there is viene una tormenta.
There's a storm coming!
I sense there's a storm coming.
There's a storm coming!
Alice says there's a storm coming.
But eye can also mean a watchful eye, like the eye of Imperial surveillance. For the heist to work, the team has to disable communications, make the base go dark, and keep Imperials from watching them. And, as Kyber says at the end of the episode, the eye of the Empire is now firmly fixed upon the rebellion. Now, that's all theme and character stuff, but there are also quite a few Easter eggs from previous Star Wars episodes. As always in Andor, these Easter eggs are all organic and don't feel forced. The code name of the crew,
Echo 1.
were later used by the rebellion on Hoth.
Echo base.
And the radio sound effects are very similar as well.
Field comm, it's a battle radio.
I've got something.
When the crew is marching out of the base, we find out that Tamarin was a stormtrooper. But how? I thought stormtroopers were all clones. Well, Doug, that's a common misconception. The stormtroopers were clones during the Clone Wars, but afterwards the Empire weaned regular human conscripts into their ranks, like we saw happen in the Bad Batch.
These are not clone troopers. That's what I've been trying to tell you. These are our replacements.
Another cool costume detail is that the garrison troops are outfitted much like the stormtroopers. Their chest plates are very similar, and with identical shoulder straps and very similar backs. Lieutenant Gorn, whose name has to be a reference to this species, so Gorn is using an Imperial communicator like the one we first saw 3PO use in A New Hope, and the sound it makes is very similar to the Republic comm signal used to execute Order 66. Now, this show has been making Star Wars history with every episode, with our first sex scene, kind of, our first heavy curse word, shit, our first cigarette, and now our first wee-wee. So, the Commandant's being all pissy and nervous trying to impress the engineer from Coruscant. This guy is a lot like Pontius Pilate. He's the governor of a small province at the edge of an empire, and he's desperate to impress folks from the capital city. But, as we see, he struggles to maintain control of his own household.
You might feel the back of my hand.
5 minutes later.
Never get out of here.
And of course, this is a metaphor for how the Empire can't even control the native populations or the galaxy itself.
The more you tighten your grip, Tarkin, the more star systems will slip through your fingers.
Or, as the native chief says,
Or I don't think that translation's right.
oh, sorry, that was the wrong translation. This one. Vel and Cinta travel underwater, giving off some Phantom Menace vibes, but it was actually a tactic used by Cal Kestis to break into an Imperial base in the game Fallen Order. And also, let's give a shout out to the music in this episode. Composer Nicholas Britell creates a tense theme that kept me on the edge of my seat, as it was more and more obvious that something really bad was going to go down. Now, in the base, the crew takes hostages at a banquet table, reminding us of this.
We would be honored if you would join us.
And I just want to comment real quick that I feel bad for this guy, who was like so excited to serve his fancy space snacks and then got shot down. In the vault, the soldiers are playing Sabacc, the poker-like game that won Han the Millennium Falcon. Now, these are the same guys that Gorn assigned to be here, so he knew that they were the type to be more lax and gamble during duty. So, every good heist story has to have something go wrong, and in this case, it's the communications jammer. So, this mustachioid Imperial do-gooder takes a squad to the vault. Meanwhile, this is right when the flames are being extinguished and the base is going dark. Star Wars has never been subtle about its light and dark metaphors. There's the dark side of the Force, for instance. And The Force Awakens really overdid this metaphor with a lead character named Rey, like a ray of light, and 2 kinds of light on Kylo Ren's face as he's conflicted about what to do with Han Solo until the light of the sun is blacked out and he turns fully evil. Hell, even Poe says,
"But as long as there's light, we got a chance."
And in this episode, the extinguishing of lights marks the low point for the team. And when the eye begins, hope resurges. And I thought it was appropriate that the rebels use this ancient ceremonial event to undermine the control of the Empire. It shows that the old ways, the old traditions, are still more powerful than any galactic government.
Do not cite the deep magic to me, witch. I was there when it was written.
And the most beautiful moment of this entire episode, really of the season so far, was when the Imperials and the Aldani both just stop in awe to witness this celestial event. When we go to the airbase, they use the same location font and titles that we see in Rogue One, again tying this story more into that particular corner of the Star Wars universe. So it's always fun for me to see how the Imperial pilots actually enter TIE fighter cockpits, because for like years after the original trilogy, fans wondered how the heck they got in and out of the cockpits when they were so far off the ground. But I thought Moff Gideon's modified TIE in The Mandalorian answered this question brilliantly. So inside the TIE cockpits, we see how faithfully they recreated the TIE fighter interior from A New Hope, from the consoles to the targeting system sound effects. The ATG cast on Twitter pointed out that Nemik was not killed by enemy fire. He died literally from being crushed by Imperial money, the driving force behind the oppression that he writes about in his manifesto. That's a great observation. Afterwards, Vel gives him a med spike, which might remind you of this. But really, it reminded me more of the battle stems that the Nihil soldiers take in the High Republic novels, which are more like this. They needed Nemik to be awake because he's the one that uses the old analog navigation device that the Imperials can't track, which last week we pointed out is made from an old Polaroid camera. And as they're escaping, Nemik is shouting, "Climb!" Which is a callback to the most heartbreaking Star Wars death of all time.
Climb! Climb!
You really mean that's the most heartbreaking Star Wars death? Even more heartbreaking than that little teddy bear who lost his teddy bear friend?
I said what I said. Now, the Celestial event destroys the Imperial ships but leaves the heroes unscathed, and afterwards, Vel isn't sure if they should leave Nemik to die. Now, this question is really at the heart of the rebellion. What are they fighting for? Are they fighting for money to fund a war that would replace one cruel government with another, or are they fighting for the ideals of people like Nemik?
This kid is the reason that we are here.
Surprisingly, Andor makes the call to take him to a doctor, showing flashes of the idealism that will later drive him to be a key member of the Alliance. And then we get to my favorite scene in the episode, where Skeen offers to split everything with Clem.
We were born in the hole, and all we know is climbing over somebody else to get out.
Now this is a brilliant payoff to the conversation the two of them had last episode, where they saw the darkness inside one another. Now Andor thought that Skeen was a revolutionary who sought revenge for his brother. So when he asks about Skeen's brother and he says,
"I don't have a brother."
And we don't know what this means. We don't know if he never had a brother or if because his brother is dead, nothing really matters to him anymore. This is a great twist. Andor does not hesitate afterwards. He shoots Skeen because he knows that he can't trust him, and he knows that Skeen would likely kill Vel and take the money for himself. So he's brutal, just like he was to the injured spy in his opening scene of Rogue One.
We'll be all right.
The thing is, at this particular moment in the show, we don't know if he shot this guy to protect Vel, or if he realized that he could just take all this money for himself.
It really is amazing writing.
Yes, it is. Oh, and Skeen also says,
"There's a moon 8 parsecs from here,"
which is a measurement of space that we heard Han Solo use to brag about the Millennium Falcon's navigation computer in A New Hope.
It's a ship that made the Kessel run in less than 12 parsecs.
And here you can see a hay rake. Now these hook up to the back of a tractor to rake together hay that has been cut. You rake it into windrows, then to be baled.
How'd you know all that?
Colton Ogburn told me. So then Vel passes on Nemik's manifesto to Cassian.
Nemik's manifesto. He said to give this to you.
Yeah, why did he want Cassian to have his journal?
Well, for a few reasons. One, if you're writing a manifesto, then it's no good if nobody reads it. And I think he sensed that Andor would be open to his ideals. Much like Padme and Luke, he saw that there was good in him. So then we get to the fallout from the heist. The ISB is clamping down with counter-offensives.
I want every star sector and planetary emergency retaliation plan in the building ready for presentation by midnight.
And something tells me that Dedra's conspiracy theories are going to become more and more important in staging these counterattacks. Now, then we go to the Galactic Senate, which is a shadow of its former self. Mon Mothma is giving a speech about the treatment of the people of Gorman.
This is a boot to the throats of all Gormans, who've done nothing more than request their basic rights.
And we heard her mention the treatment of these people a couple episodes ago.
We should find some Gorman guests for tonight and see how amused they are. Your fun friends just cut off their shipping lanes yesterday.
Now this is actually a brilliant Easter egg because it leads directly into how she left the Empire and formally led the rebellion. In the show Star Wars Rebels, the Empire commits atrocities on this planet, and Mon Mothma publicly criticizes Palpatine for them. So Palpatine labels her an enemy of the state, and the Ghost crew take her into hiding so she can lead the Rebel Alliance.
We're in the process of building an alliance, uniting the various rebel cells across the galaxy. My challenge to the Emperor was a call to stand against the Empire.
Now notice that there is now an Imperial logo on the front of each dais in the Senate, and she even calls for familiar response to Imperial atrocities.
There will be a fact-finding commission put in place this session.
A commission must be appointed.
But this scene actually shows how insignificant the Senate has become. In The Phantom Menace, the Senate was filled with Easter eggs, like E.T. for instance. But now the Senate is practically empty. People aren't interested in what she's saying. Now the first time we heard of the Senate was in A New Hope.
I have just received word that the Emperor has dissolved the Council permanently. The last remnants
of the old Republic have been swept away.
Now this scene in Andor shows us why there was not a public outcry when the Senate was dissolved. The Senate had no power anymore. It was like the Duma under the Tsar. It gave the people a voice, but no actual power. So democracy in the galaxy wasn't killed, it withered on the vine.
So this is how liberty dies, with thunderous applause.
Then we go to the trusty antiquities of Luthen, where he's always willing to sell us an Easter egg or two. Last week I pointed out this Easter egg that I missed. These 3 carvings are identical to a portion of the Jedi Temple on Lothal that we saw in Rebels. So that mural depicted 3 Force users called the brother, the sister, and the father, and these could be moved with the Force to open a portal in space-time to an area called the World Between Worlds, where time travel becomes possible. Another Easter egg I missed last week is right here. These stones just above Luthen are identical to the stones of Sankara that Indiana Jones recovers in the Temple of Doom. So in the back room we also see this armor, which was worn by Starkiller, Vader's apprentice in the non-canon games Force Unleashed. Another fun Easter egg are these necklaces, which at first I thought were worn by the Witches of Dathomir, but the style is much more reminiscent of your mom. And in the background here we see a Twi'lek Kalikori. That's a priceless family heirloom that explains a family's history.
It's a Kalikori, a revered Twi'lek heirloom, passed from parent to child through generations.
And finally, his aide is showing off an artifact that is...
It's a Devron blue.
And Devron was a planet that was the site of a Jedi temple that we first saw in the Clone Wars episode Rookies. But Savage Opress attacked this temple in the episode Monster. So Luthen describes the artifact as...
There's an inscription on that one, in the language no one remembers.
And this is probably because the males on that planet lived in the jungles for thousands of years, but the females became industrialized and explored space. This resulted in a female-led society that probably didn't preserve the customs and languages of the males on the planet. Luthen also says,
"You decide what it says. Your own secret language."
Which is very interesting because of how it dovetails with Nemik's opening speech. Nemik wonders if the idealism of the rebellion can be sustained by idealists alone, and he wonders if it's important how history remembers their cause. But what Luthen is saying here is that if you don't win, or if your culture is defeated, then no one will remember you at all, which is basically what Cassian tells Nemik in the opening scene.
You mean nothing to them.
This episode's title has several meanings as many characters begin to announce their true intentions. Up until now, everybody has been living a lie, and in this episode, the truth is slowly revealed. The episode begins with an announcement on the news about the Aldani robbery.
They attacked the garrison. They'll regret it.
This is followed up with the announcement by the Imperial Security Bureau, or ISB, that they will now be enacting stricter penalties. Mon Mothma announces to her childhood friend that the life she lives is a lie, and Marva announces to Andor that she's tired of pretending she's okay with the Empire and she is joining the rebellion. Dedra makes an announcement of her own that the ISB is ineffective at its job. So the episode begins with Syril getting ready for his job interview. As always, his mother is being overbearing and criticizing little things like his fashion choices.
The collar.
What about it?
It's high.
Now, in a symbolic way, this is his mom exerting control over Syril's life. She's chosen a job for him, and now she's scrutinizing his clothes, because after all, the clothes do symbolize the job that a person has. Syril is always looking down, casting his gaze away, but when he sees the announcement about Aldani, something awakens inside of him, and he stares straight at the camera. And, by the way, he's watching the HoloNet here. That's the Imperial newsfeed that we've heard about from time to time in the books and comics, and in The Mandalorian, we even briefly saw a flashback of the second Death Star attack on the HoloNet. Now, normally I would say that something like a newscast is too close to our world and takes me out of the moment, like the diner in Attack of the Clones. But because this newscast is so retro, with a newscaster in a 4:3 aspect ratio and like framed as a mid-shot, for me, this works. It feels both old and new, which is the essence of Star Wars. Then the ISB announces a crackdown using some very suspect language.
Is how tight to close our fist.
And this echoes what Princess Leia says to Tarkin.
The more you tighten your grip, Tarkin, the more star systems will slip through your fingers.
And after, we see that this is exactly what Luthen wanted. He wanted the Empire to crack down, to encourage people to rebel. More on that in a bit. They announced strict penalties for systems harboring partisans, including a tribute tax. A bad idea because, as we saw in The Phantom Menace, excessive taxation of things like trade routes often lead to corrupt political change. The Imperials have announced their version of the Patriot Act called PORD, which gives the Imperial Security Bureau authority over the Army and Navy. Like everything else in this show, this does have parallels to real life, when the intelligence organization was reorganized after 9/11 and given more authority to surveil its citizens. Except in this case, it's Palpatine giving the ISB authority. And by the way, like, I'm not saying that the Empire and the US government are the same thing, just, you know, this stuff is similar, that's all. Two totally different circumstances with, like, similar reactions. But the big Easter egg here is that this announcement's being made by Wolf Yularen. He first appeared as a background character in A New Hope right here, and later we saw him as a commander during the Clone Wars.
Tell General Skywalker to hold his departure.
While the ISB is cracking down on suspected rebel activity, Dedra is the only one who suspects the truth, that this is actually what the rebels wanted. She's been spending time looking for patterns in rebel behavior, so she's starting to be able to think like one of them. Or maybe she always has. Remember, when she saw how the rebels operated, she said,
"If I was them, this is how I do it."
Continuing the fallout from the robbery, Mon Mothma goes to see Luthen, and this visit proves that Dedra was right about the rebels' motives. Notice how they go inside, because Mon Mothma's driver is an ISB agent, and she faces away from the window just in case he can read lips, while Luthen is facing the window but gives answers with double meanings with a big smile on his face.
I thought you were here to tell me about the meeting.
Now, I was really surprised that Mon Mothma did not know about this robbery.
Was this you?
What do you mean?
The garrison, Aldani.
Then she and Luthen have a disagreement over these procedures.
Has anyone ever made a weapon that wasn't used?
Now, I find this fascinating. So, like in the old extended universe of Star Wars novels, we were shown kind of a straight line. Mon Mothma was a senator who formed the rebellion. This series is showing us that Mon Mothma was just one important part of an organism with a body but no real head. Had things gone a little different, maybe someone like Luthen or Saw Gerrera would have ended up being the leader of the rebellion. It's fascinating to see the events that led up to the Rebel Alliance taking the shape that we know. Mon Mothma would have been the most temperate choice for a leader, and choosing a politician over a soldier also would have informed the direction of the New Republic after the war. For instance, Mon Mothma goes on after the war to disband the military, which allowed the First Order to rise, and for this.
Somehow Palpatine returned.
Anyways, I love all this stuff. Mon Mothma says,
"You told me we were building a network."
And this is what we see in the show Star Wars Rebels. A small cell on Lothal slowly combines with other cells to form a coordinated rebellion. And then we see the stark contrast between her and Luthen. She's more cautious, preferring to back-channel money, to go slow. But Luthen is impatient and he wants to kickstart this rebellion like some Nas into Dom's engine a quarter mile at a time. Now, we saw a similar dynamic play out with the Rebellion and Saw Gerrera in Rogue One, where Saw's tactics were too harsh for the organized Rebel Alliance.
His militancy has caused the Alliance a great many problems.
Oh, and right here, we see the armor won by Starkiller in the Force Unleashed games.
Oh, so are those games canon now?
No, but they are still really fun games, and that's actually what counts. And here's also another very cool Easter egg. This is the mask of one of the Jedi Temple guards. Now, I would think that this artifact would be restricted by the Empire, but maybe it's like the holocrons on the back shelf a couple of episodes ago. This is likely a copy of a Jedi artifact. Back to Syril, who's interviewing for a Bureau Standards job. Now, notice this interviewer is wearing a space necktie that is perfectly designed. It looks enough like a necktie without making us think that this takes place in our world. Syril is obviously very bored by the prospect of this job, and you can tell how much he enjoys talking about his true passions.
I was punished for trying to uphold the law. Do my job, maintain public safety.
Which the interviewer quietly dismisses.
Probably best for everyone to just edit this a bit before signing you in.
A sign that Syril's love for law and order will not be needed in this work. The two of them see a mouse droid, which of course we first saw in A New Hope. But this isn't just an Easter egg, this is an appropriate place for a mouse droid to show up. See, these things perform simple tasks, repairs, and message delivery for the Empire and for corporations. Basically, they're like little space interns. Tweeted Zhao on Twitter had a fun observation. Not really an Easter egg, but I love how they showed Syril hitting rock bottom of the Empire's hierarchy by having him step aside to let a lousy mouse droid pass. First time anyone did it in Star Wars, a true humiliation. Syril's new job is in fuel purity, and something tells me that he's going to find some incongruity, bring it to the ISB, and then he and Dedra are going to team up and eventually do this. Meanwhile, Luthen's number one, Clea, goes to a secret meeting. She arrives at a junction point that takes you to the many different levels of Coruscant. That's what this map is. It's showing all the different transfer points between the wealthy upper levels and the poor lower levels. Mr. Martoto on Twitter had a very cool observation. LH341 is overheard in the public address system, and LUH3417 was the name of the mate of THX1138 in George Lucas's first movie. Great catch. The announcer even mentions Midtown, which literally refers to the middle part of the skyscrapers. The Arabesh here reads, "Please mind the gap, doors are closing." The Arabesh here reads, "Carrier chain code from the Imperial Security Bureau." Now, a chain code is the Imperial ID system, like Social Security numbers, that we saw the Empire implement in the Bad Batch.
Your individual chain code. Every citizen can exchange their invalid currency
for Imperial credits.
Clea is headed to a meeting with Vel, and she finds her way with these chalk markings, similar to the hobo code used during the Great Depression.
That's a pie. It means the food here is good.
Clea meets with Vel and basically says she doesn't care that everyone died, and she gives her an order.
Find him. We can't have him walking around with Luthen in his head. You mean kill him?
And we do get a brief cutaway to show that Seska is still alive, but an Imperial Star Destroyer has arrived on Aldani. If I had to bet, I would say that she's the loose end that they gotta worry about. So while Clea is on a mission to tie up loose ends with Andor, we intercut with Dedra trying to unravel that same loose end, which will lead her to Andor. She interrupts this dude's nap to ask for info on stolen navigational equipment.
Why?
Well, remember that navigation device that Cassian was forced to leave behind on Ferris? She wants to find out where and how that was stolen so she can tie it into the larger picture of rebel activity. Remember, Blevin earlier forbid her from getting that information because it was under his jurisdiction, which is why she swears this idiot to secrecy. Meanwhile, Cassian goes back to Ferrix to collect his proxy mother, Marva, played by Aunt Petunia from Harry Potter. And Ferrix has become another site of an Imperial crackdown, a place where Imperial oppression is forcing people into rebellion, just like Luthen wanted. Then we intercut from the oppressed to the oppressors, the party of the Coruscant elite at Mon Mothma's place. I just want to say, the costumes in this scene, incredible. She meets with her childhood friend Tay Kolma, who is a prominent banker on Chandrilia, her home planet. Now, Mon Mothma was upset with how Luthen was raising funds for the rebellion, and now she is showing how she raises funds, not with robberies, but with smiles and glad-handing. So her friend says,
I'm afraid you'd find my politics a bit strong for your taste.
And notice that as Mon Mothma starts to get real with him.
I want to tell you something that only 3 people in the galaxy know about.
Right then, she leads him behind this webbed decoration, almost as if she's saying, enter my web of lies, come into this place where the Empire can't see us. It's a really cool directing choice. She goes on to say,
I've learned from Palpatine. I show you the stone in my hand, you miss the knife at your throat.
Which is very insightful. Now, she doesn't know that Palpatine is a Sith Lord, but she did watch him turn a democracy into an empire. I mean, for years, Palpatine talked like this.
I love democracy.
While he was actually planning this.
The first galactic empire!
She tells Tay,
Grand Vizier has infiltrated my Separatist coalition meetings.
And this sentence packs a few important Easter eggs. The Separatists were the planets led by Count Dooku, who broke away from the Republic during the Clone Wars. Now, in the movie Attack of the Clones, it seems like this was just a Sith Lord leading a bunch of greedy corporations, plus a Techno-Union.
The Techno-Union Army.
But the Clone Wars series revealed that the Separatists were also planets that were tired of an ineffective Republic, who were idealistic and wanted to go their own way. Even the Jedi thought this at first.
I think that Count Dooku was behind it.
He is a political idealist, not a murderer.
So now Mon Mothma's job is to work with the Separatist planets to reintegrate them into the Empire. I'm also guessing that Gorman was a Separatist planet, and that is why she was so concerned about their treatment under the Empire.
Oh, we should find some Gorman guests for tonight and see how amused they are. Your fun friends just cut off their shipping lanes yesterday.
She also mentions the Imperial Grand Vizier, whose name is Mas Amedda. Now, we saw this guy in the prequels here. He's basically Palpatine's right-hand man, running the government for him, while Palpatine quietly works on building a Sith arena in the unknown regions and cloning himself.
Somehow Palpatine returned.
But here's another cool Mas Amedda connection in this scene. Notice that Mon's place is decorated with this tree with branches and white flowers. I think this could be a tent olive tree, which is native to her home planet. Shortly after the Battle of Jakku, Mas Amedda would formally surrender the Empire to Mon Mothma underneath one of these trees on Chandrilia. Now, I love how well this show intercuts between its characters. We cut from Mon Mothma begging for money to Cassian basically begging people to take his money. He explores the aftermath of his actions on Ferrix, where Bix tells him that he got the blame for everything, and not, the guy who actually called the cops. But we also learned that he and Bix used to... Now, these Ferrix scenes are showing Andor that he cannot go home again. His actions have changed the world around him, and now he'll be forced to change with them. On the street, he has a flashback to how his father figure Clem was killed. Remember, Clem and Marva discovered young Cassa. Here's something I missed but I found all over the internet. The troopers here are actually clones, wearing Phase 2 clone armor that we see in Revenge of the Sith.
But I thought all the stormtroopers are regular people, not clones.
Well, they are, but the Empire would have slowly phased out the clones like we saw in the Bad Batch.
These are our replacements.
After some of the crowd shouted, now people in the crowd are not happy with the Republic turning into the Empire. So Clem tried to calm them down, and it led to his own execution on this same spot. And also they hanged him, just like the Sith Inquisitors hanged the Jedi on Tatooine in the show Obi-Wan. Following up on this, we see the positive domino effect of Luthen's raid. Marva is going to rebel, and she's not afraid to walk down the street anymore.
And I walked across the square with a smile on my face.
Now Cassian argues with her, saying,
well, we'll find a place they haven't ruined yet.
Which, as he finds out at the end of the episode, that place does not exist. God, this show is so well written. So he says,
I'll be worried about you all the time.
And her reply is so human.
That's just love.
Ah, God, right up there with this.
But what is grief? If not love, persevering.
Back to the ISB meeting where Kyber mentions a planet.
Very well, let's have a full audit of all hyperspace lanes leading to Ord Mantell on my desk by this time tomorrow.
Where Han Solo narrowly avoided trouble between A New Hope and Empire Strikes Back.
Well, the bounty hunter we ran into in Ord Mantell changed my mind.
This planet's also the headquarters for the Black Sun crime syndicate, which we briefly saw Darth Maul take over during the Clone Wars. These ISB meetings reminded me a lot of the majors reporting to the brass in the brilliant TV show The Wire.
Is your deputy major present?
Yes, sir.
You now command the Eastern District.
And just as we're seeing the behind-the-scenes politics of the rebellion, we're also seeing the inner workings of the Empire. Novels like the new Thrawn trilogy show us how the Empire's progress was stymied by the ambition of its officers, and we see that play out here. Blevin is trying to use Dedra's initiative as a weapon against her, and she counters with this.
Do you really think the rebels care about the lines we draw on maps?
You think the relevance of my work has been supplanted?
This is why I was thinking about the government's response to 9/11 earlier. After the attacks, the Bush administration removed much of the red tape that kept the CIA, FBI, and NSA from communicating with one another, like what Dedra is proposing here. And now she's been given the Ferric sector, which will put her right on the hunt for Andor. And finally, we see Andor pay the price for his lack of ambition as we go to Neamos, otherwise known as Space Miami, but in January. Now he's going by the name Keith and is fretting over a grocery list.
Don't forget the pizzos.
We out of pizzas?
Again, this seems inspired by a scene in The Wire, where Omar tries to get out of the game by hiding out in Central America.
Yo, Naldo, cuz got to find out where they got Honey Nut, yo. They expect us to call this spittle land home.
Outside, he sees Imperial probe droids like we first saw in Imperial Strikes Back, and they even make the same sounds. And then he has a run-in with a shore trooper who we first saw in Rogue One. And speaking of Rogue One cameos, we see a couple of KX droids like K2SO.
Why does she get a blaster and I don't?
Now K2 is a reprogrammed Imperial droid, so maybe it's possible that Cassian escapes the prison by appropriating one of these droids to help him escape. Kevin Fernandez even theorized that Andor would reprogram him with Nemik's journal, which is why they both had an affinity for the word
climb.
Climb! The shore trooper tells the droid to hang Cassian, which he takes literally, showing how careless the Empire is with their citizens' lives. And then, the courtroom scene. I love how this room is cooled with just a fan, like it's some kind of southern courtroom from a movie. But notice that the fan does bear an Imperial crest. The first charges we hear are...
Charges.
Loitering at the scene of a crime, walking an unleashed massive.
Unleash Massives refers to these lizard dogs that we've seen the Tusken Raiders use in Attack of the Clones, The Mandalorian, and the Book of Boba Fett. And this judge is just casually eating nuts while sentencing people into basically slave labor. They use what's basically an old credit card machine to issue the sentences, and here's something interesting. So the Arabesh writing on these cards are either a continuity mistake of the filmmakers or a mistake of the court system. The first card reads, name, Richard Stevenson, crime, failure to follow Imperial command, anti-Imperial vandalism, sentence 5 years. And that has nothing to do with an Unleashed Massive. And Cassian's sentencing card reads, name, Keith Seymour, crime, suspected force sensitivity, assaulting an Imperial officer, sentence 25 years. Now, not only does this not match up with Cassian's sentence, but Keith Seymour is the concept artist who worked on this show, Wonder Woman, and a bunch of other stuff. So look, Keith Seymour, for one thing, if you were suspected of force sensitivity, then you wouldn't get 25 years, you would get taken to Fortress Inquisitorius and imprisoned by the Sith Inquisitors. So let's just start there. And second, you thought that we wouldn't read the Arabesh, but we did. So now we have to assume that Cassian's sentencing of 6 years was some kind of error, or they were just cutting to cards from different cases. Oh, and that is the announcement that I forgot to mention earlier, Cassian's announcement of a 6-year prison sentence. It's bitterly ironic that Cassian's sentence should have been 6 months, but thanks to his success on Aldani, now he's got 6 years and he's lost his entire cut of the take. And just as Andor is given his sentence, so is Syril. He is condemned to live his life in a cubicle, one of hundreds of identical drones not doing anything exceptional with his life. This episode continues to immerse us into the Star Wars galaxy, showing the consequences of the Aldani heist on just regular people, prisoners, and even on the Coruscant elite. Also, Forrest Whitaker, with probably 1 day of filming, gives us a franchise-high monologue.
They're lost! All of them lost!
So, let's break this down. We begin with Andor being unjustly detained. Now, he may not have committed the crimes they accused him of, but he is the one who stirred up this hornet's nest to begin with. This whole prison storyline is brilliant because it shows Cassian that there are consequences to him fighting for himself. If he would have joined the rebellion instead of running off with his share, then he would not be in prison. He's being processed by the shore troopers, the specialized troopers that we first saw in Rogue One and who were patrolling Space Miami Beach in the last episode. Not only does Cassian lose his freedom, but he also lost all of his credits, which some hotel worker will probably find stashed above the shower. So it was all for nothing. And this is showing him that when you try to live life under the Empire, you will always suffer, unless you are one of the elites. And to underscore this, his time in prison is intercut with Mon Mothma's party, but more on that in a bit. As prisoners are being processed, one of the planets mentioned is Belsarvis. Now, this planet was briefly mentioned in the High Republic novels, but in the old Legends continuity, it was an ice planet featured in the Old Republic comics and the New Jedi Order novels. As Cassian is being sent to prison, we cut to Syril in a prison of his own, his office job. ISB agents come through because apparently Syril's been snooping around about Andor, even filing false inquiries saying that he did things like misappropriated fuel. So we're actually seeing a common theme here with Dedra, Syril, Luthen, Vel, and Cinta, that none of them can let anything go. They are all obsessive with their missions, and they want to tie up the same loose end. Cassian Andor. Whereas other people just want to sweep events under the rug, like Dedra's rival Blevin, who lied in his report to make the whole event on Ferrix look clean, so he could take credit for a job well done.
Criminal negligence of my commanding officer, the total lack of Imperial authority on Ferrix.
Meanwhile, Cassian is taken to an underwater prison, much like Fortress Inquisitorius, where the Sith Inquisitors take Force-sensitive people, that we saw in Obi-Wan in the game Jedi Fallen Order. Ironic that Dedra ignites a search for Cassian when he's already in Imperial custody. She's appealing to Wolf Yularen for funds. Now, he was in the last episode, but we first saw him here in A New Hope, and throughout the Clone Wars series as a Republic commander. It's kind of funny how in the 1970s they cast like a random English guy with a mustache to wear a white tunic in the background, and now like we're still talking about that character. So Dedra has worked out that Chekhov's stolen Starpath unit traces back to a rebel operative codenamed Axis, so named because Luthen is at the center of so many different rebel operations. Seeing the ISS have to jockey for funding also reminded me an awful lot of the Baltimore police in the show The Wire, and how they had to fight for hunting to get that titular wiretap. In the prison, we learn that Cassian and the other prisoners have to go barefoot, while the Imperials get these big heavy boots. Now, this has a practical use with the electrified floor, but it's also a status symbol. Having nice footwear is an indication of high status, while people going barefoot are seen as poor or even primitive. Lanchis on Twitter also pointed out that the colors of the prison uniforms are also similar to the colors that we see the Lothal prison workers wear in the show Star Wars Rebels. So we're starting to get the feeling that the Emperor's poor decree had actually nothing to do with Aldani, and that the Empire just wanted more slave labor. The Aldani heist was a convenient excuse for them to implement an order that they had already written up. So we go from Cassian back to Syril, who's in another type of cell as he tries to stand up for himself.
I didn't deserve what happened.
And you know what, Syril? Neither did Cassian. I like the extra detail they put into showing how prisoners in the Empire are not even regarded as people. They're given minimum instructions, and when Cassian arrives, he actually gets all these conflicting orders.
Right, step forward, let's go. Move. Step forward and stop. Now, move. Stop.
Now, this is in contrast to the treatment of prisoners in the High Republic novels, which are set like 300 years before this. In Republic prisons, like the one in the audio drama Tempest Runner, the goal of prison ships is to rehabilitate people. In that story, the prisoners are also given work to do, just like in the Empire. But the prisoners in the Republic era are given jobs to repair the damage they've caused, as a way to atone for their crimes. Whereas in Andor, the prisoners are probably building parts for the Death Star.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah, I mean, it would make sense. In the Thrawn novels and in Rogue One, we see that the Death Star is constantly running behind schedule, so the Emperor could have passed Pord to recruit slaves into the Emperor's pet project. Now, the prison itself is like something straight out of a 1970s sci-fi dystopian movie like Logan's Run.
We've gone far enough. I think we're safe from the corporation here.
Especially with this like heavy synthesizer score. But this prison has to be an homage to the dystopian 70s sci-fi movie, George Lucas's first feature, THX 1138. In that movie, people are assigned numbers, they wear white jumpsuits where they work different shifts, they travel through these big white tunnels, and they have their individuality stripped away from them. And then, hey, we meet Kino Loy, played by Andy Serkis, returning to Star Wars after this happened. He gives Cassian a run-through of how their little community works.
There you go, table 5. Table 5. Table 5.
Then hey, look who it is, Melshi from Rogue One. Her? Melshi, man. He rescued Jyn Erso from her prison ship and was with Cassian like all the way through the movie. He and Cassian died on Scarif, killed by the Death Star. Ironic, since that's probably what they're actually building here.
Oh, yeah, the Death Star, yeah.
You know, building parts for the Empire is actually a lot like making Easter egg videos for YouTube. We're always comparing ourselves against the other tables. And then we cut back to Mon Mothma's party where she has lost her taste for having a worm drink. Now, this is a neat symbolic touch because this worm has to die just so a rich person can enjoy their drink. It's symbolic of how the Empire treats life so carelessly, and symbolic of Mon Mothma's higher moral ground. Her old friend Tay shows up, and by the way, these two are I'm sure of it. Last episode when she revealed her rebel activity, she said,
I want to tell you something that only 3 people in the galaxy know about.
Or who are the other 3 people?
Well, Luthen, his assistant Leda, and Bail Organa. Bail Organa was one of the original senators that she first formed a secret opposition committee with.
Do you think he'll dismantle the Senate?
Why bother? As a practical matter, the Senate no longer exists.
And in the show Rebels, we saw that he was instrumental in organizing the early Rebel Alliance. If he hadn't died, he probably would have been leader of the rebellion instead of Mon Mothma. Now, she mentions the Emperor's latest overreach, referring to the tight restrictions of Pord, and her charities to combat this are probably trying to get legal counsel for the slaves.
Oh, I don't like that word.
Sorry, prisoners with jobs. And we're starting to see the cracks in Mon Mothma's marriage, as she finally recalls when her husband was not a D.
Do you remember Farron at 15?
Oh, let's not.
The Academy Firebrand.
And later, they refer to their view from their window as a metaphor for their marriage.
Well, that's always the way, isn't it? One forgets to savor the familiar.
Now, the view, of course, is also symbolic of their wealth and power, because the wealthiest people live in skyscrapers, while the poor people live below. And if you're middle class like Syril, you live in Midtown. This same symbolism is represented in the prison, which talks about different levels and the top table versus the low table. Even though this is a party, it's actually work for Mon Mothma, a way for her to grease the wheels and get votes.
I always forget you're Chandler at heart.
And I always forget how sweet you are when you're looking for votes.
So we keep intercutting between 2 very different work gatherings. Prison workers and the elites who put them in that prison. We pointed out last week that the Pord legislation has many similarities to the American Patriot Act, but it actually falls just short of martial law. While people like Cassian and Melshi are suffering from this, the elites are able to debate it with drinks in their hands.
The Emperor's primary charge is to protect us, is it not?
And that, for me, is one of the key lines of this episode. Dictators often use fear, unrest, and war to rise to power, with the excuse that they are needed to keep the people safe and keep law and order. Palpatine used the Clone Wars to rise to power, and now he's using the rebellion to stay in power.
Those who give up some of their liberty in order to obtain a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety.
And we can see the rebellion growing in very small places, even in the prison, where people on different floors use hand signals to communicate. The other prisoners with jobs press Cassian for details on the robbery, and he plays dumb. And this is where Melshi introduces himself with some really good advice.
Don't ever look at the number. Double, triple, it doesn't matter.
Hey!
You're in till they don't want you anymore.
Enough!
Get straight with that.
So he's telling Cassian that their little community here is a lie. The Empire constructs these rules to keep people working to give them false hope of a release. But they're only here as worker units, not as people who are working off a sentence. Now, this is very similar to the freemen in the 1860s and 70s. These were liberated slaves who were given plots of land to work, 40 acres and a mule. But the banks created a system where the families would always be in debt, essentially re-enslaving them with poverty. Now, it's also important to note that most of the elites at Mon Mothma's party are humans. The Empire is extremely prejudiced against non-humans, so worlds representing alien cultures just don't have as much sway or power within the Senate. Then we flash forward about 30 days as Cassian has turned his crew around and they've gone from worst to first. So we shift back to Ferrix, where Cassian's friends and family are suffering because of his actions. Marva hurt her leg trying to be a rebel.
She's obsessed with troopers. She fell trying to pry open the Aldrich's floodgate.
And you know, I'm actually starting to see a lot of parallels to this show in a great movie, The Shawshank Redemption. Marva's monologue in the last episode is along the same lines of Andy Dufresne talking about how the memory of music gives him hope.
They can't touch. It's yours. What are you talking about? Hope.
Later, there's another parallel with the dead prisoner. Now, the callous way they treat this suicide also echoes when a man is beaten by guards in Shawshank.
And it's fat ass by a nose!
This series is so grounded, they even talk about space nursing homes.
What about the daughters of Ferrix? She's a past president.
Now, Bix is with Brasso. Remember that he was Cassian's alibi the day after he killed those 2 corporate workers.
You can buy for me, but I wasn't there. So then you started home and you saw me at the hotel breach.
We also see that Vel and Cinta are on Ferrix keeping watch for Cassian, and as we find out, they are together. Now, as far as I can remember, this is actually the first queer couple we've seen in live-action Star Wars, apart from these two kissing in Rise of Skywalker. And, you know, those two just could have been like really good buddies.
You're gay. Obviously, I'm not gay.
Well, it's not so obvious.
I give it to you. You got me there.
Later, to show the connection and distance between Vel and Cinta, we got this sweet crossfade to show that they're together, yet apart.
Like planes in the sky.
Now, in this conversation, Cinta comes off as way more dedicated to the cause than Vel.
I told you up front. The struggle will always come first. We take what's left.
This is because troopers killed her family, as we found out a couple episodes ago.
Should have been here when Cinta found out. They slaughtered her whole family.
Bix and Pac talk about how losing the hotel was not very good for business.
What hotel?
Well, the Empire turned the local hotel into their HQ.
I was asking if this would do as your headquarters.
This is another example of their careless colonialism. They chose this building because it was large, and they didn't care how it affected the local economy.
They took our jobs!
So, Bix contacts Luthen, and, okay, as always, there are a lot of Easter eggs all over his shop. I feel like every episode we see like a new corner of the shop that shows us something new. This is a Gungan shield from the Phantom Menace, the Mask of a Jedi Temple Guard here, and just behind that, the Starkiller armor from Force Unleashed. And this chest piece is armor from a Mandalorian, and of course, these spiked hands belong to your mom. So, the second half of this episode concentrates on people in 3 different types of prisons. There's the literal prisons, holding Cassian, the people in Ferrix who are imprisoned by poverty and the Imperial garrison, and finally, there's Saw Gerrera, imprisoned by his own fanaticism.
A bit of a luxury, I'd argue, to a man who's hiding in cold caves and begging for spare parts.
The highlight of this episode was Luthen's visit to Saw. Outside, we see Bentich from Rogue One standing guard beside a Z-95 Headhunter, the precursor to the X-Wing. Now, this alludes to Saw's air power that Luthen mentions later on. Forrest Whitaker is magnificent in this scene. So, here's a quick backstory on Saw Gerrera. During the Clone Wars, he was a partisan fighter on his home planet, rebelling against the Separatist occupation. He was even trained by Ahsoka Tano and Anakin Skywalker.
Don't give up. Learning this could save your life and those around you.
Now, his sister died during the war, which really hardened his heart. After the war, he leads a small band of people to live a life away from the Empire, which we briefly saw in The Bad Batch. And he also appears in Star Wars Rebels, where he tries to exterminate the Geonosians.
You know better than anyone. We can't underestimate these things.
Now, at this point in the war, Saw is still optimistic. At least he's in a good mood today. Notice that he hasn't been maimed by war yet, like we saw he was in Rogue One. Saw's partisans have always been far more violent and extreme than the other rebel cells. So much so that they were basically denounced by the rebellion.
But Saw Gerrera is an extremist. His militancy has caused the Alliance a great many problems.
But what I love about this scene is that it really spells out how hard it was to form the Rebel Alliance. Luthen wants the Empire to crack down even more to wake people up. He's hoping that that would cause all these various factions to band together into a single alliance. As Ben Franklin once said, if we don't hang together, we shall surely hang separately. Now, Saw has this great monologue where he talks about these various cells and how they can never work together. He mentions separatists, those are holdouts from the Clone Wars, Neo-Republicans, people who want to reestablish the Republic who would never get along with the Separatists. The Gorman Front, referring to the repressed people of Gorman, that's the planet that Mon Mothma is advocating for in this series and in Rebels.
This is a boot to the throats of all Gormans, who've done nothing more than request their basic rights.
He also mentions the Partisan Alliance, banding together small groups like his, the Sectorists, who are probably people who think the galaxy should be controlled by small local governments divided up by sector, Human Cultists, probably the space version of the Ku Klux Klan, and Galaxy Partitioners.
They're lost! All of them lost!
This monologue is great because it's spelling out the hard work that Mon Mothma and Bail Organa had to do. Up until now, the earliest moment we've seen the Rebel Alliance on screen is when they show up at the end of the first season of Star Wars Rebels, and the Ghost crew learn that they're part of a wider network of fighters.
There are other cells.
Or a cell?
So this meeting is one of the starting points for that moment. Meanwhile, Dedra gets her hands on Bix after she screwed up and tried to send a signal to Luthen. And just one final note, the weirdest thing about this episode is that I actually got invested on whether or not Cassian was going to get first in his shift. But the episode cuts away before we find out, because it doesn't matter. It's all just a ploy by the Empire, a meaningless award to keep the people from rebelling. This episode of Andor is primarily concerned with tasks, jobs, and imprisonment. It's fitting then that it's heavily inspired by George Lucas's first film, THX 1138. Now look, I briefly mentioned this last week when I was like, hey, this episode's a lot like THX. But now we can see these parallels are very deliberate.
What's THX 1 something something something?
Okay, so back in the 70s, George Lucas turned his college film into a feature as part of Francis Ford Coppola's company, American Zoetrope. Now I should note that this film is not very good. It's a hard sci-fi film with very imaginative visuals, visuals, but you know how people said that the characters in the prequels felt two-dimensional? All those flaws are very apparent in this film, but it's still worth a watch because you can see the DNA of Star Wars in this movie. All of George Lucas's first 3 films are about a young man trying to escape an institution, probably because Lucas's dad was a suit and tie wearing guy, and Lucas was a San Francisco-based iconoclast who wanted to change Hollywood. It's fitting then that Andor used THX as an inspiration because this series is set before A New Hope, and that movie came out before A New Hope.
But what are these similarities to Andor?
Well, some of them are purely visual. All of the prisoners wear white jumpsuits, live in pristine white areas, walk down long white hallways, and the entire complex is underground. Of course, Lucas would later go on to repeat these visuals with Attack of the Clones. And just as those clones are treated as units to be moved across an assembly line, so are these prisoners. But besides the visual comparisons, the prisoners do lead lives like the workers in THX 1138. In that movie, everybody's drugged up to suppress their emotions, and they are made to perform meticulous tasks each day. Meanwhile, their health and thoughts are closely monitored by machines and unseen forces. The similarity to Andor is that the workers are given tasks to perform, they're monitored by a robotic voice over an intercom.
Alright then, just back off THX 1138. Back off for a second.
Feet down, face front, hands on heads.
And they're even competing with other floors, like when THX doesn't cause a radiation leak, but the other section does, and so he gets a reward. This is mirrored in Andor's revelation that all of Level 2 was wiped out in this episode. Overall, you can see THX's mechanized society as a kind of precursor to Darth Vader and the Imperial war machine. So THX ends with a chase scene, but the forces pursuing him call it off because the chase is too expensive, and then the character triumphantly rises up into the sun. So let's get into this episode, which begins with Dedra's interrogation of Bix. Consider the first words of the episode.
I don't like wasting time.
And the episode ends with Andor and the others realizing that they are running out of time to waste because the Empire is going to use them up and throw them out. Dedra also talks to Dex about how fishing is a metaphor for her job.
You pull in the net, and the easy thing is to assume that everything you've dragged to shore is a fish.
And again, this parallels Cassian, who is also a fish, caught in a net and is trying to escape.
You're in my net, Bix.
Mon Mothma is caught in a similar net in the Senate. She's stuck in a weak governing body that actually kind of looks like a net. And of course, Syril is caught in his own kind of trap, love.
I can't get out because I love you too much, baby.
Nice one, high five. And the fish metaphor is even more apt for the prison, which is underwater like they're fish in a bucket flailing around because they don't yet know that they're already dead. And of course, anytime you talk about prisoners as fish, it reminds you of Shawshank.
The boys always go fishing with first-timers, and they don't quit till they reel someone in.
Now, Bix's torturer really delights in his work, kind of like Chris Guest in A Princess Bride.
I'm sure you've discovered my deep and abiding interest in pain.
Dedra pretty efficiently dismantled Bix's little smuggling operation, which worked like this. Salman Pack, this guy, went to a separatist meeting. Remember, separatists are one of the rebel factions against the Empire that Guerrero mentioned in the last episode.
Krieger's a separatist.
I'm guessing they want to restore the Confederacy of Independent Systems, which was left over from the Clone Wars. Pack met a woman there who gave him this somewhat untraceable communicator, and then Bix used that communicator to get in touch with Luthen.
So she's a rebel?
No, she only used the communicator to sell him stolen gear because of the planet they're on. Ferrix is in the Outer Rim, but it's also near enough to Imperial traffic that people offload a lot of Imperial stolen goods there. Of course, Dedra is only interested in Luthen, who she has codenamed Axis. And after she works all this out, I love this little eyebrow raise. So good. Oh, and what's this behind her? Oh, dear God, is that a hexagon?
No, not the beast! Not the beast!
Now, back to the prison, where I would like to address the fan theory that Andy Serkis's character, Kino Loy, is the genetic template for the clone Snoke in the sequel trilogy because Snoke was played by Andy Serkis.
Oh wait, he's Snoke?
No, he's not. Stupid theory, but a lot of fun. So, the episode frequently cuts back and forth between a few storylines, which, when it's not done right, can be jarring, like in the Book of Boba Fett. But Andor has a way of cutting to characters who are facing similar predicaments, so the cuts feel natural, and we're linking these experiences together in our minds. For instance, Dedra is torturing Bix to find out where Cassian is, so we go to Cassian, where we see that he's become invested in his work and is reluctantly becoming a team leader. So this takes us back to Bix's torture, where the torturer is enjoying his job.
Oh, the restraints are nothing to be feared.
He makes her listen to the screams of people the Empire thought were expendable. So we cut back to the storyline about the prisoners finding out that the Empire thinks that they are expendable. We see Cassian and the other crew working on their escapes right after Bix listens to the screams of people who could not escape. Every story features the same feeling that a noose is slowly closing around our necks. When they tortured Bix, notice this smash cut. It's exactly like when Leia was tortured in A New Hope. Part of Andor's escape plan is sneaking off a little each day to try to cut off a pipe. And he can do this because he's worked out that they are not actually under surveillance, because the Empire doesn't think they are a threat. This goes all the way back to what he said in episode 3.
They can't imagine it. Can't imagine what? That someone like me would ever get inside their house.
Another character who is trapped in a net is Mon Mothma. Like I mentioned earlier, the Senate even kind of looks like a fishnet.
But how is she trapped? She's rich and powerful and so pretty.
Well, she is trapped by this overreach by the Empire and a completely apathetic governing body who's just letting it happen. In this scene, she's arguing against legislation that is called public safety, but it actually just gives more power to Emperor Palpatine.
So this is how liberty dies. With thunderous applause.
She can see the Emperor growing stronger and weakening democracy, and she can't do anything about it. During her speech, senators are leaving, just turning off the lights. Now, in Star Wars, light is always used as a metaphor for good. The light of the Jedi, the light side of the Force. And here we see the darkness of Palpatine is taking over the Senate, one seat at a time. She's even shouted down.
Safety legislation.
And that kind of thing is happening like right now, like when Joe Wilson shouted, "You lie" at Obama during the State of the Union.
Those who are here illegal. Not true.
Mon Mothma calls the Senate a temple.
Those of you who still believe that when we enter this building, we are in a temple.
And we know what the Empire does to temples. Later, we get the surprise that Vel is Mon Mothma's cousin, which explains how she got in touch with Luthen. But you know what? We should have guessed this, because last episode, Cinta pointed out that her family was very wealthy.
Who would you say you are? Maybe I'm a rich girl, running away from her family.
Oh, and later on, we see that her suitcase is actually just a regular cooler.
Thought we wouldn't notice, but we did.
We get confirmation that Mon Mothma and handsome banker dated.
You remember Terry Colmer?
I do. Mother's old boyfriend.
Like I said, they're gonna smash. After all, Mon Mothma already has one secret lifestyle she's hiding from her husband, so why not two? And then this gets us right back to these prisoners, where Andor is trying to play a little politics of his own. He wants to get Kino Loy on his side to help them escape.
You never think about escaping?
But Kino actually believes that they will get out if they work hard and do their time. But the events of this episode change his mind. Melshi from Rogue One even spells this out.
They could keep us here forever if they wanted.
Funny how the series begins with Luthen trying to recruit Cassian, and now Cassian is trying to recruit Kino into his own mini rebellion in the prison. Cassian says,
"You think they're listening? You think they care enough to make an effort?"
As we cut to the people who are listening, the Imperial Security Bureau. Thanks to Dedra, they've connected Andor to the robbery on Aldani. Now, they mention a rebel cell associated with Maya Pei, who Guerrera mentioned in the last episode, and this person is a Neo-Republican.
Maya Pei's a Neo-Republican.
And then, just as they say,
we're on her full time.
We cut back to the prison where the men are being monitored by the Empire full time, and they learn that 100 men died on deck 2, which takes us to another man in a prison, Syril, except his prison is his mom's house.
You've been in my private box. I have ways of knowing.
His mom notes his haircut and improved appearance, which Syril has changed because he is in love with Dedra. Now, my favorite thing about this scene is how he used slurping his soup to drown out his mom talking.
When you can easily ignore me. Imagine I cracked under the...
Syril is in another kind of prison because he's in love with Dedra, and he's obsessed with her.
Just being in your presence, I've realized that life was worth living.
He talks about how she restored his faith in justice and beauty, and even uses romantic language like,
"I want what you want."
Now, I think he's become obsessed with her because she offered him a lifeline out of his miserable existence. But it is interesting that we can feel sorry for people like Syril, because these are the kind of followers that enable fascism to rise. People like Syril never question authority or think about the morality of their actions. They just want to enforce a rule of law that was determined by someone else. But he's still wanting to fight for justice, much like Dedra, Vel, and Mon Mothma. So, as the episode goes on, all the various nets begin to tighten around our characters. Dedra has traced the stolen Starpath unit to Steerguard, where Cassian stole it from.
From our target list?
No, random, but he's using a stolen Imperial masking unit.
Mon Mothma can't cover the funds she's embezzled, so now she has to go meet with the gangster. And Dedra has captured a pilot who worked for Anton Krieger, a separatist operative who Luthen wanted Saul to meet in the last episode.
The man is an ox. Slow and stupid.
That's strong.
And the final net to tighten is at the prison. Everyone is kept isolated from one another, much like the rebel cells that Luthen is trying to unite.
We need to pull together, Saul.
Kino Loy is at the crux of this escape plan. Up until now, he's been a man of authority, someone who had a lot to lose if he tried to escape. But after the old man has a stroke, Kino Loy slowly realizes exactly how little he means to the Empire. When the old man first has health problems, he's not taken off the line. He's expected to work out his sentence with just 40 days left. And then when the old man has a stroke, the doctor just puts him down like a wounded draft horse. And the man wants to make sure that the man isn't even humanized.
Look at me, brother. His name is Olaf. I don't want to know his name.
And notice the doc is also a prisoner because the Empire would never actually pay a doctor to assist inmates. And instead of calling for a nurse or more medication or a machine that will help and read this guy or some Bacta, he callously calls out for a bag, like the old man is just trash.
I need a bag and a trolley!
And then Cassian finally gets through to Kino.
Cheaper than droids and easier to replace.
The Empire doesn't see them as men serving sentences. They're not people, they're things. They move down hallways like robots or clones on an assembly line. Then they toss the old man out like a busted machine. And Kino learns that like any machine, they're going to be destroyed when they're no longer useful. Last episode, Luthen talked about how he wanted the Empire to be more brutal.
We need the Empire to help. We need them angry. We need them coming down hard.
Because this would inspire more people to rebel. And this is what happens in this episode. The Empire fried 200 inmates. They let this old man die of a stroke and threw him away. And this is what finally pushed Kino over the edge to join Cassian's escape plan. Like Dedra, he's tired of wasting time. Now there is a lot for us to break down in this episode. The hidden meanings of Mon Mothma's storyline, Easter eggs to the rest of Star Wars, and how this whole episode is symbolic for the rise of the rebellion. So you may have noticed the opening music is changing for every episode. For every episode's opening credits, 1 or 2 instruments are being added, making the credits sound more grand as we go through the show. For example, episode 1's credits start off relatively simple, but with episode 2, you can hear the addition of stringed instruments. In episode 3, you can hear the addition of a percussion instrument, and so on. We think it's because throughout the show, Cassian's character is being fleshed out, with different elements added on with every new experience. We also think the addition of each instrument is determined by what's happening in the episode. For example, in episode 3's opening credits, we hear the addition of a percussion instrument that is often found in traditional indigenous music. In that same episode, we see flashbacks of young Cassa being taken in front of Canari by Marva and Clem. And by episode 4, fast and intense drums are added on due to the high-stakes robbery mission. But episode 10's opening credit does sound a lot more hopeful than it has in the past. So the episode begins with Olaf getting bagged and thrown out like trash, which is what these men are to the Empire. R.I.P. Olaf. And by the way, if the actor looks familiar, it's because in 1989 he teed up Michael Keaton's most famous line of all time.
What are you?
I'm Batman.
His trolley is being elevated by anti-grav, which we've seen used to move freight before in Star Wars. Now, it was heartbreaking that they still had to walk the guy through the floor where he worked his life away. Even when he's dead, he cannot escape the assembly line. Now, the most important character in the prison storyline is not Cassian, it's Kino Loy. Kino Loy is the stand-in for the regular working-class dude who just wants to do his job, keep his head down, and stay out of trouble. The entire episode hinges on his willingness to step up and lead his men into an escape. So it's fitting that he's the first close-up of the episode, as we can see him turning this over in his mind. When Cassian urges him to escape, he says that they don't have enough guards, and
they're afraid. Right now, they're afraid.
And then Kino says they killed 100 men just to keep them quiet.
I call that power. Power doesn't panic.
So a few things to address here. Cassian points out that whatever they're making is something that the Empire needs. And more than likely they are making main components for Project Stardust, aka the Death Star. Now the novel Thrawn Treason and the movie Rogue One showed us that the first Death Star was always running behind schedule. Hence why the Empire is forcing these men to work so hard. Because they're afraid of the Emperor's retaliation. But more important here is how Cassian understands the power of fear. Fear is the root of the Empire. The Emperor has power through the dark side of the Force, and the dark side at its core is driven by fear, like Master Yoda said.
Fear leads to anger, anger leads to hate, hate leads to suffering.
The Emperor wants the government afraid of him, so the government will inspire fear in the people.
Fear will keep the local systems in line. Fear of this battle station.
But Cassian sees through this. He knows that fear of the Empire is actually their weakness.
Power doesn't panic.
And this is because fear only creates the illusion of power, and what fear actually creates is rebellion. The Empire built the Death Star as an instrument of fear, but its destruction rallied systems to the cause of the Alliance. And this sentiment is said out loud right here.
I'd rather die trying to take them down than die giving them what they want.
And this is what Luthen has wanted all along.
We need the fear. We need them to overreact. We need them coming down hard. Oppression breeds rebellion.
Now, last week I pointed out the many similarities this prison episode has with George Lucas's first feature, THX 1138, and Cassian points out another one.
They don't have enough guards, and they know it.
This is similar to THX, where the humans were controlled by machines and their daily job was to build more machines. Now, back on Coruscant, Dedra is looking at a star map that's very reminiscent of the star charts that we saw in A New Hope. Very cool.
Yeah, well, you know what's going on with that story? It's very confusing.
Okay, so a couple episodes ago, Luthen tried to get Saul to work with one of the leaders of a rebel cell. This was a guy named Krieger.
The man is an ox. Slow and stupid.
One of Krieger's pilots was captured by the Empire and was interrogated by Dr. Gorst. That's the evil guy who made Bix listen to screaming children. The pilot told the Empire about a planned rebel raid. That's Krieger's raid, the one that Luthen was trying to get Saul to join.
Krieger needs their support.
I'm not for hire.
Think of it.
But the Empire didn't want Krieger to know that they captured the pilot, so they killed the poor guy and made it look like an accident.
So this is all the Empire setting up a trap to kill Krieger?
Exactly, and this is why Lonnie goes to talk to Luthen later on. And I just want to shout out real quick how appropriate it is that this guy has an 80s mustache, and that so many people in this show have 80s hair, because it's consistent with the look and feel of the original trilogy that this is set just before.
It also gives you the sweet, sweet member berries.
Yes, it does. So we have two main storylines in this episode. One is about trapping Krieger, and the other is about trying to escape a trap. And then we have Lonnie, trapped in his role as a spy, trying to escape the rebellion and live a normal life. But more on that in a second. And back at the prison, Kino says,
"We are done with counting shifts."
Because counting down your days only gives you the hope of release one day. And now the inmates have to decide, are they going to be dead or alive? This has parallels with Red's brilliant monologue in The Shawshank Redemption.
Hope can drive a man insane. It's got no use on the inside.
In the hallway, the inmates are told that there is a new policy and they must be silent. And this takes us directly to Ferrix. And notice that now, in all the Ferrix scenes, we hear the constant chirping of Imperial probe units, which are never silent. It's also a subtle reminder that everyone is now being watched, except for the people in the prison. Marva is dying, so the Empire is watching her closely in case Cassian escapes to see her, which is similar to another great prison movie, Cool Hand Luke, where Luke escapes prison to go to his mother's funeral. To emphasize how the Empire is always watching them, Cinta is able to clock an Imperial spy. The government has eyes and ears everywhere, or at least that's what they want everyone to believe, like Andor said in the last episode.
Nobody's listening. Nobody.
And then we go to another storyline where a rebel is feeling trapped, Mon Mothma. She meets with a very successful gangster named Davos, kind of like the smuggler Davos in Game of Thrones, who Stannis later named as his master of ships. Now this conversation was such a masterclass in how polite society says everything with a double meaning that it could have been written by Oscar Wilde. I want to go through their conversation and break down what they actually mean with everything they say. The conversation starts off with Davos saying that he's been in this apartment 30 years before, when a different Chandrilan senator lived there.
Suppose I thought I'd be coming back regularly.
Here he's saying, a gangster like me is never allowed in the corridors of power. Mon Mothma responds with,
"It's state property."
Which is her saying, "Oh, it's nothing. I'm a servant of the people." And then she goes on to say that they're not allowed to change the decor. Davos replies,
"But one of the indulgences of great wealth is freedom from other people's opinions."
"I don't care what people think of me, I do what I want." After Mon shuts him down, Tay says,
"The senator has many obligations. She's learned to manage her time accordingly."
Make it quick before this whole thing blows up.
I like when things are clear. But then I always get to thinking, what's around the corner?
I have a lot of money, but I want more.
Your curiosity has clearly been profitable.
I need your money, and I have nothing more to give you.
I've met your husband several times.
I am familiar with your personal life, and you're not that far above me. It's also maybe implied here that her marriage was arranged, which would explain a lot, like why she and her husband hate each other, and why Davos thinks that she'll be open to betrothing her daughter to his son later on.
I'm sure.
But my husband is an asshat, and so are you.
I take it that's not a corner we're turning in this conversation.
It is not.
Oh, we can't talk about your family? Remember, he's trying to lay the groundwork to marry his kid to her daughter.
Many cultures don't fully appreciate the clarity of the Chandrilan marriage.
I think it's fine when marriages are arranged.
Boundaries can be liberating.
Not having to choose your own spouse allows you to focus on other things.
Searching for a more fluid banking situation, are we?
You need to lower yourself to my level for quick cash.
We've discussed all this, Deborah.
Don't rub it in.
I'd like to hear her say it.
I need to know how far she's willing to take this, followed by...
The Empire's new regulations, made without Senate consultation, I might add.
I agree with you that the Empire is overreaching. I am like you. Don't feel tarnished by taking my money.
What will it cost?
Stop trying to butter me up and tell me what you really want. I won't be in your pocket.
I'd like a return invitation.
Like a lot of gangsters, what he wants is the power of legitimacy. Like Vito told Michael, I never wanted this life for you. I thought you'd be Senator Corleone.
I have a 14-year-old son.
I want to be in your family.
What makes you think I approve of that tradition?
I won't marry off my daughter like it's the Middle Ages, implying that she had to go through the same thing and she won't have this happen to her own daughter.
Our position sometimes makes decisions for us, don't you find?
You have no choice. And by the way, Mon's daughter is named Leda, just like she was in the old Expanded Universe novels. And then we get to the capper. After Mon Mothma says she's not thinking about his offer, he says...
That's the first untrue thing you've said.
Amazing scene. And then we go to Clea, who's setting up another clandestine meeting, this one with Luthen and Lonnie, the Imperial spy. What is it with gingers being spies?
I'm the spy.
She knows he wanted to meet because he left marks on the fountain, similar to the marks that Vel left when they had their meeting. Every episode I try to mention another Easter egg in Luthen's shop, like this mural of hands that we saw in Star Wars Rebels, this Jedi holocron, a Twi'lek Calicori, the Jedi Temple guard mask, and here the headdress he's working on looks a lot like the one Padme wore in the prequels. And then we get a breathtaking 16-minute prison escape sequence that is at the heart of the episode. And it starts off with the coolest handoff since Office Space. Andor sneaks into the back to cut away from the pipe, reminiscent of Andy Dufresne using his rock hammer in The Shawshank Redemption. Now, it took me a little while to realize that Andor's goal was to burst the pipe. I thought he just wanted to use some component from this toilet to escape. In fact, when the water spilled, I thought it was like a ticking clock, like everybody would die if the water spread onto the floor. Good thing I've never tried to escape a prison because they have worked out that an electrified wet floor would short out all the power, which is a great surprise. The sequence is so good. The stillness of this pause. Intercut with the violence of the gushing water. It is so perfectly paced, just brilliant. It's also so good that Kino repeats the intercom announcement.
New man on the floor! Hold your positions!
But, like Mon Mothma's conversation, there's a double meaning here. He's telling them, don't attack yet. Oh, and the Imperials are using Imperial blaster pistols like we first saw in A New Hope. Earlier, we talked about how Cassian was saying that fear was their greatest weapon, and we see this right off the bat. As soon as one thing does not go according to plan, the Imperials panic. So they shock the new prisoner, and that sets this guy up to use the weapon against the guard. Later, they're so panicked that they even shock the floor, even though the inmates are all on tables. So then Kino gives the real order, and suddenly they're making weapons out of whatever they have around them, much like the Ewoks. Now, symbolically, a few different things are happening during this break. The prisoners have to rise up through the complex, much like the rebellion rising up against the Empire. Like I pointed out last week, this is also mirroring the ending of George Lucas's THX 1138. Also, like in THX, the guards are wearing black and the heroes are in white. We hear shouts of, "Come on!" which is literal. They have to climb. But remember, this is what Nemik yelled to Cassian. In fact, I think they were his last words. Climb! And it's also what K2SO shouted to him on Scarif. Climb! Climb! And now, climbing has become their mission, to climb up out of the hole the Empire placed them in. Then we see water trickling down to the lower levels. This is symbolic of how the isolated rebel cells across the galaxy slowly banded together into a cohesive military force, from the efforts of people like Luthen and Mon Mothma. So, when Kino and Andor finally get to the control center, all the Imperial can say is,
"You shouldn't be here."
Because this guy is essentially a living machine. He can't think for himself, he can only input data. And what he's basically saying here is,
does not compute, does not compute.
The map of the complex is dark and the inmates are depicted as dots of light. In Star Wars, light is always symbolizing the good guys, facing off against the dark side of the Force. But in this case, the lights are more like flickers of hope, like stars in the blackness of space. Kino leans over the desk, awkwardly at first, kind of like this.
We're fine, we're all fine here now, thank you. How are you?
But then Kino makes an impassioned speech that sounds like a labor leader in the 1800s.
Stop the work. Get out of your cells. Take charge. And start climbing.
Cassian also tells the guards,
"On program! Now!"
And you know, the command they give prisoners also has a couple different meanings. On program can mean follow the program, the plan that we've laid out for you. But you also program computers and machines. THX 1138 was about a human being breaking free from machine control because the machines were using drugs to program him to behave like a machine, to suppress his emotions. And just like in THX, the prisoners escape by entering the light. But there we learn the sad irony of Kino's story.
Can't swim!
Much like Moses, he's one leader who can never enter the promised land. And this brilliant overhead shot of them escaping is the reverse of showing their dots on the board. Instead of lights trapped in a sea of darkness, there are streaks of white escaping outward into the light. But then we go further into the darkness, literally and figuratively. Lonnie meets Luthen in the depths of Coruscant. Now, we've talked on the channel before about how the lower levels of Coruscant are where the poor live and where the underworld thrives. But now, they've actually gone several miles underground into the depths of the machines that run the city. If the Empire is a beast, then this is the belly of that beast. And as Luthen says, this is where he lives now. Lonnie is coming to tip Luthen off about the raid on Krieger at the Rings of Calfried, where we first met Andor in Rogue One. Now, in that scene, Andor sacrifices the life of another rebel to escape the Empire. And here we see that Luthen is willing to do the same. He would sacrifice Krieger and 50 of his soldiers just to keep his Imperial spy intact. And you know what? There are never any handrails in Star Wars.
I just want a railing, you know? One railing, right here.
Then Stellan Skarsgård fires up this epic monologue filled with double meanings.
I yearned to be a savior against injustice without contemplating the cost, and by the time I looked down, there's no longer any ground beneath my feet. What is my sacrifice?
Literally, because of where he is standing, and
I'm condemned to use the tools of my enemy.
Like sacrificing people in order to win a war. And he delivers this monologue in the depths of the Imperial capital like he's trapped inside the depths of hell. And after his last line,
I need all the heroes I can get.
We cut to one of those heroes, Cassian Andor. Cassian has finally learned that he cannot escape the Empire, not with any amount of money. Episode 11 of Andor. This episode set the stage for a final showdown on Ferrix, where our key characters will finally gather in the same place for the first time since episode 3. We pointed out last week that more instruments have been added with each episode. Last episode sounded like this. And this episode added more horns and strings. Horns are often a symbol that you're being called to war, and adding so many new stringed instruments means that you're adding more seats to the orchestra as these various rebel factions and cells begin to gel together into one cohesive unit. First, let's talk about some of the recurring themes in this episode and how the beginning and the ending mirror each other so well. The episode begins with Melshi and Cassian dangling near death, trying to evade Imperial patrols. Melshi says,
"My hands won't work."
And the episode ends with the two of them going out into the world to potentially face down those same Imperial patrols. Melshi begins the episode on the brink of death, about to literally lose his grip, but the episode ends with those same hands gripping a blaster and being filled with resolve.
People have to know about this.
Once again, the episode also intercuts between people who are trapped, but in this episode, people begin to find an escape. Andor and Melshi escape from Narkina. Luthen escapes from an Imperial patrol. Mon Mothma is about to escape her financial situation by betrothing her daughter to a gangster. Syril is escaping the prison of his day job to hunt for Andor, and Bix may or may not be escaping her predicament by lying to the ISB. As Cassian is near death, we see that his adopted mother Marva has just succumbed to full-on death. And there's something else that we see a lot of in this episode that's been lacking in the series. Simple acts of kindness. The fishermen help Cassian and Melshi, and Brasso is kind to B2. So Marva's death scene is presented from the POV of B2. Originally, we see him as a cold, unfeeling red eye. Now, of course, this is calling back to HAL 9000 from Stanley Kubrick's 2001: A Space Odyssey.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
HAL was a computer designed to help the astronauts, who gradually became more concerned with his own well-being and survival.
I'm afraid.
Now, I don't think the B2 is going to start shoving people out of airlocks, but like HAL, he does have a strong emotional desire.
What about the droid?
As we see the world from his point of view, one of the women just refers to him as a droid, and he starts to shake nervously, disrupting this cup. And the cup is probably there because someone was using him as a table, as an object. And he's afraid that he'll be deactivated or just alone without Marva around. But Brasso doesn't treat him like an appliance, he treats him like a friend who just lost someone special.
We're gonna take her out in a minute. Want to say goodbye.
And man, Star Wars has a weird relationship with droids. A few years ago, the pop culture detective put out a video called The Tragedy of Droids, where he pointed out that droids are second-class citizens, but they have emotions. But then again, Luke did tell us that this kind of attachment is unusual.
But I've never seen such devotion in a droid before.
I have.
How would that work?
That works.
But all of this is just heartbreaking. B2's basically a child who can't even begin to process Marva's death.
I want Mama Marva.
Marva is taken out on an anti-grav sled, just like Olaf was in the last episode, and I think the contrast between the two of them is very interesting. Marva died with rebellion in her heart. She died in her home, which is all these warm colors, and she's attended to by her friends. Olaf died basically an Imperial slave in a cold, sterile place, where he was bagged and thrown out like garbage. On Ferrix, we see people respectfully stop what they're doing as the body is carried away. And we do this today at funeral processions, but it is an old custom dating back hundreds or thousands of years. Whereas in the prison, people are forced to be on program, not out of respect, but so they can get the body out without hassle so they can get back to work sooner. And like I said, Olaf was thrown out with the trash, whereas Ferrix has a very particular custom.
You become a block of Ferrix brick.
So this makes you look at all the brick buildings around Ferrix very differently. The people of Ferrix and their deaths build their planets up. They become part of the buildings that house future generations. It's like the dead and the living building their community together. It's the sort of detail that the Empire wouldn't care about when they say appropriated a hotel for their headquarters, even though that hotel is essentially a graveyard for the people of Ferrix. Now the Imperials say that the bricks become part of a wall, which is also a nice detail. Walls can be used to keep people in, like the Imperials do, but they're also used for defense to keep people out, like how Ferrix is about to uprise against the Empire. Marva is being tended to by the Daughters of Ferrix, which was mentioned a few episodes ago, and I assume is like a woman's auxiliary group, but in space.
It's a smutty book.
Across the street, we see Cinta working in a bar, and her regular customer is the Imperial spy that she clocked in the last episode. It's also fitting that she could tell this guy was a spy right away, but he appears to have no idea what she actually is. Going back to what Andor said back in episode 3.
They're so fat and satisfied. They can't imagine it.
Back on Narkina, Andor and Melshi want to steal a quad jumper. Now we saw one of these parked outside in Navarro in The Mandalorian episode 1, but we first saw one of them in The Force Awakens when a different pair of people, Rey and Finn, were going to use one to escape, but then fell short. And I love that the aliens in this show are all done with practical effects. In fact, most of the sets in Andor are also practical, but the windows in Mon Mothma's apartment are LCD screens, so the actors can look out on Coruscant instead of looking out on green screens. Even this fisherman's cool mechanical arm, it would have taken like a lot of extra time to build, but that's the care they put into creating this world. Or like this guy here, this is just like a background shot of a guy working on a droid, but they still had to build that droid just for a background shot that's like 1 second long, just so this guy could have something to do. Awesome show. Melshi and Andor get caught in nets, a Star Wars staple.
Great, always thinking with your stomach.
Now, there's a neat parallel with the fisherman here to Dedra's speech to Bix.
Better fishing on land these times, eh?
You're in my net, Bix.
Cassian is caught by literal fishermen, but these guys hate the Empire so much that they'll help these random 2 prisoners escape. Again, the difference between Cassian and Bix's predicament is simple acts of kindness. And as Cassian is trapped within a trap, we intercut to the ISB, setting another trap for him with a funeral.
We want a funeral.
Then we shift back to Luthen's shop where Vel meets with Kleya. Hey look, that's a Gungan shield. So, when Vel enters the shop, the two of them speak in code words.
My cousin. I understand she shops here.
This is one of several coded conversations in the episode, and I just have to shout out this framing in this conversation. The 2 actors are standing close to one another. They could have been shot within the same frame, but director Benjamin Caron chose to shoot them in 2 separate shots, with both actors lacking lead room. That's the space in front of an actor where they're looking. Now this is often used to create tension in a scene, like there's something creeping up behind the actor that they can't see, something that they're blinded to. It's also an indication that the actor is missing out on something because they cannot see ahead of themselves. In this case, these 2 women have created barriers around themselves to protect their identities. Plus, they really don't like one another. Kleya is framed with this darkness behind her and the warrior armor from Force Unleashed. This is saying that she lives in the shadows, whereas Vel has all this Chandrilian-esque gold behind her, implying that she is wealthy and can do whatever she likes. Padme's headdress is even directly behind her, another symbol of the wealthy in the rebellion. Then, as they talk, they briefly occupy the same frame, facing forward toward the camera to show that they're on the same page, before Vel gets confrontational.
I gave him Aldani. What have you done lately?
And then the 2 of them are filmed in shot reverse shots over the shoulder to imply that they're still in the same space or on the same side, but they occupy very different spaces within the rebellion.
We've come a long way from George Lucas filming people sitting on couches.
Yes, we have. As a reminder that the people of Ferrix love their traditions, we get the triumphant return of Hammer Guy. That's another thing this show has done really well, showing us the local traditions of different planets. Ferrix has its bricks, Aldani has the Eye, and Chandrilia has a weird religion and arranged marriages that I'm going to talk about in just a bit. So all of this is showing us the stakes of the rebellion, because the Empire wants to create a single unified system. This is what they think of local customs.
Wipe them out. All of them.
And then we go to Bix in her cell in a close-up shot that is very much like B2's that opened the episode. This shows that they are both trapped, kind of just in their own way. She's brought into an interrogation room, and notice the cameras here are the same design we saw on the Death Star in A New Hope. They show her a holo of Anton Krieger and ask if he is her source, Axis.
So wait, who's Krieger again?
Okay. Very brief explanation. Krieger is leader of another rebel cell. Luthen wanted Saul to work with him, but then Saul said,
"The man is an ox. Slow and stupid."
That's strong.
Then the Empire apprehended one of Krieger's pilots who told them about a raid Krieger had planned. The same raid that Luthen was trying to recruit Saul to join. So the ISB is setting a trap for Krieger. Luthen has a mole in the ISB who told him about the trap, but Luthen is willing to let Krieger die to protect his source, and because this would also make the Imperials let their guard down. Now it looks like the Imperials are eager to pin as much onto Krieger as they can. If Dedra can say that Krieger is Axis, then it means that she can wrap up her case and get her promotion. Now, we're not even sure if Bix even answers their question here. She probably knows that once she gives them Axis, they'll kill her because she'd be useless to them, but she also wants the torture to stop. My guess is that she lies, says this is Axis, and that then she's sentenced for execution but is rescued in the next episode.
Then we decided to come and rescue you.
Good job.
As the camera is on Bix, the audio overlaps from Mon Mothma's apartment. Now note the chant here, the old ways hold us, presenting us with two very different viewpoints of bondage.
Yeah, what's going on with this?
Well, Mon's daughter Leda is a church kid who is more religious than either of her parents. She found the adult who leads the ceremony and recruited all of her friends to join in. Essentially, Chandrilia is a very old, very moneyed society with this religion that celebrates a woman being in a traditional role. The kids chant, the old ways bind us. But the meaning of the word bind here is more like holding us together. They even say safe in the braid of the old ways. Braids, like the way Leda always wears her hair. This is also in contrast to the binds that the Empire is holding people in. The kids go on to chant, safe in the knot of the binding the old ways teach us. And then they say,
bound against the wind, tied to shore.
So this is calling to mind sailing. So knots can be used as the Empire uses them, to bind, to hold, to pin down, or they can be used to hold together a ship or sails. Knots can be protection against the elements. This goes back to what Davos said in the last episode, when he referred to adhering to traditions as liberating.
Boundaries can be liberating.
Remember that Davos has offered to give Mon Mothma all the money she needs, and all he wants in return is for his son to be betrothed to Mon Mothma's daughter. Davos wants a gateway into legit society and to be considered part of Mon's family.
Don't tell me you're taking proposals.
Now, all of this is basically setting up that her daughter wouldn't actually mind being in a prearranged marriage because it's part of these traditions that she's reciting. So Mon Mothma has an out, but she's very much against the idea of betrothal because that's how she ended up married to this tool.
Well, good luck feeding the galaxy. I'm off to feed myself.
And then Mon spells out how she got into this mess, taking money from her family trust to fund the rebellion until suddenly the Empire started to monitor large transactions. Last week, Luthen had that epic monologue where he talked about sacrificing everything.
What do I sacrifice? Everything!
And now we see that Mon Mothma has made the greatest sacrifice she possibly could for the rebellion. She has sacrificed her family. And then we go to another dysfunctional family, Syril's, whose mom is waking him up like he's a child.
Call for you.
Linus Monk returns. You know, that guy who broke Star Wars taboos by finally saying the S word? Linus tells Syril that Andor is likely to return to Ferrix, and afterwards we finally get to see what is in Syril's private box.
Been in my private box.
What's in the box?
Now, I expected the box to have like watercolor drawings of Dedra, but the worst thing about this show is that we don't get a good look at what's in Syril's personal box. Now, last week we did an Andor talkback comparing it to the Book of Boba Fett, where Heather Antos drew an interesting parallel between Andor and Syril, saying that we're watching how both of them become radicalized by two different sides. The character parallels continue in this episode as we see Cassian getting back into his own private box, reclaiming his credits in Space Miami. And in Andor's box, the Arabesh letters here read, "Control is so desperate to be fused, it's so unnatural, tyranny. So what we're seeing here is Nemik's manifesto that he gave to Andor. It's very touching that he kept it, and it shows that a little bit of Nemik's philosophy seeped into Andor, and that there's a seed of rebellion growing inside of him. So then we go from Andor sneaking out of a hotel room to Luthen sneaking around with the partisans. Now I broke down the history of Saw Gerrera in past videos, so I'm not going to go too much into that, but basically he fought with the Separatists in the Clone Wars, his sister died, that radicalized him, and then after the Empire was created, he formed a partisan band that struck the Empire with these brutal attacks. This is the reason why the rebellion didn't want to associate with him in Rogue One.
His militancy has caused the Alliance a great many problems.
And here we're seeing an early attempt to bring him into the fold of the rebellion, with Luthen asking him to provide Krieger with air support. The air support being the Z-95 headhunters that are parked outside, and these are precursors to X-Wings. Now here, Saw agrees to help, but with terms.
But we take tactical orders from no one. We get to loot the Eastern Garrison. Whatever we can carry on.
So Saul actually sees an opportunity to fund his own group, but he also wants to retain autonomy. So I love little details like this because it really shows why he wasn't part of the main rebellion by the time of Rogue One. Even in this scene, when Saul realizes that Luthen has spies, Saul's first thought is of himself.
Maybe there's someone here with me.
This scene shows the beginning of his paranoia that only grows. In Rogue One, he basically trusts no one and even interrogates a pilot who's defected to his side. And Stellan Skarsgård continues to be a treasure on this show.
Put it down or give it back.
That dude was wasted in the MCU. Luthen gives away fake information saying,
"It's tubes."
So this character's name is actually Benthic. After Saw Gerrera's death, Benthic keeps leading the partisans, even teaming up with Luke and the Rebel Alliance at one point. Kind of fitting though, because his first reaction in the comics was to take Han, Luke, and Leia hostage. Now his nickname is Two Tubes, which is why Luthen calls him
Tubes.
Why does Luthen give Saw a fake informant?
Well, because he knows that Saw would always trust Tubes no matter what, and he's trying to show him that it doesn't matter if he has an informant, they're all on the same side. Afterwards, we get another coded conversation in the episode, this time Luthen talking to Kleia.
Need that piece. We lose that and we'll have to close shop. You need to think of the consequences of losing that piece to another collector.
And here he's actually talking about Andor. Now a few episodes ago he ordered Andor's death. I think he would much rather recruit Andor to the rebellion. But if Andor is going to go off and do his own thing, then Luthen can't risk somebody knowing his face. And then he runs afoul of a Catwell-class arrestor cruiser. So these were built specifically to catch smugglers and pirates, hence the powerful tractor beams. We first saw one in Solo right here. Luthen generates a transponder signal from Alderaan, the home planet of Leia Organa. But this isn't just an Easter egg though, because remember, this entire series is leading up to Rogue One, where the Death Star became operational and then did this. Luthen escapes by using the Imperial tractor beam against itself. He releases metal shards which are much lighter than his ship, so the tractor beam pulls them back incredibly fast, shredding the dish. The first TIE fighter Luthen takes out is a TIE bomber before he takes the others out, Anakin style.
I'll try spinning, that's a good trick.
Next, Cassian contacts home to get a message to Marva, and at this communication station we see schematics for two ships with familiar designs. Adam Lance Garcia points out that this one on the left is definitely a Corellian freighter, similar to the Millennium Falcon but actually closer to a YT-1930, and the one on the right is similar to a Republic troop transport but with the high central fin that the Empire added on. Help me out friends, tell me what you think any of these ships could be down in the comments below. So this is the final of the episode's coded messages, and it's also the most unprofessional.
Cass, hang on.
Melshi ends the episode fired up, ready to tell people about the injustices the Empire is visiting upon their prisoners. Melshi is very much ready to be the rebel that we will meet in Rogue One, but Cassian still has self-preservation on his mind. He is haunted by the death of Marva. He wants to go home for her service, to say goodbye, kind of like Brasso foreshadowed at the start of the episode.
We're gonna take her out in a minute, if you want to say goodbye.
But Cassian is still not fully a rebel, and notice that he gives Melshi one of his blasters but none of his money. Andor still is looking out for himself. He wants to find his sister and take Marva away from the Empire where they can all be safe. But now, that's no longer an option. The opening title adds more instruments in every episode. Now this is done for a couple reasons. It's symbolic of how the rebellion is slowly coming together, but it's also showing Andor emerging from obscurity to become a hero of the rebellion. But every episode's instruments also reflect the story. For instance, the first 3 episodes included tribal drums to reflect Cassian's childhood. Now this episode is very heavy with horns and drums. Drums obviously are used in a march to war. But here, the drums and horns have a literal meaning in the episode. They're from Marva's funeral procession. In fact, it's a clever reveal that the theme music has actually been this march music that's native to Ferrix all along. This is showing that rebellion is in Cassian's blood. It's part of who he is, but it's taken him 12 episodes for it to fully emerge. And it took the funeral to help him fully realize his potential as a rebel. And the funeral is scored by the same theme that guides him internally. The episode opens with Willman soldering his bomb together.
Willman? Who's Willman?
No, Willman. He's actually been in 4 episodes of this show, but just kind of in the background. He was working with Salman Pack in the first episode right here. Remember, Salman Pack is the guy who owned the secret radio that Bix used. The Empire tortured and killed him a few episodes ago. So now, Willman is looking at Salman's picture as motivation for him to create this bomb to get revenge on the Empire. Next, Dedra lands on Ferrix, exiting an Imperial shuttle with 2 Death Troopers. Now, of course, we first saw Death Troopers accompanying Orson Krennic in Rogue One, and later Grand Admiral Thrawn in Star Wars Rebels. Basically, they're elite stormtroopers who can actually fight, and they usually will accompany ISB agents or high-ranking officials. Easy way to remember this is the black armor pairs nicely with the white uniforms. Now, one thing I did not know until recently is that the Emperor named them Death Troopers because he wanted people to think that they were literal undead troopers. There were rumors in the early days of the Empire that they had created soldiers who could not die, and the Emperor wanted to feed into that fear. 3 of the episode's key players converge on the first Ferrix scene. Now, Zanwan is the comms guy who told Cassian about Marva, Brasso is his friend who was his alibi for the murder in the first episode, and the eventual traitor is named Nurchi. You'll remember, Cassian owed him money in the first episode.
He said all I needed to do was stand here.
All of their roles in the finale were foreshadowed in the very first episode, where we saw that Brasso is loyal, Zanwan helped Cassian cover his tracks, and Nurchi only cares about money. Ferrix is a bustle of activity, and this is where the production design of this show really shines. The Mandalorian, Obi-Wan, and the Book of Boba Fett were mostly filmed on the volume, a dome of LCD screens that create digital environments. And the volume is cool, but Andor is filmed on these wide, expansive sets. These sets allow the episode's directors to do more with extras, more activities, so everything feels real sort of random, like this is a world where people are just trying to get home from work or go to the pub. And this attention to detail really pays off when we know the significance of these bricks. The dead of Ferrix are the literal foundation of their society.
You become a block of Ferrix brick.
Now, there's something charming about knowing that the same care that went into creating the sets is shared by the characters in the show when they built their world. Dedra is wearing the typical Star Wars disguise, just a hood.
It's not a disguise, Hank. We look like ourselves at a baseball game.
And all of this is intercut with Willman making a bomb, very neatly establishing all the moving parts that will come to a head in the climax. So Cinta has been spying on Korv for the past couple episodes. Korv is pretty obviously a spy, not even bothering to not talk to himself in public.
I want full coverage, spotters front and back.
Whereas he has conversations with Cinta and has no idea that she's a rebel.
Someone you know?
Just started last week.
And eventually, she'll do this to him. And he never sees it coming. And again, this was all set up in the first Ferrix arc of the show by Cassian.
They can't imagine it.
Can't imagine what?
That someone like me would ever get inside their house.
Then we cut from one spy to another. Mon Mothma's kind of emotional about her husband's gambling, so she lets her guard down in front of her driver. Now, she has known that this guy was a spy for the whole season, and he's always just kind of been there in the background. This is the first time we actually see the car from the driver's point of view, from the front, to really hit home that he is an Imperial agent.
I'm the spy.
Now, to symbolize that she's let her guard down, she begins the scene by unbuttoning her coat, literally opening herself up to an attack. So, Mon Mothma's upset about 2 things in her personal life. One, that she has to marry off her daughter to a gangster's son. And to add to that, her own arranged marriage has saddled her with a dumbass degenerate gambler. And this explains why the gangster Davos knew him and Mon's cool reaction to their relationship.
I've met your husband several times.
I'm sure.
On the drive, Mon basically tells him not to poop where he eats, saying,
"You go to Canto Bight."
Which, of course, was the incredible space casino that we saw in The Last Jedi. And look, even if you don't like The Last Jedi, you have to love Canto Bight. Everything from the first cutaway.
It's a terrible place filled with the worst people in the galaxy.
To Carrie Fisher's dog Gary, to a drunken alien mocapped by Mark Hamill feeding coins at a BB-8. Canto Bight has to be in everybody's top 1 Star Wars planet. Now, I've actually got a theory about this Gimli storyline that I'm going to go over just a little later in the video. So Vel goes to see Cinta, where once again, Cinta is all business, choosing the cause over their relationship.
Good to see you too.
In last episode, I pointed out how Vel was filmed without lead room to show that there was something that she was missing, and she was being short-sighted. Now, the scene in this episode also has some interesting framing. Cinta looking through the spyglass, middle of the frame, with plenty of look room in front of her to show that she has her eye on the future. Cut to Vel, no look room, implying that she is not whole without Cinta's affection. She takes a step closer to Cinta, which only creates more space behind her, showing that she is truly alone. In the 2-shot, Vel is out of focus, creating distance between her and Cinta, and then as Cinta turns, she and Vel are framed in separate shots, isolated within their each frame. There is no over-the-shoulder shot. Now, when you film someone over the shoulder, it implies a closeness or connection. But when you film someone isolated in a frame, it shows that they are alone and isolated from the rest of the world. So then we cut to Cassian, who, like Vel, is also seeking a connection with an immovable stone. He goes to the brick of his father, Clem. Now, as he's thinking about his father, we hear his dad's VO.
Here's the thing, Cassian. The man that sees everything is more blessed than cursed.
So this scene is Cassian remembering his dad's lesson that you need to take care of things. He says that these days people would just throw out old parts and get new ones. But with a little care, you can repair the broken gear and make it more valuable.
People don't look down the way they should.
You see, Book of Boba Fett, this is how you do a flashback. Cassian's flashback directly informs his decisions in this episode, and they also create a thematic parallel. Up until now, Cass has been trying to run away from his problems to get rich and leave. But in this episode, he chooses to honor the people of Ferrix, to repair what's broken, and to make it better. This also goes back to the theme music of the show matching the music of the funeral march. Cassian's heart is finally aligned with his goals. There's also a more literal parallel here with Bix. She was broken by the Empire, and Cassian won't abandon her. When he learns that she is in prison in the very next scene, he remembers his father's words and decides to go on a rescue. So then the words of Nemik's journal begin to narrate the action. You'll remember Nemik passed on his journal to Cassian in episode 6. Cassian has been reading his journal, being inspired by his words. A lot of what Nemik says here boils down to nature versus the machine. He says,
"Freedom is a pure idea. It occurs spontaneously and without instruction."
Comparing the rebellion to, say, a weed growing through the crack of a sidewalk.
Life, finds a way.
And the key line of the series might just be,
"The Imperial need for control is so desperate because it is so unnatural."
The Emperor, as a Sith, has constructed a hierarchy that draws its strength from the dark side.
The dark side of the Force is a pathway to many abilities some consider to be unnatural.
The Empire is built on fear and anger, just like the dark side of the Force. But the dark side of the Force is not natural. The dark side unbalances the Force because it can only destroy and never nurture life. The dark side harnesses the power of the Force, but only to benefit an individual and not to benefit the whole. And we see this reflected in this show on planets like Aldani. The Empire is destroying local Aldani customs to replace them with a system of order that they have devised, that they are forcing on the natural order of Aldani. But the most beautiful natural event on Aldani, the Eye, is more powerful than any Imperial fighter. And then this line,
"Oppression is the mask of fear,"
goes back to what Cassian said to Kino Loy.
They just killed 100 men to keep them quiet. What would you call that? I'd call that power. Power doesn't panic.
People in power oppress others because they are afraid of being deposed, because deep down they know that their rule is unnatural and will be challenged. And Nemik ends his speech with one word.
"Remember this. Try."
So then we go from Nemik inspiring with hope to the Empire ruling with fear to the ISB. Mon Mothma's driver is reporting in, and we learn that indeed they are watching her bank accounts.
Where would I get the money? That's what scares me the most.
That's right. Word for word.
But it's weird that she's choosing now to slip up, right? Like, I think that she did this on purpose. If word got around that her husband was gambling, then this would explain the sizable hole in her account, a deficit that she knew the government was already going to discover. And then, to the public, it would look like that they marry off their daughter to Davos's family as a way to cover his gambling debts, and no one would suspect that Mon Mothma was secretly funding the rebellion all along.
Very clever.
High five. Then the Empire live watches the deaths of Anton Krieger and his forces. Now, the ISB didn't actually care about their forces or investigating everything further. They just wanted to close this case to impress people. Their goal was to make a bust that looks so good that they can impress the Emperor and tell everyone that they avenged the heist on Aldani.
We put a lot of dope on the table.
Going back to the Empire being unnatural, Dedra speaks a lot about containment and the Imperial's work to create a box on Aldani.
Got control positions here, here, and here. We'll have snipers in a containment unit there.
Containment, yes. Snipers, no.
Whereas Ferrix is about to show that growth is spontaneous and cannot be contained by a box. Then Cass meets with Brasso, and by the way, this grate is just like one of the ones that we saw here in Jabba's palace. He delivers Marva's message.
It was already burning. He's just the first spark of the fire.
Again, fire and light are often used as metaphors for the good side of the Force.
We are the spark that'll light the fire that'll burn the First Order down.
And this line is a killer.
Tell him I love him more than anything he could ever do wrong.
And it pairs beautifully with their last conversation, when he said that he would always be worried about her if she stayed behind, and she said,
"That's just love."
And of course, just as Kyber says,
"Find access."
We cut to Axis. Now this time, Luthen is not using any public transport to get into the city. He's using a private bike to stay completely undetected. But Syril and Linus Mosk are taking the pro-public transport that we saw way back in episode 3. Syril's storyline may seem superfluous in this episode, but it elegantly expresses the theme of rebellion sprouting up spontaneously. Dedra tries to contain Ferrix in a box, and she also pins down all of her emotions in a box. Syril loves Dedra, but she refuses to open herself up to him emotionally.
I want what you want.
You're out of your mind.
But in this episode, during the riot, she is stripped of all her power. She is reduced to living, burning fear. Syril rescues her in this vulnerable state, and she looks at him and sees the face of love, and sure enough, gives a brilliant performance here as she silently works through these emotions. Now, just as rebellion occurs spontaneously, springing forth from a box of control, her emotions pour out of her, and she can't control her feelings of fear, relief, and affection. For instance, the Empire is trying to limit and control the time and place of the funeral, which is a natural event for the people of Ferrix. So their local customs, like the guy hitting the anvil with great precision and care, immediately disrupts the Imperial plans. And then the instruments tune, like the show is warming up for its final act. As they march, instruments are slowly added in, like the opening theme that we've been watching for the entire season. The early funeral forces them to empty the troops out of the hotel, allowing Cassian to rescue Bix. Syril can't get to the street because the Imperials are blocking him, just as the ISB blocked him from investigating Andor on the streets of Ferrix. B2 has quickly become my favorite droid because he is so earnest and vulnerable. Unlike, say, R2-D2 or 3PO, he doesn't have a key place in the galactic conflict. He doesn't carry plans to a battle station. He wasn't built by Darth Vader. He's just a sad little guy who loves his family.
I don't want to be alone. I want Mama Marva.
After the first bit of music, there's this stillness, followed by a faster march like the people of Ferrix know they're marching off to war. And then B2 projects Marva, much like R2 projected different images of the rebellion, Luke and Leia.
The message, R2, the message.
Greetings, Exalted One.
Marva's self-eulogy says,
I always wanted to be lifted. The dead lifted me with their truth.
Now she's saying that she wanted her life to have some meaning by inspiring other people to believe in something greater than themselves. When she was a kid, this was more religious, but now it's literal and referring to the rebellion. And as she says,
and I yearn to lift you.
We cut to Cassian, who is getting to Bix by climbing. Climbing is a recurring theme for Cassian.
They're leaving.
Marva goes on to say that Ferrix was sleeping while there was a wound at the center of the galaxy spreading like rust. Now, of course, Coruscant is at the center of the galaxy, and the dark side of the Force, the Emperor, is spreading his decay outwards. And when she says to fight the Empire, the cloak covers her face in half darkness. And this metaphorically is perfect. The Empire tried to black out her message, but the light still shines through. And then a riot starts. But it's interesting, this doesn't feel like a military riot or a protest riot or a coordinated rebel attack. This to me felt more like the hundreds of strikes by union workers over the years when they would face off against police. Like in 1937 when Chicago police fired on a crowd of 1,000 steelworkers. Actually, you know what? Just Google it. You won't believe how many times this has happened in our history. So the Imperial SWAT teams almost have this under control before Willman sets off his bomb and obscures everything with smoke and darkness. Now earlier I mentioned how tough the Death Troopers were, but Cassian kills one with a single shot while in the middle of a dive. Awesome. All through this, the anvil is still being rung, used as a tempo to guide everyone, like a war drum. Or like the banging of pots and pans in episode 3. Cassian rescues Bix, and it's not even treated like a grand, heroic moment like in A New Hope.
I'm Luke Skywalker, I'm here to rescue you.
Bix is shattered by the Empire, and there's not much left to save, which ties in beautifully with the flashback of Clem giving Andor advice. But Cassian gets her, Willman, and Brasso to a ship. And by the way, he does this with the help of the same guy who said that he would stop helping Cassian off-world at the end of episode 1.
Why did he change his mind?
Well, this is the realization of what Luthen wanted.
We need the Empire to help. We need them angry. We need them coming down hard. Oppression breeds rebellion.
And now we're seeing that come to fruition. The Empire leaves people no choice but to rebel against them. And Cassian gives them a familiar escape plan.
The moment you get over the water, you climb.
You know, like all of this.
Climb! Come on! Climb!
B2 is so happy to see Cassian.
I never got to see you.
But then he has to say goodbye. But Cass gives him a big boy job to do.
Take care of Bix until I get there. I'm counting on you.
You always say that.
B2EMO is voiced by Dave Chapman, who is also the puppeteer for BB-8 in The Force Awakens. And then they escape on a ship with engines just like a Y-Wings. Then we cut to Mon Mothma executing her own escape plan, marrying off her kid to a gangster son. Notice, Leia has tightly braided hair, which symbolizes that she is celebrating the old traditional customs of her world.
Safe in the braid of the old ways.
Exactly. Luthen rides off to a secret lair, a lot like Dooku at the end of Attack of the Clones. And of course, Dooku's escape ended with him meeting with Darth Sidious. And this escape ends with Luthen meeting with Andor. Much like Dooku, Andor offers his new mentor his life.
Kill me, or take me in.
It took 12 episodes, but this is the most richly nuanced Star Wars origin story ever told. And then we get to that killer post-credits scene. If you haven't seen it yet, I'll wait. Pause now, please. Alright, welcome back. The post-credit scene begins with droid soldering, a perfect mirror to the episode's opening of Wilman soldering his weapon. But then we see that the droids are also soldering a weapon. Like predicted, it's the Death Star. But this isn't just an Easter egg, it is loaded with subtext and meaning. For one thing, we know that the prison complex on Nardina was dedicated to just making these tiny parts that are a small part of the Death Star. The Death Star is the ultimate instrument of fear.
Fear will keep the local systems in line. Fear of this battle station.
And fear, as we talked about earlier, is of the dark side and unnatural. And the Death Star is a small, man-made moon, the definition of something unnatural trying to supplant a natural celestial body. This also fits in perfectly within the canon. Books like Thrawn Treason and the movie Rogue One talk extensively about how far behind the Death Star's construction was running. And now we see part of the reason for those delays were prison rebellions like the one that happened on Narkina 5 that created a limited supply of parts. And the Death Star was also a terrible idea militarily. The Empire diverted funds away from Thrawn TIE Defender projects, and those little ships probably would have won the war for the Empire.
Orson Krennic has been quite persuasive about diverting the funding to his own project, Stardust.
So you see, the Emperor wanted to rule by fear, through the Death Star, and because fear is an unnatural way to rule, it meant that the dark side was doomed to fail. This is also a sick irony that Cassian helped construct the instrument that will kill him 5 years later. But his final sacrifice would enable the new generation to destroy the Death Star once and for all. This was perfect. We begin with 1 year later, meaning that this show is picking up 1 year after the events of Season 1, when Cassian officially joined the rebellion and became Luthen's personal spy. So the year here is 4 BBY, or before the Battle of Yavin that we saw in Star Wars A New Hope. This designation was first used in the Legends Expanded Universe novels to keep track of where all of those stories fit in relation to the movies. So the droid rolling around here looks like a ground mech droid, similar to B2EMO.
I don't want to be alone.
This is at the Sinar test facility, which is just like the coolest deep cut Easter egg. See, Sinar Fleet Systems is a corporation that manufactures weapons. Nia, who helps Cassian, even wears their patch on her jumpsuit. They were first mentioned in canon back in the Clone Wars animated siseries.
The latest from Sienna.
Rocket launchers.
Shoulder fire. Very expensive.
And they manufactured military ships for the Republic during the Clone Wars. You can even see how the cockpit of Anakin Skywalker's Jedi Starfighter evolved into the TIE fighters that this company manufactures. They also manufacture the TIE Advanced models that chase Cassian later in the episode. So, I love this show's attention to, deep cut continuity while also having an incredible level of production design. But then there's this long road built across the mountains that leads to what is likely the living area with shops and facilities for the workers. Now, in Season 1, we saw that Morlana One was known as a company town. This was something that emerged throughout the industrial age, where entire towns would be built around a single factory. Again, this is something that I love about Star Wars. They're taking concepts from our world and just incorporating them into a new story. Now, the facility's commissary maintains the show's look of what I like to call 1980s futurism, which is, what we saw in the original trilogy. It was an idea of what the future would look like, built with practical materials that emulated
the style at the time.
And I don't know if you guys saw Jenny Nicholson's epic video about the Galaxy's Edge Hotel, but the columns in this room look like they were the same design from that infamous column that blocked her view at the cabaret. She tells him the password is...
It's Kafrine.
And this is an amazing Easter egg that bookends the show. So the creator, Tony Gilroy, has said that this show will end right at the beginning of Rogue One, when Cassian goes on a mission to a mining world called Kafrine. So Cassian and Nia have this meaningful conversation that beautifully expresses what makes this show great. Even on the backdrop of this massive galactic civil war, the show always puts simple character needs first. She is having a very human reaction.
I'm so nervous. I've had fun here.
Now that line is actually key because it goes back to the central theme of this show, sacrifice. Nia has had a good time at the facility. She's made friends, and yet she has to sacrifice that part of her life for the greater good. Every character in this show has to give up something for the rebellion. Mon Mothma had to essentially sell her daughter into marriage. Cassian gave up an easy life with his reward money. And Luthen, well,
what do I sacrifice? Everything!
And then he tells her,
"You'll never feel right unless you're doing what you can to stop them."
Which goes back to what Nemik said about the Empire in his manifesto.
The Imperial need for control is so desperate because it is so unnatural. Tyranny requires constant effort.
And this is another great thing about this interconnected galaxy. We could see Nia again somewhere, in a comic book, a short story, a TV show, or her story could just be left in our imaginations. The show even adds in little details like this, that Cassian's good looks are able to disarm people.
She said you were cute.
Now, last season, to me, Cassian seemed like this kind of spy Superman, who is always smarter than everyone else and can do everything. But when he enters this cockpit, he immediately freezes up, and we see that he is in over his head. This prototype has completely new controls, probably one reason why it was never mass manufactured. Too hard to train new pilots on a totally new system. In fact, these hand controls actually remind me of the operating gear that we saw in the Milano from Guardians of the Galaxy. And when he takes off and smashes into the hangar, I have flashbacks to literally any time I first pick up a Star Wars video game and I have to bash around the hangar until I learn the controls. The stormtroopers enter, and does anyone else get flashbacks to this scene for The Phantom Menace?
Take this!
And notice how these stormtroopers don't run for cover when they're under turbo laser fire. They stand their ground and shoot. Now, you could say this is just stormtroopers being idiots, but there could be something else at play here. As we have seen throughout Season 1, the Empire runs on fear. Fear powers the energy of the Sith, and every member of the Empire is afraid of the Emperor's wrath. Or, you know, as Tarkin says,
Fear will keep the local systems in line. Fear of this battle station.
But then Cassian faces off against a rocket launch trooper. And note that it's wearing snow gear, similar to the snowtroopers on Hoth. But this guy's suit is different. He is wearing fur, and his helmet is different. And his armor is scratched and worn, showing that these troops have been stationed here for a long time. See, they are dressed exactly like the troopers of the Vandor division, who we saw during the train heist in Solo. Shout out to Dodd Seitz for that observation. Now, if you've played the video games, you know that these weapons are basically the only way for infantry to quickly take down vehicles, you know, like fighters or tanks. This particular bazooka was used by rocket troopers in the game Jedi Fallen Order, which is set 10 years before this episode in 14 BBY. Now, did you notice that the alarm sound in the facility is actually different from the standard Imperial alarm that we heard all throughout the original trilogy? This is because this facility is run by a corporation and not by the Empire. Now, I loved this opening sequence. It was pure classic Star Wars fun. The way the ship doesn't work right for Cassian, it's just like how the Millennium Falcon never worked right for Han.
Watch this.
Watch what?
So Cassian uses the TIE Fighter's energy cannons to weaken the blast doors just enough to escape. And notice how the radar sound and the targeting sound are both from the original trilogy.
Come on!
And then we get a high-speed canyon chase, just like...
Oh, I want to do one, like Tailspin.
Yeah, or
like Independence Day.
Yeah, it is.
Falcon and the Winter Soldier.
Yeah, we get it. It's also like the Death Star trench run. And as we'll see, the Death Star is the shadow that's going to loom over this entire season, with various Easter eggs and little references building up toward the construction of the space station. So Cassian ends up winning by collapsing a stone archway, using the natural world against the Empire. And this is a theme that we have seen repeated throughout Star Wars, whether it's teddy bears defeating the Emperor or Dave Filoni's weird obsession with wolves in the show Rebels. And then we go to planet Kino Loy, where Wilman, Brasso, Bix, and B2 have been holed up for a year. But why? Because these are all friends of Cassian's from the planet Ferrix, and at the end of Season 1, all of them were part of a protest against the Empire, and now they're in hiding. Now, their storyline is meant to be a metaphor for migrant workers, especially in the United States. In a future episode, they even say,
"It's a tough spot for everyone. The councils need the help or there's no harvest. The help is undocumented."
Now notice how their home even looks like a shipping container, hinting at how temporary this place is for them and how they are people without a home. Under the Republic, people were pretty much free to go as they pleased, and citizens were identified with something called identichips. But in the show The Bad Batch, we saw the Imperials implement the use of chain codes, essentially a means of mass tracking all citizens. So these refugees are afraid of the Empire coming around and checking their chain codes and finding out that they're actually wanted fugitives. Now Bix is having nightmares of Dr. Gorst, the Imperial Security Bureau agent who enthusiastically tortured her in Season 1.
Oh, and if you're having difficulty speaking, just shake your head from side to side.
At the end of Season 1, Bix was severely traumatized by the experience, not even recognizing Cassian.
Cassian will find us.
After her dream, she's comforted by Talia, the local woman the Brasso was shacking up with, and poor little B2 is still 100% devoted to Cassian.
Cassian will want to know.
Remember, Marva, Clem, and B2 found Cassian when he was just a boy, so basically B2 grew up alongside Cassian. And then we go to Chandrilia for my favorite arc of these first 3 episodes. You'll remember that last season, Senator Mon Mothma was working to funnel her family's fortune into funding rebel cells. But the Empire started sniffing around her finances, so she brought in a childhood friend, Tay Coleman, to help her hide the shortfall in her account. So Tay suggested they ask Davos Skolden, a gangster, for help moving around this money. Skolden's only condition was that Mon's daughter Leita marry his son. And this is where the show really excels. They developed all of these planets' cultures from the ground up. Like last season, we learned that there is a very traditional, orthodox tradition in Chandrilian culture, arranged marriage. Mon Mothma's marriage was arranged and her life is miserable. And now she's having to do the same thing to her daughter. But Leita, her daughter, actually enjoys these strict traditions, which is why she's excited to show off her wedding dress to her friends. I also love the design of Chandrilia and its architecture. So this is one of the worlds that is near the galactic core, meaning that it has more wealth and influence than, say, planets like Tatooine, which are on the outer rim. Throughout the next 3 episodes, we see that Chandrilian design favors circles, circular doorways. The wedding dress is displayed in the middle of a circle. There are circular banquet tables. We're going to talk about these as we go along.
But why circles, person?
Well, circles are actually a naturally occurring shape. The Earth is a sphere, train trucks are round, our eyes are round, and this is in stark contrast to the Empire. In the Empire, everything is created from straight lines, often triangles or rectangles, right angles. Imperial architecture often juts out from the landscape, while the native architecture we see on other worlds is meant to blend in with the natural world. And remember, earlier in the episode, Cassie described the rebellion as a circle.
Being with you, being here at the moment you step into the circle.
So we see this idea recur throughout Star Wars. The rebels and the good guys often live in round structures or around nature, while the Empire always imposed upon the landscape with ugly, grotesque structures. When Mothma greets this guest, she describes the passage of time as seasons, and I thought that was interesting, because remember, that's how Uncle Owen measured time.
Look, it's only one more season.
I always wondered why there were seasons for moisture evaporating, so maybe it is just a Star Wars term for the passage of time. Mon Mothma's aide is named Homage Erskine, but the first time we met him was actually in the show Rebels, when the Ghost Crew escorts Mon Mothma to the Rebel base. And we are reintroduced to Mon's cousin Vel, a rebel who led the Aldani heist in Season 1. Now, I recently watched a great video on the channel Film Can't Die called How Andor Adapts History, and it's a great watch about all the different historical figures that they adapted for the show. And in this video, he compares Vel to Patty Hearst, the wealthy socialite who fell in with the far-left terrorist group. And then Mon Mothma watches as Luthen Rael lands. Now, you remember, Stellan Skarsgård's character is the rebel agent known as Axis because he coordinates between these various rebel cells. Mon Mothma favored very gradual change, while Luthen is what's called an accelerationist. He is trying to escalate the war as much as possible so the Empire will overreach and inspire further rebellion. Last season, Luthen set up a huge robbery of the Imperial payroll, which caused the Empire to crack down hard with longer prison sentences. Mon Mothma was against Luthen's plan, so she's not happy to see him at her daughter's wedding, not to mention the danger of another rebel operative entering her own home. Now, he's there to sell Selden a piece of rare art, but he's got another motive that we'll talk about later in the video. Back on Mina Rao, Bix and Wilman are preparing a hydrator, and when Bix sees the farmer's daughter Bila, she says,
"Thirsty?"
Which of course has a double meaning.
She's asking if he wants water or a snack. Hilarious!
Now, as Bila approaches, Wilman quickly tells Bix why the relationship won't work.
We're toolies.
And this is a great conversation that sets up the characters, the culture, and the world in just a few sentences. But instead of like raw exposition, it is framed through this human desire, a young couple who wants to be together. Wilman likes this girl, but his status as an illegal immigrant means that he can't be with her. As Bix watches an Imperial ship about to land, Cassian is landing another Imperial ship millions of miles away. Cassian lands to find his contact dead, and the planet is occupied by a rebel cell, which was formerly led by Maya Pei. Now, the point of this storyline is to show us us that the rebellion against the Empire wasn't always like we saw in the original trilogy. It was just like different people throughout the galaxy who all had different agendas. Saw Gerrera actually mentioned Mayape when he listed various factions last season.
Mayape's a neo-Republican.
Now, she is what's called a Neo-Republican, meaning that her primary goal is to replace the Empire with the New Republic. Now, the arc of this season is to take us from this place, where a rebel cell is literally fighting among itself, to the unified rebel alliance that we saw in A New Hope. This is also a commentary on a common tactic that the powerful use to keep us suppressed: divide and conquer. The wealthy and powerful want all of us fighting one another so we don't get wise and fight against them. And to contrast this, we go from the wild jungle to the Imperial stronghold in the mountains, a visual way to show us that the Imperials are ruling from on high. This fortress is actually similar to the Imperial base that we saw in Eriadu in the Bad Batch, which also housed a secret meeting with Orson Krennic, played by Ben Mendelsohn. Now, Krennic first appeared in Rogue One as the administrator who was in charge of building the Death Star, but other Star Wars media have explained just how difficult it was to put this base together. The book, Thrawn Treason, dives into the logistical nightmare of gathering together so much material in secret. In Rebels, we learned that the Empire committed genocide to keep the Geonosians quiet about them building the Death Star. And last season, we saw endless slave labor used just to create one tiny machine that fastens solar panels from the Death Star in place. And so, much of this season revolves around a super rare mineral in Gorman that is used to coat the reactor. Now, this is also where we learned that the Empire's cover story is that Krennic is working on an energy project.
The Energy Initiative remains the centerpiece of his agenda.
Which is actually the same cover story that S.H.I.E.L.D. used to build Hydra weapons in the first Avengers movie.
What are they doing in the energy business in the first place?
He mentions
Colonel Yularen, Governor Tarkin.
Colonel Wolf Yularen was a Clone Wars veteran and ISB member. This was him in the first season and him on the Death Star in Andor. He also appeared throughout the Clone Wars. And Tarkin is of course played by Peter Cushing in A New Hope, and a creepy CGI clone of him takes command of the Death Star in Rogue One. Now, Gorman is also a core world with political influence and power, so the Empire can't just sweep in and destroy it. They have to chip away at its influence. The propaganda arm of the Empire is called the Ministry of Enlightenment, and they are already planting nasty rumors about Gormans.
Some of what you're thinking about Gormans at this very moment exists because we put it there.
Now, last season, Mon Mothma even talked about how she was creating initiatives to protect the people of this world.
We should find some Gorman guests for tonight and see how amused they are.
Mon's actions are probably what led to the Empire starting a whisper campaign against them, likening the Gormans to spiders.
No, we love the spiders. Oh, it's an image we can build on. Aggressive, unpleasant, keeping to themselves.
So this goes all the way back to a theme that this show revisits over and over, showing us how the Empire suppresses and erases native cultures. On Aldani, they reduce the number of pilgrims coming to see the Eye to just a few hundred people. And on Gorman, they want to wipe out the entire planet, and this population of spiders that take years to weave silk. And also, planting rumors to undermine a world seems like it's taken straight from Dune, when the Bene Gesserit created the prophecy of the Lisan al-Ghalib to control the people of Arrakis. Now, I loved how this meeting was intercut with the Rebels infighting. As the Rebel Star, if we cut to a fancy Imperial snack, it's showing us that this is how the elites win, by dividing us against each other. And then Dedra Meero is cornered by Krennic. He asks if she's recovered from Ferrix, and remember, she was attacked by the mob when the protests broke out. And she tells him that in order to subjugate Gorman, they actually have to encourage a sloppy rebellion. And as we'll see, this actually means she has more in common with Axis than she could have ever dreamed. And notice that when they go to call Cassian, there is a photo of Marva by the communications console. Back on Chandrilia, the fathers-in-law have a candid drink. Davos Skalden and Mon Mothma's husband Perrin actually know each other because Perrin is a gambler and has owed money to Skalden in the past. The two of them admit that their kids aren't that good of a match, but neither of them really care. For Skalden, it's about getting legitimacy by marrying his family into high society, and Perrin does pretty much whatever as long as he gets to drink and gamble. Now, this is in contrast to Mon Mothma, who was also forced into an unhappy marriage when she was young. When she comforts her daughter later, she says, "I'm sorry." And this has two meanings. One, she's sorry this is happening to her daughter because she went through the same thing, but she's also sorry that she was the one who put her in this position. Mon Mothma has essentially sold her daughter off for the rebellion, and this is her way of apologizing.
Oh yay, I'm a sacrifice!
And I also loved this bit of the party where Luthen is pumping this Imperial for information.
And where are you stationed? I've been training on Steergun, but we're all being transferred now. Really?
And then Clea and Vel reconnect. Remember, last season, the two of them had a bit of a rivalry, vying to be Luthen's favorite. And the episode ends with the rebels in the jungle finally turning on each other, starting a kind of mini civil war. And this is indicative of the infighting across all the rebel cells that Gerrera talked about last season.
The partisan alliance, sectorists, human cultists. galaxy petitionists. They're lost. All of them lost.
And it's fitting that we're starting here, because we know that the Rebel Alliance ends up united in a different jungle on Yavin 4. So let's move on to episode 2, but first I should mention that the Star Wars intro includes B2EMO just like it did in season 1. Now we start in the jungle where this rebel cell is starting to eat its own tail. They're looking for the body of the pilot they shot last episode, and instead they find her foot, letting us know that there are monsters lurking in the jungle. Now the monster is obviously a metaphor for the larger threat of the Empire, but more specifically it's a metaphor for the Death Star itself. As we'll talk about throughout our coverage of the series, the characters in this show, even the bad guys, are kind of preoccupied with nonsense, while the real threat is the Death Star. Now this particular storyline is about how scarcity and fear are weapons used to turn us against each other. As I mentioned earlier, the Sith feed off of fear, and the presence of a planet-killing space station would provide the Emperor with a galaxy's worth of fear. And then he wants to use all that dark side energy to cheat death and live forever, like he told Anakin.
To cheat death is a power only one has achieved. But if we work together, I know we can discover the secret.
Now, while they are infighting, Cassian keeps a cool head and tells them to collect rainwater. It's a small character moment that shows how men like him are able to unite these various rebel factions in a common cause. Then we go to Coruscant to the ISB headquarters, which is shaped like a pyramid. And as I talked about earlier, this is the symbol of the Sith, and it fits the hierarchical structure of the ISB. Dedra and Leo Partagaz are discussing her new assignment to oversee the slow destruction of Gorman. Now, Dedra would rather continue her work finding Axis for two reasons. One, she was the first person to realize that some central figure was coordinating different rebel cells, and she wants the glory from arresting him. And two, she went through a traumatic event on Ferrix, and she feels that finding Axis is the way that she could get closure. That way, all the pain that she's endured would be worth it. Now, as Partagaz orders her to disassemble one culture, we cut to the lush celebrations of Sandra. We see a circular doorway and circles on the ground, and the main banquet hall is also circular shaped, with the bride and groom side forming opposite sides of this circle. So Luthen brings in this artwork using a hover sled, similar to the one used to carry Han Solo's frozen in carbonite body in The Empire Strikes Back. And this is a great scene where Perrin, dipshit that he is better at observing Tay's problems than Mon Mothma.
You should tell your boyfriend to back off the nog.
Now, Perrin assumes that Mon Mothma has been cheating on him with Tay. After all, he is her ex, and I can't imagine the two of them have a happy marriage. Also, we saw that Tay and Mon Mothma did have a lot of sexual chemistry last season. So, Perrin can't resist adding in,
he was always weak.
Just because he wants to belittle Tay's manhood. But as we see later on, Perrin is right. Tay cannot handle the pressures of helping to fund the rebellion. So this first arc is going to focus on the events on these 3 planets, and in typical Star Wars fashion, these interconnected stories take place in radically different climates, so we can easily tell them apart. Back on Mineral, the Ferrix crew are at the farm supply store talking to their employer, Kellen. Now, I gotta praise the economy of the writing on this show. This is a brief conversation, but they give us the ticking clock. The Imperials are coming. They're counting everyone, and all the Ferrix crew can do is hope that they get skipped over. And Kellen seems like he genuinely cares about these people that he's employed. Also, I want you to notice the camera movements in these scenes. Like we start on a shot of a windmill, a staple of westerns like Once Upon a Time in the West. But the camera is always moving across this landscape or in the store, as if to just give us a massive sense of scale. Whereas on the jungle planet, the camera is almost always stationary to give us a sense of claustrophobia. Now here, there is another kind of ticking clock. The rebels are either going to starve or be eaten by the beast. One side has food and a ship, and the other has the pilot who can actually fly the ship, but neither side wants to compromise even a little bit to make an exchange. Also, small detail, notice how we can see this branch burst through the windshield, a neat way to show that their ship is damaged beyond repair. And notice these ration packs, similar to the portions that Rey eats in The Force Awakens. The Arabesh on them reads beans, most of them I think read ready, and this one reads tov tov tov, and tov is a Hebrew word that means good. Then we go to Syril Karn, and this dumb little teacher's pet was one of my favorite characters from season 1. He was corporate security on Morlana One, and he disobeyed orders to hunt down Cassian Andor for the murder of a company man. So this set up a chain of events that led to Cassian falling in with the rebels and Syril being fired from his rent-a-cop job. Then his overbearing mother, played by the brilliant Catherine Hunter, cashed in a favor from Uncle Harlow to get him a desk job. So season 1 set up one huge, lingering question about Syril that I really hope is answered this season. What is in his private box?
You've been in my private box. I have ways of knowing.
Now, when his boss first showed Syril around this facility, he was so insignificant that even the Imperial mouse droid didn't move out of his way. But now, he's the boss, lecturing the new recruit in a reverse of his first day on the job.
There are no small jobs at the Bureau of Standards.
There are no small jobs here at the Bureau of Standards.
So Syril tells this story about some numbers that didn't look right to him, and he kept digging until he found some misdeeds.
I had uncovered a cabal of corrupt purchasing agents who were stealing Imperial supplies in 4 sectors.
The funny thing is, though, it is very likely that all he uncovered were materials being used for the building of the Death Star. The Empire had to move men and material around through secret channels for years to keep the construction of the space station a secret. Back on Morlana Rael, Wilmot is talking to Bela, the farmer's daughter, when the Empire shows up in a CSL-430 hover transport, like the one we see here in the show Obi-Wan Kenobi, and that show took place just 6 years before this season. Now, the Arabesh here is difficult to read, but on the right, I'm pretty sure this says drink. Now, when the Imperials enter the shop, they ask,
Do you take credits?
Because in the Outer Rim, they don't always accept Imperial credits, and sometimes they favor the currency that is local to the planet, as Watto pointed out here.
Republic credits are no good out here. I need something more real.
When the Imperials enter, they have an air about them, like this place is beneath them. Notice how the commanding officer picks up a bit of grain and runs it through his fingers like he's checking for dust. Meanwhile, the lieutenant is creeping around on Bix, asking her on a date simply by pointing out that the city is close and the food is good. But he doesn't actually try to get to know her or relate to her as a person. He is treating her like an animal that he can feed to get a reward.
It's not that far. It's a beautiful ride over the fields.
When she mentions her husband, he tells her that they have shut down all the comms while they are performing their census. And the threat here is implicit. Your husband can't save you. And at first, he stands outside the shed. But as he pries closer into her personal life, he begins to block the doorway. Now, the view behind him is very open and bright, while Bix is crammed in, surrounded by darkness. And as he enters the shed, the world outside gets blurrier as he looms larger. And notice, as he creeps closer, there's this sound effect.
Darla.
That's the same sound effect that Bix heard in her dream when she remembered the man who tortured her. The 3 storylines in this arc show us the 3 levels of the opposition to the Empire. We have the disorganized cells that are starving, who are driven by fear. Now, they're fighting the Empire now, but they might just become criminals tomorrow. And then we have people who are just trying to make a living, and for them, the Empire is stopping them from being able to work. And then we have the elites on planet Chandrila, who the Empire mostly keep quiet by maintaining their place in society. So the families of the bride and groom are walking up a mountain for a ceremony besides their counterparts. Perrin walks with Davos, and they talk about how this bit of land used to be private, but now it's open to the public for a price.
It was all private back then, of course. Signs up everywhere. Kick the poachers out.
I remember the signs.
Well, hasn't been bad for business, though, has it?
So this is showing us how the elites don't really think of all the people who are starving or trying to earn a living. They only see the masses as a means to maintain their own wealth and power. Vel is catching up with her cousin, asking if Leda is happy. And of course, Leda is far too young to actually know what she wants out of life or what would make her happy. But this talk about relationships prompts Mon to ask about Cinta.
No word from your friend?
Cinta?
No.
Her? Well, Cinta was a member of the Aldani rebels, and Vel is in love with her. But for Cinta, the Alliance cause always comes first, and her obsession and anger actually caused a rift between her and Vel. And then we cut from the elites to the lower class in the jungle, who are surrounded by a literal fog of war. Now, this term is usually metaphorical, meant to represent the fear and confusion that surrounds wartime. But in this case, this fog is actually allowing them to move the TIE fighter undetected. Now, their plan to move the TIE fighter is beyond silly. All they could do is kill or injure the only person who can actually get them off the planet. But fear and hunger do drive people to act irrationally. Meanwhile, on Coruscant, we find out that Dedra Meero is shacking up with Syril Karn. He had a crush on her last season and then saved her life on Ferrix. Now notice how, even in her private life, Dedra is always very proper. She listens to opera, she wears a silk blouse with shoulder pads. It looks very similar to her officer's uniform. She is a person that seems incapable of separating her work life from her home. When Syril gets home, he is surprised to see that she's back early from her trip, and he's disappointed that they can't can't cancel their plans, which we find out about in the next episode. But I do want to point out this globe on their table and how the ring reflected in it does make it look like the Death Star. Again, showing us how the Death Star keeps popping up in the show like hidden Mickeys around Disney World. Now, back at the wedding, I have to point out this pro-human bias among the elites. We only see one non-human wedding guest. Now, the Empire famously favored humans for service in the military, with non-humans being given the status of second-class citizens. And we can see this same attitude infiltrating the culture of Chandrilia.
Wait, is it Chandrilia or Chandrila?
It doesn't matter, I say what I say. And then we finally see what's going on with Tay. Now, he secretly helped out Mon Mothma by dumping some money into the rebellion's accounts to help hide their funds. But now he's getting divorced and his investments aren't paying off. And this moment shocked me.
The irony is, it's the rebellion that certainly most rebel activity soured my investments.
He is talking about the rebellion outright in public. Now, I love how they filmed him here with this extreme close-up with a very shallow focus and shot from slightly above to show that Tay is a man in over his head and to make his presence feel off-putting. Meanwhile, Mon Mothma is filmed without much look room, implying that there is something out of her eyesight that is dangerous, something she missed. In this case, she missed how unhappy Tay's life had become. Now, compare this to how secretive the two of them spoke in season 1.
Like I said, we've both changed. I've done more than grow weary of the Empire.
So this is showing Mon that Tay can really no longer be trusted, but he's her oldest friend. What's she supposed to do?
If you betrayed me, I would not hesitate to do what is necessary.
What?
Nothing.
Now, Claire returns to Luthen's antiquity shop on Coruscant, and just like last season, this place is loaded with Easter eggs. But I'm only going to point them out when the camera actually focuses on them. For instance, here we see Padme's headgear from the Phantom Menace and Plo Koon's mask. Now, when she goes back to the communications console to listen for Cassian's call, notice that it all lights up in blue. Traditionally, in Star Wars, red lights are always the bad machines, and the blue lights are the good guys. But there's a slight twist on this with B2EMO during this nighttime scene, when we see the campfire reflected in B2's eye, implying that some dangerous threat is lurking just around the corner. And this takes us to Mon and Luthen talking about Tay being a problem. She insists that Tay is going to give them a number, something to make him whole. But Luthen can see the look on Tay's face, and Tay is thinking that the rebellion's not worth it, and he could probably get more money just by turning them in.
I know the squealers when I see them.
And then Perrin stands in the middle of the circle and gives his speech, where he promises,
"You simply stand still and the galaxy will deliver a daily basket of fresh anxieties to your door without fail."
And think about the double meaning these words are having for Mon Mothma. She was not the one who ruined Tay's investments. She did nothing, and yet his pain still found her. And then Perrin lays out his life philosophy.
The music buried beneath all that noise. Joy. Joy!
And the rich are able to do this. They can live life to the extent of their own pleasure, while across the galaxy, people are suffering. So then we cut to the Rebel cell, where the TIE Fighter is another metaphor for the Death Star. Even if they're able to turn the TIE Fighter, all the other group can do is shoot and kill Cassian. But they could use the TIE Fighter for leverage, just as the Death Star was meant to be used as a tool to govern and inspire fear.
Fear will keep the local systems in line. Fear of this battle station.
Now, when the groups meet to parley, notice one side has torches and the other one has lanterns, a great visual way to show this divide between them. This is also because one side has access to the gear on their ship and the other doesn't. And I loved this scene where we think they're like gonna have trial by combat, and instead they play a silly game of rock, paper, scissors. Notice how they each have a second, which is an old rule taken from ancient dueling traditions.
Have your seconds meet face to face. Negotiate a peace.
Or negotiate a time and place.
So these rebels fighting each other with some kind of children's game is the ultimate metaphor about this storyline. While there are actual credible threats out there like the Empire or the Death Star or the monsters in the jungle, these idiots are settling petty grievances like they're kids at recess. And then when Cassian finally gets to the TIE Fighter, they react by shooting at it. And what does that gain them? If they had worked together, these two leaders could have flown away with him, then gotten a transport to return for the others. So this is a great place to show the rebellion at the start of this series, because, like Saw Gerrera said,
they're lost! All of them lost!
And now let's talk about Episode 3. We begin with the TIE Fighter drifting in space with Cassian trying to hotwire the ship to contact his rebel handlers. Now, the last episode ended with Cassian jumping to hyperspace, which is rare for a TIE Fighter. Only certain fighters like the Advanced or the Defender have hyperdrives. This is because Imperial capital ships have large hangar bays to house all their starfighters, while the Rebels are more prone to small hit-and-run attacks. So their starfighters all have to be able to travel through hyperspace. I think Cassian dropped out of hyperspace base in order to contact Kleya. The Imperial ship is incompatible with the old school systems they use to communicate, so he has to hotwire the ship, leading to this hilarious misfire. And I really love this gag because it cements that Cassian is a Han Solo type of character.
I got it!
Back on Morlana Rael, this droid is pumping water, and this one is working as a sprinkler, as B is having the time of his life playing with this kid. Notice the child is carrying a toy bowcaster that looks a lot like Chewbacca's. At least, I hope that's a toy.
Can I try that? I like this thing.
This picnic lunch is probably in the middle of a workday, and it's a chance for all the farmhands to bond. The symbolism here is to always show the rebellion, or the common people, surrounded by the natural world, while the Imperials are always housed in buildings made of cold, gray, and white metal. Notice that these aliens look like the Talpini, who first appeared in Rogue One, and I like the subtle detail that they're wearing overalls, and the rest of the workers are all wearing denim or these earthly tan colors. It's a subtle way to tell us that these are people of the land. Also, notice the practical puppet in the background here of a space yak eating with them. The budget for this show has to be insane, and it's all on screen. And then the boss, Kellen, comes by, and in just a few scenes, this guy is fleshed out as a pretty complex character. For the past couple episodes, he seemed like a really good guy, someone who is looking out for the migrant workers. And in this scene, he seems appalled by the injustice.
Someone needs to tell him what's going on here. Why can't they just leave us in peace?
So the theme of this episode is secrets. Everybody is hiding some type of lie from someone else. The Ferrix crew are hiding their real identities, Dedra is hiding Gorman from Syril, and Mon Mothma is hiding the true reason that she sold off her daughter. On Chandrilia, Mon's conscience finally wins out and she has a word with Lita. She is remembering her own mother, who was drunk on her wedding day, and decides that she's going to tell her daughter what she wanted to hear all those years ago.
Nothing on the other side of that door matters. We can walk out there right now. Tell them all to have a lovely afternoon.
But it turns out that Mon greatly misread her daughter's cold feet from the day before.
I wish you were drunk.
Remember, her daughter is actually into this more strict Orthodox religion of their planet, so she's actually excited to be a part of this arranged marriage. Afterwards, Mon knows her place and she asserts her outward-facing public persona.
Wait. You're to stand behind me.
Now, one of the parts of this show that I love the most is the attention to detail they paid in creating these different cultures. Chandrilia is a very old society, and these rituals feel like they're ancient, passed down from hunter-gatherer days. The ritual also seems tied to trees and nature. After the maiden enters through a circular door into a circular chamber, she must cross a branch in order to enter the rotunda. I think this symbolizes that she is entering the center of the trunk of a tree, where the groom is waiting. Now, the structure of this ceremony reminded me of the rings of a tree, but in reverse. The young people are in the center of the trunk, while the elders are further outside. Now, when the father gives away the bride, he presents the groom with his knife.
Tabayama ke dronodama.
And then he cuts a braid of Lita's hair. Now, this might remind you of the ceremony to make a Padawan a Jedi Knight.
Doubly I do. Jedi.
But these tight braids are also a sign of her Orthodox religion. Remember, in their chants, they even equated the braids to the safety of their traditions.
Safe in the braid of the old.
I can't believe this.
So we go from the colorful, natural world of Morlana Rael and the complex culture of Chandrilia to Dedra's place on Coruscant, which is as cold and sterile as an Apple store in Wisconsin. Even her clothes are always black or white. It's like she was designed by Imperial engineers, which is kind of true. We find out that she was literally raised by the Empire.
I was raised in an Imperial kinderblock.
And she chooses an outfit that is black and domineering, with a front that even looks like the necktie that Syril wears to work. And then the amazing Catherine Hunter as Edie enters and immediately tries to exert control over Dedra and Syril.
You look nothing like what I expected. Don't you wonder what I thought you'd look like?
She also asks for spiced tea.
Do you have spiced tea?
Now, I'm wondering if spiced tea is, it's kind of an old lady's party drug. I mean, we know that spice is a drug in the galaxy, so maybe spiced tea is sort of like a cosmopolitan party drink. Now, back at the antiquity shop, this armor in the back room is actually the Starkiller armor from the Force Unleashed games. When Kleya tells Cassian that his friends are in trouble, he pulls a page right from Luke Skywalker's playbook, drops his mission altogether, and goes off to save them. Back at the dinner, Catherine Hunter douses the table in this gross cheese after Syril took pains to make sure everything was neat and orderly for her arrival. So this is her way of declaring a kind of ownership of this table and of this household, and of reasserting control over her son. And then we find out why she is so overbearing. Syril's dad left to be an adventurer or an explorer, which also explains why Syril wanted to go off and do something exciting like be a police officer. But then she lays down the ultimate insult, calling him
a young, delicate boy with only a mother's love and determination.
So this cuts right to Syril's greatest inadequacies. He wanted to be a police officer to prove his manliness and his worth, and that career just drove him back into his childhood bedroom. Later, he even retreats to his room to sulk like a little boy.
Doesn't like being called delicate.
And I also appreciate how Edie stabs her food, while Dedra is more precise, slicing just the edge of the cake with precision. Now, after Syril leaves, Dedra lays down the law with her future mother-in-law.
But when I say the word plan, that makes it sound optional, which is not the impression you should be taking away.
And she reveals that Uncle Harlow is actually a gangster. So here's hoping that we get that Uncle Harlow spinoff show on Disney+. This episode is also a fascinating look at motherhood. Edie uses motherhood as a means to control her son, to make herself feel important. And this is the kind of mother that Mon Mothma was afraid of becoming, because she is also using her daughter to achieve her own personal goals. Back on Mina Rao, the Ferris crew prepare to leave, and they don't want to break the news to B, because remember, B is a sensitive little droid who gets very attached to people. But they also have to wait to tell B they're leaving because his circuits make it very difficult for him to lie.
I know it takes a lot of energy, but can you make a lie for me?
Back at the wedding, notice everybody is watching the bride except for Vel, who is disgusted by this tradition. And then we find out why Luthen is at the wedding. Davos Skalden bought an ancient Chandrillian sculpture from him. Skalden says,
that was stolen 25,000 years ago when Chandrilla was sacked by Rakatan invaders.
So this is pretty fun, and there's a lot to unpack here. The Rakata were an alien species mostly from the old Legends continuity. They were a race of dark side users that conquered the galaxy, and they were briefly mentioned in Andor Season 1.
Celebrates the uprising against the Rakatan invaders.
The timing here is also interesting, 25,000 years ago. This is before the Old Republic, and it's also at the dawn of the Jedi Order. And James Mangold is currently developing a movie about the beginning of the Jedi Order set during that time. So this tiny mention could be setting up the villain of this new trilogy, a fledgling Jedi Order breaking apart the Rakatan dynasty to pave the way for democracy across the galaxy. At the reception, we find out that Mon Mothma's aide Erskine was born on Naboo, home planet of Palpatine and Padme, and that his mom was Gorman. And notice Luthen's reaction to that news.
My mother's Gorman. Oh.
So Gorman has been the site of trouble for years now, and it's going to be a prominent setting for the rest of this season. And Tay is a hot mess, and he lets it slip that he is cozying up to Skalden. So the gangster is probably guaranteeing Tay that he'll cover all of his debts. But in exchange for what? And this is what worries Luthen when he says,
"You know the number. We'd be vulnerable forever."
Now, if Tay gets in Skalden's pocket, then they will blackmail Mon Mothma and she will never be safe. She says to him,
"I'm not sure what you're saying."
And his reply is perfect.
How nice for you.
Remember, in Season 1, we saw that Mon Mothma favored gradual change. She was never a militaristic leader like Luthen or Saw Gerrera. In fact, in the show Rebels, when she becomes leader of the Rebel Alliance, Saw Gerrera decries the decision because he thinks that she is too weak to lead.
If you continue to allow this war to be fought on the Empire's terms, not yours, you are going to lose.
Now, the dance at the wedding begins with a very strict ritual, with a style that seems like it's taken from the very structured dances of the Renaissance. This is a lot like most weddings, which begin with the traditional dances of the bride and groom and parents, before they devolve into a hot mess when your uncle pops his knee trying to break dance. And this also happens in the show, with a circular floating DJ Roomba bringing the party. Now, back on Mina Rao, they had to break the news to B. And notice part of the communications console is a galactic star chart, similar to the map to find Luke Skywalker that we saw in Force Awakens. But their plan to leave is quickly thrown out the door because Wilman just had to say goodbye to Bila, the farmer's daughter. Now, we talked earlier about how the theme of this show is sacrifice, showing how all the rebels have to give up something they love for the cause. And Wilman does the opposite here, choosing love, which eventually leads to Brasso's death. Now, when Brasso goes to Wilman, his speeder makes the same sound as the speeders in Jedi, right down to the Doppler echoes. Cassian arrives in orbit, intercut with Mon Mothma doing shots, and I love this double escalation we're getting. Like, these are two very different scenes. One is at a wedding party, and the other is a battle, but the stakes feel incredibly high on both planets. Notice how everybody starts off dancing in a circle, you know, the natural shape of the Chandrillian culture, but Mon is just going for it, dancing by herself, even though she is surrounded by friends and family. And then the creepy lieutenant invades their home. Now, earlier I said their home looks like a shipping container, which isn't quite right. The sides look like they're actually made of an accordion type material, like they can drop these pods from the air and then extend them like campers. It's another way to show just how much of a migrant lifestyle they are leading. So the Imperial hangs up his hat, a way to indicate that he's staying for a while and also to claim ownership over this home. Then he lays out their economic situation, which directly parallels what's happening in America today.
The councils need the help or there's no harvest. The help is undocumented. The rules are clear.
And then to bolster his own ego, he makes the migrant problem all about himself.
It all ends up on me.
But Bix still has some agency, so she fights back, intercutting with Mon Mothma, who is losing her agency and surrendering to alcohol to forget her problems. Everybody in this episode is facing their worst fears. For Bix, she's being assaulted again. For Mon Mothma, she's literally become her mother, getting drunk at her daughter's wedding. While outside, we see that Tay's new driver is Cinta, Vel's ex. So Cinta's family were killed by stormtroopers, and she grew up in poverty. And this is partly what drove a wedge between her and Vel in season 1. So it probably gives Cinta a small amount of pleasure to be given this mission, to kill one of the elites who is a threat to the rebellion. Now, Vel looks at her, and I think she looks somewhat betrayed, because Cinta never told her that she was coming to her home planet. Now, the lieutenant's assault on Bix is incredibly hard to watch. It's gritty, it's realistic, and yet it takes place in the same universe as this. And I love that when she clocks this piece of shit in the head, he actually acts like somebody who just took a hit to the brain. He's dizzy, he can't stand, as opposed to the show Daredevil, where people get knocked around in the head all the time and then pop right back up. I also want to point out this asshole's wide thigh trousers. Now, these are called jodhpurs, and they were standard for Nazi officers, but they were originally intended for horseback riding, to be worn with knee-high boots. So from the air, Cassian follows the words of his handler, using the weapons of his enemy against them.
I'm condemned to use the tools of my enemy to defeat them.
He shoots the grain silo to bury the stormtroopers, similar to collapsing the tunnel when he escaped with the ship. Again, we're seeing the rebellion using the natural environment to work against the Empire. Brasso runs, but it's too late. He is killed by Wilman's carelessness. And as Cassian loads them up into the TIE fighter, notice that this silo has AU written Arbesh. AU is the periodic symbol for gold, which might imply that these are fields of golden space wheat. Or something. And I thought that the ending of this arc was a masterpiece. Mon Mothma drunk, spiraling in and out of frame as we cut to black with silence. So this arc takes place 1 year after episodes 1 through 3 in 3 BBY, 3 years before Star Wars A New Hope. Now, on our free-to-join Discord server, a lot of you had questions about the timeline and like what else was happening in the galaxy during the show. Specifically, what was happening on Star Wars Rebels, and some of you even asked why Darth Vader wasn't in this show, and I got answers for you. Rebels is a show that takes place in the exact same time period as Andor, but stays focused on one particular rebel cell as they gradually join the larger interconnected rebellion. It does feature characters like Mon Mothma, Wedge Antilles, and Lando Calrissian, as well as Clone Wars era characters like Hondo Ohnaka and Rex. The cool thing about Rebels and Andor Season 2, though, is that they complement each other by filling in different gaps. So the first arc of this season of Andor took place in 4 BBY, which is right when Kanan and Ezra dueled the Grand Inquisitor, who is also this guy in Obi-Wan Kenobi. And during the events of episodes 1 through 3, Leia became a junior senator and also appeared in the show Rebels. Now, you probably noticed that the rebellion seems to be a bit more organized in the first arc of this season. That's because this coincides with when Anakin's old apprentice, Ahsoka Tano, appeared on Rebels as the Agent Fulcrum, and her job was to coordinate all of these different Rebel cells. So, while Luthen was coordinating intelligence and sharing information among Rebel cells, Ahsoka was coordinating military operations between these different Rebel groups. And the battle between Darth Vader and Ahsoka Tano occurred during the first 3 episodes of Andor Season 2, which is why Darth Vader is not in this show. He's out hunting down rogue Jedi and other rebels. Now, there was a 1-year time jump between Rebels Season 2 and 3, and that is when these next 3 episodes take place. So Tony Gilroy and his team did a great job finding just a little bit of continuity where they could tell this story, and I love how well they blend all of this together. Now, when that date comes on screen, notice we hear these bells. Now, I missed this in episode 1 this season, but those are the bells of Ferrix. Those were rung at the start of every new day on that planet. And this is a clever way to keep this series tied back to Ferrix and to let us know that we are starting a new chapter in this saga. So we open on Bix and Cassian staying at a safe house on Coruscant, the capital planet of the Empire. Now, this is a small apartment owned by Luthen where various rebel operatives can hide out. Bix is still having nightmares about Gorst, the Imperial who tortured her in season 1 by making her listen to the amplified screams of dying children. Now, you remember, this guy was completely devoid of human emotion, reminded me a lot of the Six-Fingered Man for The Princess Bride.
Local commanders were granted permission to use any means necessary, and, well...
I'm sure you've discovered my deep and abiding interest in pain.
But then they did something really interesting in this scene. Because it's been a year since the last episode, we know that these two would have been on different missions in the interim. And as we find out later in the episode, Cassian is being very overprotective of Bix. When he left her alone on Ferrix, she was tortured, and when he left her alone on Morlana Rael, she was sexually assaulted. So we find out that, while they were on a mission, Cassian executed an Imperial soldier simply because he saw Bix's face. So subconsciously, Bix is afraid that Cassian is becoming like an Imperial. She's afraid that life has become meaningless for him like it was for Gorst. And this is why Dream Gorst says,
I know you wanted him to live, but Cassian said he'd seen your faces, so...
Now, this dream is actually Bix's ultimate expression of empathy. When she sees the soldier's face and the torture device that Gorst used, Bix is imagining that she was the person who was tortured and killed. She can see herself in the victim, and she's terrified that she and Cassian are becoming monsters like Gorst. It's also a neat touch that we see his helmet on the ground. Maybe when they killed him, he was wearing the helmet, but now she's able to imagine his actual face. Now, what makes this show so great is that it always puts characters first in every situation. Bix is having night terrors and sleepwalking, which is common for people who have been in traumatic situations.
Yeah, like Tony Stark in Iron Man 3.
Well, technically his armor was sleepwalking, but yes. Now, when we saw Bix on Morlana Rael, she seemed to be doing a little bit better. She still had night terrors, but at least she was surrounded by friends. But now she's cut off from the rest of the world, and that's actually making her worse and turn inward. Now, this apartment is what I like to call 1980s futurism, because it's probably what people in the 80s would have imagined the future would look like, but it's made from materials that would have actually been available in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. Now, the building they're living in is an ugly, brutalist structure, so it's fitting that it's inside of the Imperial capital. In our last video, I talked about how buildings on other worlds always seem to blend in with nature, but Imperial buildings are always imposing on the landscape. So Bix, whose mind is haunted by the Empire, is now forced to actually live inside the Empire itself. And then we go to Gorman, the setting for much of this season. Now, in Rebels, we saw Mon Mothma formally resign her Senate seat over the Gorman massacre, and last season she was fighting for Gorman rights.
I name the Emperor himself for ordering the brutal attacks on the people of Gorman.
And of course, we heard about them in the first arc when Krennic revealed the Empire's plans for the planet. So, for an old school Star Wars fan, it is a thrill to finally get to see this planet. Notice it's part of the Rima trade route, which was first mentioned in the novel Tarkin. Now, that mention is appropriate because Tarkin is deeply tied to the history of this planet. In the old Legends continuity, like before Disney bought Lucasfilm, the Gorman massacre happened just 2 years after the Empire was formed. Now, Tarkin is of course the administrator who was in charge of the Death Star in A New Hope, and the expanded material reveals that he was a cruel, calculating bastard. So I like that this series is keeping this little bit of continuity while setting up a new Gorman massacre that will eventually drive Mon Mothma away from the Empire. The Gorman capital city, Palma, looks like it's in Austria or Switzerland, which is appropriate because the city itself seems to be a mesh of different European styles. In the promo video we saw in episode 1, the city looked very cosmopolitan, with everyone adorned in the finest Gorman fabrics. But in the modern day, the populace look a little more beaten down. Also notice that they've added this memorial to the massacre that did not appear in that film from episode 1. Now, Syril has taken a promotion that's actually a secret undercover ISB assignment. This is because, just like his mom pointed out last episode, he wants to go off and have adventures like his dad.
Syril's father fancied himself an adventurer. One day, suddenly, he was gone.
Now, a few things to notice here, like the circular window. Much like on Chandrilia, architecture on Gorman favors curves and circles, not the angular, brutalist lines of Imperial structures. He's also decorated his home with Gorman spiders, so it would seem to a stranger that he enjoys these people and their culture. And this trick, where he leaves like the floss tied to the door, is an old spy trick that we saw in movies like The Now, it seems to me that the Gormans and the Gorman Front are inspired by French partisans from World War II. These were the freedom fighters who resisted Nazi occupation during the war. Even the street outside his place seems very French. The street is small and narrow, and so are the vehicles. And this little bike is even like a Vespa. There's even this chef crossing the street with a pot. It's practically the opening of Beauty and the Beast. But mostly, the Gorman language seems to be designed to sound exactly like French. The city center shows us how this really is a city of artisans, and the architecture reflects the history and culture of these people. Notice the columns are curved and they look like they were woven, you know, like a spider web. And later in the episode, we see columns that taper down to become circular benches to show that everything in this world was designed with care and always with the people in mind. Now, compare this to Imperial structures, which always look very cold and uncomfortable. The dominant feature in the square is this dome and the spire that the Imperials are building. Now, I keep pointing out all the hidden Death Stars in this season, and this construction here looks like the second Death Star as it gradually overshadows the dome, which could be the first Death Star. Syril walks by protesters in the square. Now the crowd is small, but this is exactly what the Empire wanted. They wanted the Gormans to appear unruly and disobedient, and his mother, Edie, shows us how the Imperial propaganda is working.
The wet weavers.
Or lectopods.
The thought of it.
Now we love the spiders. Oh, it's an image we can build on. Aggressive, unpleasant, keeping to themselves.
And then she goes on to say,
I'm not buying Gorman again. I'm sick of it. They were always too good for the rest of us.
As Syril says, she's watching too much Imperial news. And during this conversation, she's just casually getting her hair done in the salon. But I thought this line was the most telling.
This mockery of Emperor Palpatine.
Now from the movies, we only ever see Palpatine as this cruel, withered old Sith Lord. But he was able to rise to power because he was extremely popular. Even as a senator, he was unassuming, he made friends, and he was always there to help other people. So it makes sense that he would be popular among the elites and the people who are comfortable. And using fear as a tool also makes people feel like they need you, as we heard in Season 1.
The Emperor's primary charge is to protect us, is it not?
Now I also appreciated how Syril's office is designed like the bridge of an Imperial ship, with the commander having a high walkway, but the workers are down in a pit, so he can see if they're goofing around or playing ballons on their computer.
How about one more game? My luck has to run out eventually.
Now, in the square, Syril walks by these aliens, and one of them looks like an Aki-Aki from Planet Pisana that we saw in Rise of Skywalker. And in this episode, I think this dog creature is a new species, although it could be another breed of a Sheffy, the dog that Carrie Fisher's dog Gary played in The Last Jedi. We think this alien is a Duwini. Back on Coruscant, we see Bix and Cassian struggling to lead a normal life as they argue over which grocery store is the safest. And there is a lot of fun stuff to unpack inside of the store. First of all, and I could be wrong about this, I think the music playing inside is a reorchestration of the acrobats from the Star Wars Holiday Special. Now, of course, that special was so bad that George Lucas wanted to destroy every copy that ever existed, but more recent Star Wars canon has actually embraced aspects of it, you know, like the mentions of Life Day.
I was hoping to be free for Life Day.
This alien looks like a whippet. Now, the grocer says that they just got melons in from Yukia. Now, that is a planet that is mentioned in the junior novel Jedi Quest, Changing of the Guard. And these melons are Melu runs, which we first saw in Star Wars Rebels. The Arabesh on this candy reads Pizzo, probably the Star Wars version of Pez. These jars on top read Fung, and this one reads Dryer Medley Instant. And these cartons on the side read OJ. And this creature in the cage is your mom. And you know, I keep talking about the hidden Death Stars in this season, so how about this hologram over to the side? Definitely it looks like a hidden Death Star to me. In fact, in continuity, this is the way the Death Star first appeared back in Attack of the Clones. As Syril walks to work, he is offered a spider, and notice how this case has a web designed in the lid, which is just another cool design detail that makes this world feel even more real and lived in. And as he's invited to a meeting with the Gorman Front, notice that the protest in the square is getting larger than the previous day. And then we go to Bix cleaning her blaster, and I love that they filmed her through the bottom of a glass table. It's a way to show us all of this gear that she's working with, to show us that she's not fully put together right now, and we can also see the despair on her face. But most importantly, we see the grime on the table obscuring her face, which reflects her mental state, where she is not even sure who she is anymore. Is she a cold-blooded murderer? Has Cassian become worse than the people they're fighting? These are all questions that are conveyed just by lowering that camera beneath the table. Then she finally confronts him about killing the soldier, and Cassian says,
Bix, you put on the uniform, you take your chances.
And this is the argument used to justify all war. As soon as somebody puts on a uniform, they are no longer a person, they become an extension of the state. But Bix isn't used to this life, and she says,
I can't stop seeing his face.
And Cassian's response humanizes him in a way that actually helps to relieve her guilt.
It fades.
Bix wants to live a real life and go to the big park, and Cassian says,
I told you they put cameras in.
So I wonder if this big park could be Monument Plaza, which is built around the tallest mountain peak in Coruscant. In fact, we saw it in the special edition of Return of the Jedi and the Clone Wars and in Mandalorian Season 3. Now Cassian doesn't want to let her out of his sight after what happened on Luthen Rael, and she even tries to distance herself from his attachment.
I'm not Marva, I'm not your sister.
Marva was his mother, and Cassian, of course, was separated from his sister when he was a child. In fact, he began the series looking for his sister, and we still don't know if she is alive or dead. And then we cut to the core of what's bothering her. She feels guilty because Cassian killed for her. She is terrified of becoming her enemy, and she wants to know if it's worth the sacrifice.
But if I'm giving up everything, I want to win.
Back on Gorman, Imperial trucks go by, and unlike the other vehicles on the street from earlier, these are loud, noisy, and imposing. They feel like they are imposing on the natural order of this world. Once he's safe inside, Syril reads the message from the Gormans, and, like the protest sign earlier, it is written in the native language of the planet, and since I don't speak space French, I don't know what it says. Now when he returns to the square, notice the waterfall falling through the monument makes the sound of wind chimes. This seems like it's inspired by other tributes like the 9/11 Memorial in New York City. At the facility, the Imperials are watching a pod race, complete with the same sound effects that we heard in The Phantom Menace. This pod race also looks like it takes place in the canyons of Tatooine, just like we saw in that movie. Now, this Arabesh was too blurry for me to read with screener footage. The only word that I could actually make out completely was the word winners on the lower right-hand corner. But when the high-res version of the episode drops, we will do the translation and let you guys know what it says on our Discord server. Also notice that the guards are always eating. Now, this is a detail that Gilroy used a lot in Season 1. Imperials are often showing casually drinking coffee from to-go cups or eating snacks while overseeing genocide and cultural displacement. It's a way to show how out of touch they are with human suffering. So when Syril enters, he passes by this after-hours Roomba and enters a secure room through a door that's shaped like a Sabacc card. When he calls Dedra, notice again that in her window there are orbs that look like Death Stars, with the dividing line in the middle. Even the plants in her apartment are cold and sterile, cacti in glass cases. But that's fitting since she is also a person who detaches herself from normal emotions and interaction with the outside world. Now Syril name drops the Gorman Front, the rebel cell that Saw Gerrera mentioned in Season 1.
The Gorman Front.
And he's disappointed that his news isn't big enough to bring to her commanding officer, Leo Partagaz.
I thought you'd want to brief Partagaz.
No. He'll want more than that.
Now, like Cyril's mom said, he's always trying to prove his worth, to prove his masculinity, and he craves the approval and attention of authority figures, especially male authority figures. Now, Dedra's former assistant Hirt has been promoted to lieutenant, the same rank as her, judging by their matching rank badges. He has taken over tracking down Axis after Dedra was the first person to realize that there was a common person coordinating between different rebel cells. Axis, of course, is Luthen Rael, but Dedra still wishes the assignment was hers because she wants to prove herself, because she is one of the few women in the ISB, and after she was attacked on Ferrix, this has become personal for her. She wants to find Axis so all of her trauma becomes worth it. And remember, this lieutenant is a rebel spy named Lonnie, and I love how they show him subtly working to gain information from the others. He's brave and stands up to Partagaz by telling him the truth.
We're arresting too many people.
And this means that the others now feel indebted to him so he can gain information in a social context.
How do I repay you? You can buy me lunch.
And during the meeting, Leo also name drops Colonel Wolf Yularen, who we saw on the Death Star here, and then the Emperor himself. And I gotta say, I love that Palpatine never actually appears in this series. He should feel elusive and out of touch at all times. And then we get a montage of Mon Mothma trying to curry votes to repeal the Pord.
Like those little birds in The Last Jedi?
No, that's Porg. Pord is the Public Order Resentencing Directive. In Season 1, after the Aldani heist, the Emperor cracked down on all crimes, redoubling sentences.
Any criminal act with even indirect effect on the Empire will henceforth be branded a Class 1 offense.
and this is why Cassian was sent to prison for 6 years. As Mon says, this directive has actually created more crime because the Imperials just keep arresting people. What she doesn't know is that the Empire is arresting all of these people because they need slave labor to build the Death Star. Now, it's ironic that she is also trying to solve the ISB's main problem. Lonnie says that the Empire is arresting too many people, and Mon Mothma agrees, but part of Gaz's meeting with the Emperor is to figure out how to process all of the people they've arrested and not to discuss pumping the brakes on the PORD. Now notice she's outside of the Senate building that of course we first saw in The Phantom Menace. First, she speaks to Daisy Oren, the senator from Gorman. Now in this corridor, she and her aide Erskine are talking to a Tarsant and an Odigan. This alien senator looks like a wealthy Singulon, so she tries to cash in a favor from the Gorman senator, reminding him that she helped lift the Imperial blockade of his planet, and he responds by telling her that Gorman only has one export, their spider fabric, and that everything else to survive has to be brought in. So again, this reminded me of the French economy in the first part of the 20th century, when their primary exports were luxury items like clothing and perfume. Now, because of fear, this senator can't go against the Emperor, which again is the whole point of the Death Star.
Fear will keep the local systems in line. Fear of this battle station.
Then we intercut between two different rebel meetings. Lonnie meeting with Luthen to let him know that Deidre is no longer hunting him. Instead, she's been moved to Gorman. So this lets Luthen know that Gorman is far more important than he ever realized. And the other meeting is Syril entering the Gorman front. So I love the cultural flourishes here, like how the Gormans applaud by pounding their shoulders and they curse by extending their arms. These gestures do make them seem strange to the rest of the galaxy, but they also indicate a people who value their traditions and preserving their native language. Syril does a good job of observing and playing it cool. By not seeming too eager, he actually makes the Gormans chase him a little bit.
I'm not sure that's allowed.
Is there a law against seeking Imperial counsel?
Now back on Coruscant, Cassian wakes up with Bix, but instead of dreaming about Gorst, she spotted Luthen's signal, which is calling Cassian into action. He wants to send Cassian to Gorman to assess whether or not the Gorman Front is a group that's actually worth backing.
Gorman would be a remarkable place to turn our way.
Which of course, all of this is part of Deidre's trap. Remember, she said,
"You need a radical insurgency you can count on. You need Gorman rebels you can depend on to do the wrong thing."
Luthen also makes a small mention of a rebel pilot that once crashed on Gorman, and that was his only connection to the planet.
There was a rebel pilot that went down and we tried to help it.
And I loved this tiny bit of world building. So this little subtle detail is the kind of thing that, you know, someone someday is going to write a story about in Star Wars Insider and make it canon. And it's all going to have started from a throwaway line in this episode. And then we go to Saw Gerrera's base on Dakar. Now Saw, as most of you know, is an extremist, a very violent rebel commander who uses harsh tactics against the Empire. And years later, he will be at odds with Mon Mothma. Now here, he is headquartered on the same planet as the Resistance base in Force Awakens, which it makes sense that Leia would use old, undiscovered rebel bases as hideouts. That's why she had the Resistance fleet head for the old rebel base on Crate in The Last Jedi. Now standing guard outside, we see Saw's lieutenants, Two Tubes and Benthic, and their species are called the Tognath. And they're carrying these long rifles, which I think are similar to Tusken Raider rifles that shoot projectiles instead of lasers. Now, inside, we see that Wilman has made a device to steal Rhydonium, which is a very powerful and unstable starship fuel. Now, this scene is weird as hell, but it actually connects a lot of dots for us. Saw talks about how Rhydonium is extremely dangerous if it touches you or if you inhale it.
Maybe you breathe just a little too deeply, burn from the inside.
In fact, if you inhale too much Rhydonium, it can actually dissolve your vocal cords and make you mute. And then we see Saw take a big old whiff of it. So I think people use this as a drug like huffing glue. For Saw, it's symbolic of how he lives his life, someone who is constantly on the edge of death and survival. So if Saw is inhaling this stuff to get his jollies, then it explains why he can barely talk in Rogue One, and why he needs a breathing mask.
Did you come here to kill me?
In fact, that breathing mask might be hooked up to more Rhydonium, so he's just high all the time. And this would also explain why he becomes so completely batshit paranoid and insane.
Poor Gullet. Poor Gullet.
And here we see Luthen Tenza, a Sabat, and Jubilee Sperado, a Meftian. And on the right, we see Moroff, who is a Gygorian. And I also love this tender goodbye between Bix and Cassian as they graze their hands across one another. It seems so ritualistic, I wonder if it was some kind of custom developed on Ferrix. But then, after he leaves, she starts taking a drop of this drug, which I'm wondering, could this also be Rhydonium? Now let's move on to episode 5. Now the intro begins as normal, but then it cuts in and out, like a radio frequency.
Right off.
748.
This is a clever transition to Kleya listening to the radio, but it's also because Andor's life is just one of many pieces of information that they're monitoring. So his theme becomes diegetic sound like a radio signal.
Yeah, it's like poetry, sort of they rhyme.
She tunes into Skulldun, the gangster who is Mon Mothma's new in-law, and hears that he's upset that one of his art pieces was a forgery. And this means that he's going to have to do a thorough sweep of all the art, and he's going to find the bug that Kleya and Luthen are using to spy on him. Now, one of the signals she hears is also from Ryloth, the home planet of the Twi'leks, and the setting for a brilliant 4-episode arc of the Clone Wars. And here, just beneath Padme's headdress from Attack of the Clones and Plo Koon's mask, we can see a breastplate of Mandalorian armor.
This is the way.
This is the way.
And on the top shelf in the back room, we can see the 3 stones from Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, which was of course produced by Star Wars creator George Lucas. Meanwhile, Andor goes to the lower levels of Coruscant, which we first saw in live action in Attack of the Clones. Now this is normally the seedy underbelly of the planet, and it takes heavy inspiration from the movie Blade Runner. Notice the Gonk power droid walking around outside, and the alien homeless person here is a Kidirian, just like one of the aliens who rescued Cassian from the prison planet in Season 1. So Cassian enters this travel agency with the Arabesh sign outside telling us this place is owned by Nul Ban. Now to see him, Cassian has to use this code phrase.
I have friends everywhere.
And remember that code phrase for later in the season. The monitors display various destinations around the galaxy, with the Arabesh on this screen reading Dune C. That's the wastelands of Tatooine. I'm not sure why anybody would want to go there unless it's to maybe see the Sarlacc. Howdy partners, come on down to Tatooine to visit the desolate Dune C. We got moisture farmers, Tashi stations got power converters, and you can feed your youngins to the Sarlacc pit if they get out of line. But watch out, you'll probably die out here. Now I believe that Bond's species is an Arcanian, and he sets up Cassian with an earpiece that describes his new identity. So this of course takes inspiration from one of the greatest all-time spy franchises, Mission Impossible.
Should you or any member of your team be caught or killed, the Secretary will disavow any knowledge of your actions.
I love the lower level design here and how like 70s and 80s it looks with this rainbow painted on the side. We even see this with the characters' hairstyles. Everybody is dressing like the actors in the original Star Wars trilogy, since this show is actually a lead up to A New Hope. Now the Arabesh here is blurry, but I think it reads like Galaxy something and store. Cassian's cover story says that he was born in Tahini, and this planet was mentioned in the very first episode of the series.
We do have a lovely lady here tonight from Tahina who's got those big dark eyes you're looking for.
On Garmin, we see that Syril is more engaged with his mom, just like Dedra promised. But he's only doing this so the Garmin front can listen in on his conversations. And this neatly transitions to Kleya also listening to other people's conversations with her old-fashioned switchboard operator. We also find out that Skulldun has had the art forger killed, and that his full sweep is going to lead to the discovery of Luthen's microphone in his office. And while we learn about the fake art in Skulldun's office, Cassian gets the rundown on his fake identity as an artist, which neatly intercuts with Syril putting on a show of his own, pretending like he had no idea his office was bugged.
How long it's been there, or if it's even operational or unknown.
And his little temper tantrum,
"We're bugging our own office!"
really sold this illusion to the Gorman front. But as Cassian says later in the episode, the Gormans really just want to believe what they want to believe. By their nature, they're gentle artisans and don't really have any experience or stomach for war. So when they go through Syril's record as a security guard in Season 1, the Arabesh under his name reads Preox Morlana Security. Now, when they talk to Syril, who is now dressing like a Gorman, complete with his Franco-style beret, they try to appeal to his Imperial patriotism.
Many of us believe the Emperor has no idea what's being done on his behalf.
I think this is a brilliant bit of writing. They're trying to make Syril feel as if the ISB are the real enemy, and he would be doing the Emperor a favor by exposing this conspiracy against him.
What if we could help the Empire by working together?
Now, outside of Bix's place, we see this building with multiple landing platforms. Just a cool bit of design from the art department that I really like. Luthen checks in on Bix, in part because she's a good soldier and useful.
We need you, Bix. We need you healthy.
But also, he knows that Bix is Cassian's weak point. He killed an Imperial guard to protect her, and if she's not happy, he'll take fewer missions to stay with her. I mean, he almost turned down Gorham because he didn't want to leave her behind. Luthen reminisces that he used to live in the safe house, and he implies that he's also used the drug that Bix is taking.
It works for a while, but the dreams come back worse when you stop.
Now, I do think that Luthen cares about people, but he also uses people, and he doesn't hesitate to sacrifice others. For instance, he sent Wilman to help train Guerrera's engineer to hack into the Imperial fuel depot, and Luthen probably knew that there was a good chance Saul would kill Wilman. Now, when the engineer asks Wilman who taught him this, he goes quiet. So the answer is probably his dad, who the Empire tortured and killed in Season 1. And as Syril is packing up his gear, I love how we see all of this data reflected in his eyes. It's a great way to show his growing inhumanity. He's no longer really a person, he's an Imperial operative, part of a machine. And this is the opposite of the people of Gorman. When they greet one another, the gesture looks like they're opening their hearts to each other, whereas Syril is closed off and concealing his true intentions from them. So he provides the Gorman front with transport logs that he knows are the perfect bait. I mean, even just the fact that some of them are labeled military security required means that they will see what they want to see and attack the shipment. So when Cassian arrives, we first see him reflected in this puddle. It's a great visual way to show us that he is appearing as a double identity, a reflection of his true self. In the lobby, this alien looks like a Nithorn, a species that we first saw in Solo. Now, the hotel itself is like gold and gaudy, like a high-end hotel might have looked in the 1970s, but it's fitting that it looks kind of tacky because Gorman used to be a cosmopolitan planet, but after the Imperial suppression, they would have fallen behind the latest trends and styles. Then the bellhop describes the Gorman massacre, how Grand Moff Tarkin, you know, this guy, killed hundreds of people in the square simply because he didn't want to land somewhere else. And this actually clears up a bit of continuity confusion. In the old Legends continuity, the Gorman massacre took place 2 years after the Empire was formed, but in Star Wars Rebels, it happens 2 years before A New Hope.
I name the Emperor himself for ordering the brutal attacks on the people of Gorman.
By saying that there are actually 2 Gorman massacres, the one with Tarkin and the one that is referenced in Rebels.
If I had a nickel for every time I was doomed by a puppet, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice, right?
So I love how, with just a few sentences, they're able to give this hotel worker just some character shading. So this is the site of the worst day of his life, the day he lost his father, and yet he works in a hotel overlooking the memorial. It shows us the resilience of the Gorman people and how they fight to remember their losses. And this is why the Imperial Armory being so close to this site is such an insult to their people. So Syril arrives on Coruscant, barely missing his greatest enemy, Andor, and in the station he walks by these maps of various hyperspace lanes showing the interconnected routes to travel across the galaxy like hopping on different train lines. And honestly, I could watch a whole series just about him and Dedra's relationship. It's such a weird love language, like she had him followed, she's kissing him like he's a filing cabinet, but then
turn out the lights
so she could do weird things to him on that little race car bed in the background. Gorman is the complete opposite of high society Coruscant. In Dedra's world, everything is very white and sterile, like the afterlife and the Deathly Hallows. But in Gorman, everything is made of brass and still very shiny. And these 2 scenes also show us how Andor and Syril are in similar circumstances, but because of their experiences, they react very differently. They each arrive at one another's homes on a secret mission. They're each followed after they arrive, but only Andor notices this. They meet up with a woman, but then they have opposite power dynamics. Then they meet with an older authority figure where, again, Andor is the expert and Syril is begging for approval from the Imperial officer. Season 1 showed us how these 2 fatherless, listless young men were radicalized into 2 very different movements. But they diverged because Cassian had a mother who taught him to fight oppression, while Syril had a mother who taught him to crave approval. And later on, we see that he's still eating cereal with the blue milk that we first saw in A New Hope, and generally, he's just regressing into his childhood. We also get this snippet of a talk show on the HoloNet, which is an important glimpse into how the Empire is able to distract ordinary people with bullshit entertainment while their government is committing massacres.
I want to talk parties. Political parties? No, it's Festy Week.
And she is surrounded by takeout containers high out of her mind. And the metaphor here is clear. These are the ways that people distract themselves when they find themselves living in a fascist state, with mind-numbing entertainment, takeout food, and substance abuse. As Andor speaks to Caro Rylance, she notes how the cafe used to be full of designers, and now it's empty because the Empire is trying to diminish the planet's importance. If people in the galaxy don't like Gorman, or if they're just apathetic to the people, then they won't care when the Empire strip mines their world for clean energy. And by the way, that clean energy cover story for the Death Star is kind of funny because both clean energy and the Death Star are a quest for
limited power.
And as Cassian talks to her, I loved the framing here, where we see his reflection speaking to her and not Cassian himself. It is a cool visual way to show us that he is used to speaking with the double identity, and she is not. Now, as Cassian exits his hotel, notice the luggage cart here is actually hovering. You can hear the repulsors. And then he goes to meet the partisan leader, Rylance. Now, Rylance is exactly the kind of rebel that Dedra was hoping for, someone who is inexperienced at spycraft and warfare. He is a tailor and not a soldier.
19 generations. One of the youngest Twilleries in Palma.
Now, I love this line because it tells us just how old this weaving culture is, and it subtly lets us know that these people are not fit for this kind of violent life. Now, Cassian has brought Rylance a new code crystal.
Code crystal for the radio.
Now, this is an ingenious way to decode messages because the exact structure and shape of a crystal cannot be reproduced, and they are all one of a kind. I also wonder if the crystals could be Kyber crystals, and that's why Luthen gave one to Andor for safekeeping last season. When Rylance proudly shares the intel they've gathered, Cassian sees through it immediately.
Feeding false information is what they do.
They have the gall to ask him.
Ever done anything like this before?
He just kind of smiles like, yeah, bitches, I was the pilot in the Aldani heist. Now again, there is a parallel here with Syril when Partagaz calls him inexperienced and eager. But Cyril's actually kind of good at this kind of thing, and he gets his long-awaited attaboy from a male authority figure.
Excellent work, Syril.
If I say this is the greatest day of my life, does it spoil everything?
I also liked these little small details, like how some of these signs are written in Arabesh and some of them are written in the native Gorman language that we saw on the protest signs in the square. And some of the signs are written in both languages, and this just shows us how the Gormans are kind of separate from the rest of the galaxy and why it was so easy for the Empire to other them in the eyes of most of the core worlds. Now back on Coruscant, Luthen is waving goodbye to a client in a sweet-ass flying sports car. And then he and Clea have it out about the listening devices they planted in Skuldans. They run through some of the intel they gathered, like the Holo News buyouts. Now the Holo News is a galactic news network, and apparently Skuldan was buying off their reporters. They also mentioned discovering that Colonel Wolf Yularen was lying about something. Again, that's this guy who we first saw in the Death Star in A New Hope and who appeared in season 1 of Andor. And we also hear that Skuldan was courting the Grand Vizier. That's this blue guy with head tails who has been with Palpatine ever since the Clone Wars. Remember, he's the one who oh so subtly helped persuade Jar Jar to give Palpatine ultimate power.
If only Senator Amidala were here.
And then Luthen says they're drowning in intel.
I can't keep track anymore. All this lines we've laid, all this information, the radios, the frequencies, the messages flying around.
Just like how the ISB are drowning in arrests. Both sides have more intel and information than they can actually process. And then we go to another spy, Broody, the bearded engineer, as he presses Saul for more info about where they are robbing the fuel from.
If I could focus on one single variation, one, I'd have the confidence you're looking for.
Maybe this guy was an Imperial spy, or maybe he was just an idiot who couldn't learn this thing, but either way, it meant that Saul had no use for him. And after he kills him, I love that we can see his soldiers' fanatical devotion to Saul Guerrera.
Drinking our Rhino in peace.
Now, by the time we met Saul in Rogue One, he was already a figure like Colonel Kurtz in Apocalypse Now.
Now, do you say what now?
Well, Kurtz was an American colonel who went insane in the jungles of Vietnam, and then he inspired soldiers and locals to follow him in a kind of cult. And we can see that cult of Saul Guerrera starting here. Now, when Wilman is cracking the Imperial fuel cells, Saul tells him his life story, how he was imprisoned in the jungles of his home planet.
I was a prisoner. They made a work camp in the jungle. No droids, no beasts, just men.
Now, we actually saw part of Saul's backstory in the Clone Wars. He was a resistance fighter in the jungles of Onderon during the Clone Wars. And in an early mission, we saw his sister die, and this experience radicalized him. He talks about the Rhydonium leaks on his planet and how they caused everyone's skin to break out and poison them. If it weren't for the Rhydonium, he would be dead and still in prison. So Rhydonium represents this fine line between life and death. His life was saved by this deadly substance. So Saul then considers himself both alive and dead at the same time, just like Colonel Kurtz did in Apocalypse Now. And the Rhydonium is what made him realize this connection. And so he has grown to love this poisonous ether. And in a heartbreaking line, he even calls it,
"She's my sister, Rhino, and she loves me."
So not only is he not afraid of death, but he kind of welcomes it. And this takes his final moments in Rogue One and gives them better context. He has spent decades waiting to die, slowly poisoning himself with Rhydonium. So of course, he welcomes the Death Star killing him. It's the only way that his story could ever end. Now, on to episode 6. We start on Port Steelguard on the Rima trade route, the same trade route as Palmo, the city capital. Now, just like we saw in season 1, Luthen always parks the Fondor far away from populated areas. So Cassian was sent to give an appraisal of the Gorman front, and Luthen doesn't like what he hears.
They started too late. Now they're rushing. That's awfully definitive. They're not ready, Luthen. I think they know that.
And Cassian says, correctly, that the Gormans know nothing about fighting. This is a grim prophecy that foreshadows the sad ending of this episode. But Luthen sees the value of a weak Gorman rebellion. He wants the Empire to crack down on the planet because this is a well-known core world. Now that could sway a lot of public opinion in the highest power circles of Coruscant toward the rebellion and maybe incite other planets to rise up. Remember, this was a major reason that he planned the Aldani heist, to force the Empire to overreact and cause more people to rebel. And when Cassian talks about all the lives lost, Luthen says,
"It will burn very brightly."
So ironically, Luthen has the same goal for Gorman as the Empire. The Empire also wants the planet to rebel to justify strip mining its resources. And this is exactly what Luthen said about himself last season.
"I'm condemned to use the tools of my enemy to defeat them."
The alien in the art gallery looks somewhat similar to an Aloxian in both color and head shape, but if you recognize it, let me know down in the comments below. Meanwhile, Vel arrives on Gorman for her first appearance in this season's arc. Now remember, last season she was the operative in charge of the Aldani heist, and she's also Mon Mothma's cousin. Now she was in love with another rebel, Cinta, who was always more cold and distant and who pushed her away. So for Cinta, it was the cause above all else. So this episode features different relationships that parallel each other in interesting ways. As Vel arrives on Gorman, Andor comes home to a clean apartment. Now Bix claims her visit from Luthen made her realize how dirty the place was, but his visit might have also made her realize how strung out and useless she had become. So the two of them share this incredibly tender moment where they flirt over his alias on Gorman. And I just love scenes like this in Star Wars. We never get to see this, just two people who love each other being intimate. Yes, the battle scenes and the rebellion, they're important. All that stuff is great. But moments like this show us what the rebellion is actually fighting for, and that is the main theme of this episode. But this sweet moment unravels when Andor hears that Luthen visited Bix. So he is immediately suspicious, thinking that Luthen wanted to assess his soldier so he could find out why Cassian didn't want to go on a mission without her. And then we go to a different couple who are having another kind of working relationship, Mon Mothma and Perrin. Now Perrin is a worthless jackass, but he is very good at organizing the busy social calendar of a senator. He laments that at the start of this new Senate session, more and more people are throwing more lavish parties. And this, I think, is a really important detail because it shows us that those in power really are only there to solidify their own comfort and not to serve the people of their worlds. I mean, even Perrin is tired of entertaining, and partying is literally his only job. And these spiked gloves could be Von Dune Scarekirik, aka Von Dune crab armor. So these armors usually belong to the Yuuzhan Vong as a symbol of status. And guys, it would be wild if they started to introduce Yuuzhan Vong into actual Disney Star Wars canon. So Andor visits the shop to confront him about Bix, and then he throws his words back at him that ended season 1.
"Kill me, or take me in. Kill me or take me in. You're in."
Andor tells him that they are not droids. In other words, they are not machines that Luthen can program. They are people who have emotional and physical needs. And then he responds with,
"We are not who we were when we started."
Now Luthen has already sold his soul to the devil to achieve his ends.
"I burned my decency for someone else's future. I burned my life to make a sunrise that I know I'll never see."
But Cassian thinks that Luthen wants to split up him and Bix to make him easier to control. But Luthen counters,
"I want her as strong as you do."
And then Cassian disappears from his own show while this main theme plays out through the stories of other characters. At ISB HQ, Partagaz stops Hirt and Lonnie in the hallway to tell them that Dr. Gorst is getting a sort of promotion. Now Gorst is the evil piece of shit that tortured Bix last season. Apparently, the Emperor was so smitten with his work that now he's going to train an entire group in his methods. And Partagaz wants Lonnie and Hurst to watch over him. But this new assignment helps land them an invite to the party later on. And I love the small detail that Hirt is just a little too eager to please.
An honor, sir.
It's an assignment. Calibrate your enthusiasm.
Now back on Gorman, Vel is at the same cafe, but in the light of day, we can see the spider murals on the walls. Also, notice how the canopies outside taper, almost like flower petals or spider webs. I love the production design in this show so much. Even the gaudy gold coloring in the cafe or in Andor's hotel room seems like it would have been in style, say, during the Phantom Menace, pre-Clone Wars era, you know, when everything had this nice sheen and polish. So when Cinta shows up, the two of them admit that they accepted the assignment just so they could be with each other. Now, Cinta had an accident that I'm sure we're going to read about in a comic book or a novel at some point, and her recovery time made her realize that her fight against the Empire made her lose sight of what she is actually fighting for. Not fighting for vengeance, but love. And right at the end of the scene, we hear, which I think is a direct callback to this.
Somehow Palpatine returned.
Sorry, I meant this.
I'll have what she's having.
Back at ISB HQ, we learn that Syril has no idea what the Empire actually wants from Gorman. So here we have our fourth couple in the episode with the working relationship. Perrin has no idea that Mon Mothma is a rebel leader. Vel, Cinta, Cassian, and Bix are all soldiers in a cause that is trying to keep them apart. And this all parallels with Syril and Dedra and the secret that she is keeping from him.
Syril must never know what this is all really about.
Again, we're seeing a parallel here between Partagaz and Luthen. They're both covert spy leaders who see relationship as entanglements that can complicate the mission they're trying to accomplish. Now later in the episode, Cinta says,
"We're worth more to him separately than together."
And I think this episode is ultimately about Luthen showing why he is better than the Empire, because he finally recognizes that people like Cassian and Bix work better when they put their heart into the fight and they're not just soldiers who follow every order just because it's an order.
Good soldiers follow orders.
Now, as they plan the Gorman heist, they use a model that's not built to scale, similar to how they planned the Aldani heist. And during the brief, Sam, with 2 M's, gets a little too mouthy.
We need all the weapons we can get.
Tantem lidsam.
Morok vil crev.
Now remember, this is the same guy that was selling Syril the spiders, and he is the perfect kind of idiot. A dumbass dude who somehow thinks he's smart.
Yeah, that guy's an idiot.
Was an idiot.
So Cinta and Vel aren't just there to help them with the robbery, they're also trying to teach them how to be soldiers, how to follow orders, how to obey the chain of command. But the Gormans are an ancient people who are used to having wealth and influence, so they don't like being ordered around. Again, Dedra read these people like a book, and she is setting them up perfectly to be screw-ups. Now back on Coruscant, when Bix gets high, they film her from above with a shallow focus, and with this like slight blur at the edge of the frame. And this is how they filmed Tay during the wedding when he got drunk in the first arc of this season. The binoculars use a viewfinder display similar to the one that Luke used in A New Hope, and Cassian sees the assignment signal go up that actually is setting up their revenge against Gorst later on. But we're meant to think that this is another assignment that will pull Cassian and Bix away from each other. Now in the Imperial Senate, the same building as the Senate chambers we saw in the prequels, the new session is about to start as the senators have to take an Imperial oath.
For the peace and bounty of all beings.
Peace and bounty.
Now in the novel Bloodline, we learned that in the New Republic era, senators took a similar oath to preserve and protect their people. But here, the oath is only about maintaining the glory of the Empire.
A galaxy assemble! Empire!
The Master of Ceremonies looks similar to a Mustafarian, although I know that's not right. And if you guys recognize his species, let me know in the comments. It's actually driving me crazy. I can't place him. And how heartbreaking is it to see Mon Mothma when she stops repeating the oath and she can only grip the dais, like she's barely holding on to what the Senate once was 20 years ago. So now, instead of creating meaningful legislation, her life is all parties and mixers, while Imperials like Krennic have all the real power. Now when they arrive at Skolden's party, they meet Bail Organa outside, and he is of course the adopted father of Leia. Now, he was played by Jimmy Smits in the prequels, Rogue One, and in the show Obi-Wan Kenobi, but here he's played by Benjamin Bratt. Probably because of some kind of scheduling conflict with Smits. You see, Lucasfilm, you can recast people. Not everybody has to be a creepy CGI clone of a legacy character. Now, when we first met Skolden in Season 1, he said that he rarely came to Coruscant. But the reason he wanted his son to marry into Mon Mothma's family was so that he was closer to power and influence. And it worked. He now has a lavish apartment on Coruscant, and he's currying favor with high-level Imperials like Wolf Yularen and Orson Krennic. They're greeted by a cam droid, similar to P9, the droid used by Rio Dario in the High Republic era. So, while the rich and powerful eat cake, Hirt and Lonnie are having the time of their lives. And I just love how enthusiastic Hirt is about the cocktails.
This is my third one.
So Kleya and Luthen are at the party to recover a listening device planted in Skolden's collection. And this is all intercut with Syril, who is spying on the Gorman heist. Now these are both elaborate, tense set pieces that show opposite sides of the war using undercover work to obtain their own goals. The Empire wants the Gormans to overreach, and Kleya wants to grab the bug while everybody is distracted. Now, in an aside, Mon asks about her cousin Vel, and Luthen thinks that she wants to use Vel for some assignment. So Mon's very human answer here,
I care about her,
is a stark contrast to Luthen, who only sees these people as tools. And then we get the welcome return of Ben Mendelsohn as Orson Krennic, the Imperial administrator in charge of building the Death Star. Now notice his dress uniform includes this silly sash, and he says,
"We also have been a guest at her committee several occasions."
Now, building the Death Star meant that Krennic had to commission and have access to huge amounts of credits and material. So of course, his unlimited power project would have caught the attention of Mon Mothma and her various committees. Meanwhile, Kleya takes advantage of Lonnie, the ISB agent that's secretly working for Luthen, and uses him for cover while she removes the bug. Now, she explains that this piece was created by a culture who revered blindness, which is an interesting metaphor in a show that's all about people being kept in the dark and withholding secrets from one another. It's also an especially appropriate place to conceal a listening device. And I love this small detail. When she first grabs Lonnie's attention, she mentions his wife. So last season, Lonnie told Luthen he wanted to quit and make a new life for his wife and new baby. And then Luthen implicitly threatened them if he didn't stay in the ISB and feed him information. So when Kleya mentions Lonnie's wife here, she's actually threatening the lives of his family. So all of this is intercut with the heist, where Cinta and Vel are using ion chargers to disable the electronics of the shipments, which are probably being operated by droids. And the sound here is the same failing engine sound as the Millennium Falcon. And that was also the sound of a biplane failing, like we heard in Raiders of the Lost Ark. And then we get intercutting between two different heists. One is large in scale, stealing crates of Imperial weapons to prove the Empire is building an armory. And the other seems small scale, just stealing a listening device, but this tiny bug could expose Luthen as the rebel agent Axis. And when she says,
Tinians believed all language could be reduced to touch.
I thought of Cassian and Bix greeting one another simply by touching one another's hands. Skolden is telling them about this piece, which was salvaged from the Battle of Carmine, and Krennic brags that he studied the battle at his academy, which Mon counters with,
we were taught it was a systematic execution.
And as they argue over whether or not the battle was a violent insurgency or a slaughter, we cut back to various snags during these heists. The listening device is stuck, but luckily Mon and Orson are making this the most awkward dinner party of the season.
My rebel is your terrorist. Something like that.
Kleya forces Lonnie to grip the piece, and notice there is a similarity here to Mon Mothma gripping the Senate dais. This episode is all about characters who are desperately trying to hang on to their integrity while they are actually surrounded by evil. And then Drea, the Gorman they were worried about, goes missing when she distracts an old woman away from the crash. And this tiny gap means that Vel now has to take her spot, leaving Cinta alone and vulnerable. And so, on the other side of the alley, Sam, the young man who's just itching to prove himself, thinks he's finally got his chance. So this same Gorman, who is tired of inaction at the meeting, walks up to him, and Sam is just desperate to prove his worthiness. So instead of de-escalating the situation like a mature person, it becomes violent. And then we find out that he violated their top rule.
Cinta and I will have blasters. Nobody else. And I mean nobody.
And after these shots are fired, Dedra can barely contain her glee. I mean, just look at the expression on her face. This is exactly what she wanted to have happen. So this is the exact kind of screw up that the Empire planned, to show that the Gormans were violent and reckless and to turn the galaxy against them. But the tragedy here is Cinta. She finally realized what was important in her life just as her life was taken away from her. And as they speed away, the speeder sound is the same one we hear here in A New Hope. And then Vel gives this guy the most brutal takedown imaginable.
To die like this because of you. Some whining, simpering, foolish child.
But the sad part is, Luthen set him up for this. He knew these people were unprofessional, and he knew they would screw up, and it cost Vel her heart. And then back on Coruscant, Gorst is bringing some fun little takeout cake to his new office. So he, right here, is on top of the world, about to display his torture methods to the Emperor and to become head of his own little division. And did anyone else just shout yes when we see Bix hiding in the shadows? She hooks him up to his own machine and repeats his own words to him.
It will only feel like forever.
Doesn't take long. It won't feel that way to you. Inside him.
The fear in his eyes is phenomenal and so satisfying. And I love the small detail that his torture chamber has a little viewing room. And as the camera pulls back, we realize that we are in the viewing room and we get to watch him get tortured. But the really cool spin here is that Luthen would have set all of this up for Cassian and Bix.
But how did he know about Gorst?
Because Lonnie would have told him that Gorst was on Coruscant. But I don't think this was to do Cassian a favor or to strengthen his relationship with Bix. Luthen did this because he wanted Bix to be a soldier again, and he didn't want Gorst to go train other people on his torture methods. So there's a lot of Star Wars history to unpack, even in the first few seconds of this episode. We start with the Bells of Ferrix, which of course marks the passage of time. This next 3-episode arc is set 2 years before the Battle of Yavin, and you can really see the rebellion now taking shape. Now it's interesting to see how this show weaves in and out of the show Star Wars Rebels. That series also started in 5 BBY. That's 5 years before the Battle of Yavin, and it featured an isolated rebel cell gradually joining the larger rebellion, while Cassian's story is largely showing us how they built up a spy network to support the Alliance. On Rebels during this time, we're near the end of Season 3 and the start of Season 4. So while all this was happening, Grand Admiral Thrawn was facing off against the rebels on Lothal. Wedge Antilles defected from the Imperial Academy and joined the rebellion, and Darth Maul tracked down Obi-Wan Kenobi to Tatooine, and the two had one last duel. And this was also the year that the Mandalorian Civil War started. Clan Saxon were puppets of the Empire, while Clan Ren rebelled to take control of the planet. And this is also around the time when the Empire wiped out the people of Geonosis to hide the secret of the Death Star's construction. And so this was also around the time when Ezra Bridger met Saw Gerrera. But this is also the point in Rebels when Yavin 4 first appears. It's actually a big deal when the Rebel cell arrives here for the first time, because they're actually going to get to interact and meet with rebels from other worlds.
So many different ships and people.
There are cells gathered here from every corner of the galaxy.
Now on that show, we also see how Alliance headquarters moved around from Chopper Base to Dantooine and finally ending on Yavin 4. Yavin 4 started off as a waypoint for Luthen's operatives, like we saw in Episode 1. So it's cool to see how it's grown from a network hub to an actual community of rebels. And Yavin 4 has an interesting history as well. These temples were built by the Massassi people, who were enslaved by a Sith Lord 5,000 years ago. It's even thought that the temples were built as shrines to the Sith and used as communication relays. And we actually saw Darth Maul activate a similar temple on Malachor in the show Rebels. But in a more meta sense, George Lucas always had a symbolic meaning in mind for Yavin 4. Star Wars A New Hope was released just 2 years after the end of the Vietnam War, and he wanted to identify the scrappy rebellion with the Viet Cong soldiers who hid in the jungles of Vietnam.
But that's not true. That's impossible.
That's what he told James Cameron.
The good guys are the rebels. I think we call those guys terrorists today.
When I did it, they were Viet Cong.
Exactly. So were you thinking of that at the time?
Yes.
Now, as this shuttle is escorted in by a couple of X-Wings, notice the Y-Wings on the ground. Now, although the Rebellion would later employ other advanced ships like the A and B Wings, these were the most advanced fighters they had at the time, which is why they were in the Death Star run in A New Hope. So this shuttle is offloading new recruits based on their clothing, and we also see Wilman deplane. Now, Wilman has had an interesting arc over this series. He started off just working in his dad's electronics shop, but the Empire's murder of his father radicalized him, just as we've seen other characters radicalized over the series, like Syril and Cassian. Since then, he's matured from the guy who got his friend killed because he had to say goodbye to the farmer's daughter to a man who did space drugs with Saw Gerrera, and now he is a confident, fully trained operative. And there's also tiny details around Yavin that the show is building up to for this reveal. For instance, the mess tables here are also how we saw the workers eating on Mina Rao. And on Yavin and Gorman, we always see the rebels together around tables, like looking at each other, while the Imperials always appear isolated in 1 or 2 shots, and they almost never actually face one another. together. It's a subtle way to show that the rebellion is built on community, and the Empire treats people like they're parts of a machine, like we'll talk about in just a second. Now, at Cassian's hut, we see that he has a shoulder wound from a blaster bolt that has not healed. So each arc this season feels like it's the finale of a 12-episode series, which is very Star Wars. This is similar to how the last arc began with Bix having trauma over their killing of an Imperial soldier. The Star Wars trilogies all make you feel like you started watching in the middle of a larger story, in the same mode as the Saturday morning serials that George Lucas loved when he was a kid. Notice the design of the hut where he and Bix live. It is built with a round doorway. Now, all through the series, I've talked about how Imperial structures favor these harsh right angles, how the buildings on Coruscant look like brutalist post-war works, but a planet's natural architecture on worlds like Gorman and Chandrilia always favors curves and circles. These are the shapes that you would find in nature, which is a subtle way to imply that the Empire imposes on nature while the rebellion works with it. Hence, Cassian's circular doorway inside his hut. And notice how inside we even see that his hammock is hanging from two trees that are inside his home, and that the hut was deliberately built around them so they would have a place to sleep.
Well, yeah, but the Death Star is a big old circle.
Yes, but that is because of the natural force of gravity. When an object spins in fourth dimensional space, it naturally becomes a spherical object. So they had to build the Death Star in that shape. And then we go to Gorman, which I just found out is built in this valley in Colico, Italy. It makes sense since the Gorman language sounds like a mix of French, Italian, and German. Shout out to Star Wars Games for pointing this out. But notice the peaceful landscape is marred with this plume of smoke from a firebombing at the naval terminal. Now, in Memorial Square, the police have put up these Sith black blockades, so now we don't even see the small number of protesters that we saw a year ago. A news reporter is giving us some exposition, and notice his cam droid has news written on the side in Arabash. Now, the focus gradually shifts to Syril on his way to work, in a scene that's very different from the last arc. Now, there are no people in the square, no one to sell spiders to tourists. There are no tourists. Syril thought that his mission was to go undercover and expose a rebel cell who was a threat to the Empire. But now he's seen that the Empire responded by choking the life out of all Gormans, not just the rebels. And this is not what he signed up for. And I love this bit of writing.
You can feel this city, which was already on edge these past few months, tightening up.
So as the narrator talks about the city, we stay focused on Syril to show that he was also on the edge and tightening up. And his story is intercut with Cassian's because these two are mirrors of one another. They began the series as disaffected young men who are radicalized into two very different sides of this war. Willman tells him that he has been working on Gorman on behest of Luthen, and we learn that Cassian is now taking a break from Luthen missions. I think this is because he's actually found a happy life with Bix, and that's going to be important to note later on in the video. Now, Willman has become more harsh and violent after his time with Saw Gerrera. After all, Saw Gerrera was actually on the fringes of the rebellion. In Rogue One, we even hear that the other rebels didn't like working with him because his tactics were too extreme.
You're rebels, aren't you? Yes, but Saw Gerrera is an extremist. His militancy has caused the Alliance a great many problems.
But now this has led Willman to creating his own off-the-books mission, to kill Dedra Meero. In Season 1, she tortured and killed Willman's father. She caused the Empire to crack down on Ferrix, and she's also obsessed with exposing Luthen's activities as the rebel agent Axis. And then we intercut with Dedra reporting to Leo Partagaz in the same secure room where Syril used to report to her.
Director Krennic's still with him now, but they wanted me to pass along the affirmative message to you immediately.
Orson Krennic isn't talking to her because he's meeting with the Emperor.
But why is he meeting with the Emperor?
Well, books like Rogue One Catalyst and Thrawn Treason give a clear picture of the massive undertaking it was to build the first Death Star, mostly because they were figuring out how to build it as they went, and they kept hitting production snags, like needing to spend years undermining the Gorman people so they could mine calcite from the planet. So, this meeting with the Emperor is part of the final run-up. They're just 2 years away from a 2-decade project finally being finished. But you can tell that Dedra isn't happy with her mission. Not only would she rather be hunting down Axis, but I don't think that she has the stomach for displacing an entire planet. Partagaz notes how she's losing it and tells her to make her report.
Calmly.
And afterwards, notice how she straightens up and puts her arms behind her back. This is her Imperial training kicking in, always following the chain of command. While Syril is more passionate, more untrained, and he has a harder time keeping his emotions in check later on.
What am I doing here?
She tells him,
there's evidence of outside agitators.
Which is true because the Empire are the outside agitators. And note the way she tries to shut down his objections.
Will be rewarded.
This is her treating Syril like he's a machine, something that she can turn on or off by administering a kiss. It is such good writing. And this takes us to the outskirts of the Senate building, where we see that even Coruscant has become more like a police state. The rebel attacks on Gorman, the terror attacks on Gorman have brought the galaxy into a state of fear. And remember, the Emperor and the Sith feed on fear. So they have to pass through security checkpoints, which is obviously a metaphor for the increased security in America in the years after September 11th. Mon walks away from her driver, the ISB plant from last season, who is becoming really obvious in his push for information.
Are you planning to go to the office today? It's just they're asking for schedules this week. Parking and movement.
Then she has a meeting with Senator Dossie Oren from Gorman. Now, Mon has been advocating for the Gormans for years, and a year ago she even tried to get Oren's support for repealing the Resentencing Act.
If I can't count on your support, what's the point?
But now, all he can do is thank her for what she's tried to do so far.
I came here to thank you, Mon.
Increasingly, everyone seems to be admitting that Gorman is doomed. And to underscore this, we cut to the Gorman front fighting among themselves. You see, a year ago, they believed that when they exposed the injustices of the Empire, that they would be vindicated and the bad apples would be cut out and things would go back to normal. But that didn't work. Their raid on the convoy only gave the Empire permission to crack down and send in more troops. So now they're torn between finding a peaceful measure or escalating their attacks against the Empire. They say, it's heartbreaking to see just how easily they were manipulated, and they end by saying, which is a name for the Gorman people, but it's also an identification with their spider, the Gorelectopod, who weaves the fabric that they're so well known for. Back on Yavin 4, we see that Cassian is more official. He's going to briefings, and he's becoming part of an official military structure. But instead, Bix leads him to a Force healer.
Oh wait, she's a Jedi? I thought all the Jedi were killed.
No, here's the thing. Anyone can be born with various degrees of Force sensitivity. So, in the days of the Republic, kids would be tested, and their parents could then decide to send them off to train as a Jedi Knight. But in the days of the Empire, the Emperor rounded up Force-sensitive kids so he could harvest their genetic material for testing. This, of course, was for a cloning project that all led up to this.
Somehow Palpatine returned.
Now, this is actually something very controversial in Star Wars these days. In the show Ahsoka, Star Wars producer Dave Filoni introduced an idea that anybody could train to be a Jedi, even if they had low Force sensitivity. And in this episode, we see a woman who has an aptitude to use the Force for healing. Now, there are different abilities that different people can have in the Force. In the Fallen Order games, for instance, we see that Cal Kestis can sense Force echoes. And the idea of Force healing goes, I think, all the way back to the Timothy Zahn novel, Heir to the Empire, when Luke mentions that Jedi in training who didn't quite have enough Force sensitivity to become Jedi often became healers. But more recently, we've seen this ability used by Rey in Rise of Skywalker and by Grogu in The Mandalorian.
Come on, baby! Do the magic hand thing!
This woman immediately senses that Cassian is different. But Cassian, like Han Solo, doesn't believe in all these tricks and nonsense.
I'll work on that. Come back and let you know.
But I've never seen anything to make me believe there's one all-powerful force controlling everything.
Now, after she touches him and heals his shoulder, she says,
"Thank you."
Because she can see how important he was in the Force. Later, she tells Bix,
"Your pilot. They're gathering as they go. There's a purpose to it.
And
There's some place he needs to be."
Now wait, what does all that mean?
Well, think about it. Cassian eventually helps to steal the Death Star plans, which gets the plans to Leia, who gets them to Luke. Not only does this result in the Death Star being destroyed in A New Hope, but it also means that Luke becomes a Jedi Knight, turns Darth Vader, and then together they defeat the Emperor and the Empire. Cassian is like John the Baptist. He paves the way for the galaxy's savior.
There's some place he needs to be.
Now later, Bix even tells Cassian,
"I've had dreams like that."
So this goes back to the idea that everybody is a little bit in touch with the Force. After all, the Force does connect all living things. But in my opinion, this does not mean that anyone can become a Jedi, just like everybody can't learn to dunk a basketball. So in the show Ahsoka, Sabine Wren should not have been a Jedi, damn it. Now, while Yavin 4 seems to be teeming with possibility, Gorman is filled with a sense of doom and dread. Syril goes to see Enza, and I get the feeling that he's gone a little bit native here, and he's actually developed feelings for her.
I needed to see you.
But she finally sees through him. Now Syril is feeling just as pinned in as the Gormans. He has surrendered his freedom to the Empire, and now he has no choice or agency in what's about to happen. Back on Yavin 4, Cassian is getting guff from Commander Draven, who we first met in Rogue One. He mentions a ship is getting fit with hypercoms, and these are communicators that allow you to transmit from hyperspace. Now Cassian refuses to follow orders or surrender his agency, which is a direct contrast to Syril. One man surrendered his freedom to the Empire, and the other won't let it go. This is also probably the reason why Cassian doesn't want to hear that an unseen galactic force is guiding his destiny. And he's also similar to Ezra Bridger, who felt like being on Yavin 4 was stymieing his ability to fight the Empire.
We already told Ryder we would send help. If Thrawn hadn't found our base, we would have launched an attack.
Now, just as Syril and Cassian parallel each other, Gorman and Yavin 4 are mirroring one another as well. On Yavin 4, you have a sense that something is growing and being built, while on Gorman, it feels as if the world is increasingly doomed. We see new recruits arrive on both planets. On Yavin 4, they run off into the temple, excited for what they're about to do. But on Gorman, the recruits are young, reluctant, and I think deliberately inexperienced. I think the Empire wants these doughboys to screw up and cause an incident. You also get the feeling that this part of the occupation is no longer under Dedra's control. It's being run by Captain Kaido. So even Dedra feels like she has lost agency because of her own actions. Now, as Cassian and Wilman fly into the valley, they go over these spiral structures. Now, if I had a guess as to what these structures are, I would say they're related to the weaving of fabric, since after all they look woven together, or this is some way to gather the spider's silk. But I do think it's interesting that they move in a natural shape, the DNA helix, because, after all, as we all know, the Force is purely genetic and comes in the forms of midichlorian counts in your blood.
I hate you.
We have fun. And Vel goes to see Bix. Now remember, Vel is Mon Mothma's cousin, who in the last arc lost the love of her life, Cinta.
She was everything that you have daydreamed about.
Afterwards, she needed a break, so she's focused on intake and training new recruits. She mentions
Draven, Dodonna.
And General Jan Dodonna is this commander that we saw in A New Hope and here in Rogue One. Now Vel gives us some perspective on how far the rebellion has come.
We're not a bunch of maniacs running around Aldani.
Referring to the Aldani heist last season. And then we get a look at how grim Gorman looks when it's under curfew. So after Wilman and Cassian plan Dedra's assassination, they say,
Ferris, Stoneman Sky.
And remember, this was the chant the people of Ferrix used at Marva's funeral.
What does that mean?
Well, for the people of Ferrix, it is a great honor to have your ashes made into a brick. It means that you become part of the foundation of the world. So becoming a stone is a way of joining the physical world with the spiritual world. In other words,
Stoneman Sky.
Now at the hotel, he meets the same bellhop from a year ago who now has a promotion working the front desk. He pretends to not recognize Cassian, but makes it clear that his co-worker is a snitch who will rat him out.
She will report it.
And he tells him this before he makes it clear that he remembers Cassian and he knows that he's here to hurt the Empire in some way.
Another way.
Meanwhile, Wilman reunites with the underground and meets up with Tina. And this guy, right? He's out there in the galaxy spreading more seed than a drawn-mounted farm planter. Now let's move on to episode 8, which is one of the most riveting, hard-to-watch hours of TV I have ever seen. As a Star Wars fan, it was gratifying to finally get to see the Gorman massacre that we'd heard about for so long. But seeing it play out with this brutal honesty hit far too close to home. The episode begins with Gorman out of focus. Just as when this episode begins, nobody knows what's really happening on this planet. The Empire has confused and muddled the narrative, so the Gormans can't even agree on a singular strategy. And at the end of the episode, when everything is finally in focus, it's too late. Here, as the camera focuses, we see that the capital city of Kallo is built very much like a medieval city, with the buildings never higher than a few stories tall, and everything being drawn upward toward the central plaza. And now here we can see just how much of a disturbance this new armory is. It looms over the city, and it cuts out like a presence that just doesn't belong. And this also reflects old European cities in the modern day that build new skyscrapers and financial districts far away from the historic districts. And the city is dead quiet. All you can hear is the alarms. In a moment that foreshadows that gruesome ending and the silence that falls on Gorman after the massacre.
Palmer One. The Otoko, this is Palmer One, making
Now, in his hotel, Cassian assembles his blaster that's hidden in his case, a trope that we've seen before in movies like The Jackal. This episode was just so sad. I actually had to walk away for like an hour before writing this video. It is just heartbreaking to see how the people of Gorman walked right into the trap that the Empire set for them. Now, they begin the episode by removing the barricades, and notice they are on hover lifts because, you know, space. Outside Cassian's hotel, notice how the ledges of the building are made in this same spiral pattern as the architecture that we saw at the end of the last episode. It's part of this entire design aesthetic for these people. Their buildings and art all look as if they are woven together because they so closely identify with the spider as their planetary symbol. Commander Kaido is moving the barricades for two reasons. One, because the mining equipment is inside the Imperial building and it needs to be protected. And two, they want people to enter the square and make a scene so the Empire can blame the destruction of Gorman on its own people. And if the Gormans made outlandish claims like they're going to strip mine our planet, then it just makes them sound more crazy and justifies military action, which is what the newscaster says here.
Continued an inexplicable Gorman resistance to Imperial norms.
The inexplicable resistance to Imperial norms.
And we see the Gorman front playing right into the Empire's hands, making Molotov cocktails. And they are so excited that the Imperials were foolish enough to reopen the plaza. And through this, we keep cutting back to Edie, Syril's mother, on Coruscant. Notice that the spider he gave her looms in the foreground, just as Syril is arranging his spiders in his home. This is showing us that, over the past couple of years, Syril has grown to have genuine affection for this world. And if the spiders represent the Gorman people, or the memory of the Gorman people, then they're right there in our living rooms with us, watching how we react as the massacre unfolds. And when the people enter the square, they blow horns, similar to how the people of Ferrix banged pots to announce danger when the authorities approached. Now here I have to shout out a great video called How Andor Adapts History into Star Wars by the channel Film Can't Die. The creator compares Ferrix to an Italian film called The Battle of Algiers, and there are also remarkable similarities here to the Gorman massacre. The film is about the Algerian Revolution against French colonial forces. Now, it's made in a documentary style, filmed handheld, and it really envelops you in its scenes. And its action scenes are wide in scope as it depicts mass protests and uprisings in Casbah, Algiers. Both movies are about a popular uprising in a city occupied by a larger military force. They follow underground revolutionaries plotting how to respond to Imperial control, intercut with military commanders strategizing on how to suppress these people. A new military commander is installed who cracks down on local rebellion. The Empire manipulates the media and propaganda to tell a different story to the people back home. They institute barricades, a curfew, and checkpoints to suppress the natives. After an extended occupation, this erupts in an uprising that quickly turns violent with an explosion. Now, at first, the people overwhelm the military with their numbers, but are soon slaughtered with superior firepower. Gilroy has also included other cinematic references I'll talk about as we go along. Now, while the young people are excited to finally have a voice in the square, Rylance finally works out that this is all a setup. In other words, it's a trap! He can't do anything to save his people, but he has found a target for his rage, Syril.
How do you speak the words? You've destroyed us.
And the deep irony here is that Syril, who is in a relationship with an ISB agent, has to hear about the Imperial mining from a rebel with more intel than him.
What kind of a being are you?
And this was Syril's ultimate reckoning. He has always believed in authority. He has spent his entire life trying to earn the approval of men in authoritative positions. And here is a man, a leader he respects, calling him a thief.
What is it you've been sent to steal from us?
And as the Gore fight for their survival, Captain Tydo states his goal very plainly.
What I want's a comfortable ride home.
And in the background, we can hear Imperial transmissions that sound just like the probe droids in Empire Strikes Back. While across the plaza, Cassian speaks with Thala, the bellhop from episode 5. Now, last episode, he recognized that Cassian was there under an assumed name. So now he says,
Rebellions are built on hope.
And this really got to me. Cassian repeats this line to Jyn Erso in Rogue One.
Rebellions are built on hope.
And then later, she convinces some rebels to attack Scarif with the same line.
Rebellions are built on hope.
This shows us how revolutionary ideas grow from person to person until eventually they become part of an entire movement. While outside, the people chant, "We are the Gore the galaxy is watching." Again, this is deeply ironic because what the galaxy sees is that the Gore are a deeply violent people who deserve to be massacred. absurd. Notice how the Gorman symbol on the flags looks like a maze or a spider web, consistent with their planetary symbol, the spider. And notice how, outside the Imperial offices, they've also installed security checkpoints like the one we saw at the Senate last episode. And the Imperial police have helmets designed to mimic the shape of Darth Vader's helmet, and their goggles also look like the visor of Kylo Ren. I think the metaphor here, apart from the joint design aesthetic, is that evil doesn't always wear a big scary mask. Sometimes evil is just regular people doing their job without questioning the morality of their actions. And these are the same police uniforms we saw on Ferrix at the end of season 1. And all through this lead up to the massacre, Cassian and Syril continue to mirror one another. I mean, their paths literally diverge here when they come within about 3 feet of each other before heading into different directions. Syril is placed in a room that might as well be a holding cell with KX security droids, which tips him off that the Empire is expecting there to be an extremely violent scene. It would be like finding a rocket launcher in a local police station. And once everyone is in the square, the Imperials seal the exits. And to set off the riots, Tydo sends in the young, inexperienced officers to be surrounded on all sides. He wants them scared so they'll overreact and provoke a violent reaction. But instead, at first, the people sing this stirring patriotic song. Note, lyrics like tight the weave and roll the sleeve are because this is primarily a weaving culture. Again, I am in awe of how well Tony Gilroy and his team created these fully realized independent cultures. Syril confronts Dedra.
What are we doing here?
Following orders.
Now he chokes her, bringing back memories of her trauma from season 1 when the rebels on Ferrix almost killed her. And then she tells him the truth.
There's a stone. Something in the dirt here. They need it. It's the energy program. It's directly from the Emperor.
And then throws it all back in his face.
You didn't seem to mind the promotions.
Syril sought the approval of authority because he assumed that the authorities were always right. So this season is really about how he went from this,
If I say this is the greatest day of my life,
to this.
good luck, Dedra.
Outside, every domino has been set in the perfect place. Dedra gets word from Partagaz and gives the order.
Proceed.
Not unlike this.
Wipe them out. All of them.
Outside, the TIE fighters screech overhead to amp up the fear and the powder keg explodes. Man, it just sucks to watch this. These poor people just wanted to make clothes and sing songs. They only existed to bring something beautiful into the galaxy, and they have no idea why they're even being destroyed.
Oh, the horror! I can't watch!
This image, a guy at the memorial huddled and crying, is the enduring image of this scene for me. He is a man who is not equipped for war or a violent life, and all he can do in this moment is despair. Then the stormtroopers appear at the top of the stairs in a sequence that has to be a direct homage to Eisenstein's heart-wrenching stairs sequence in the battleship Potemkin. Now in this scene, crowds have gathered to cheer on the mutineers when the government forces unload and people are trampled on the stairs. This film also includes a sequence with a baby carriage going down the steps that you might recognize being repeated in this scene from The Untouchables. One by one, the members of the Gorman front die, while Captain Tydo watches through glass that is reflected with fire. Now the symbolism here is clear. He is a devil presiding over people suffering in hell, and he gives this slight smile as he watches it happen. And then they send out the KX droids. Now the first one of these we ever saw was the reprogrammed K2SO in Rogue One, but one of these droids nearly killed Cassian last season in Space Miami.
Hang on to this one for me.
He said
No, you misunderstand.
There's this horrifying moment when a man runs in fear from the droid and he doesn't notice that he knocks over Enza. And because of this clumsy accident, the droid just picks her up and throws her like a rag doll and she dies on impact. Across the plaza, people try to flee, but they're met by Imperial vehicles blocking the way, similar to the tanks in the film The Battle of Algiers. And then, in the middle of the chaos, the camera focuses on Syril and the sound goes quiet. Now this is a common trope in filmmaking when characters become completely overwhelmed, and for a moment we are unable to absorb the enormity of battle. But then Syril finally sees his nemesis, his great archenemy, Cassian Andor. Remember, back in season 1, he saw Andor's murder of 2 workers as the pinnacle of injustice. So now that he is surrounded by injustice, he actually has one thing he can focus on. He attacks Cassian, unknowingly saving Dedra's life for a second time. And I believe this is actually the first time that Andor and Cassian have met or seen each other since episode 3 of season 1. And even then, Andor just held him hostage and barely looked at his face. They burst into the same cafe where Cassian was undercover a year ago, and the fight is brutal. Like a lot of great Star Wars stories, we start with a big, large-scale battle and end with a fight that is smaller and more personal. They choke each other, they bash each other with objects, and this was actually my favorite moment of the fight. Cassian punches Syril in the back and Syril elbows him to the face. It is just all messy and they're sleepy and tired. It is like a real fight. But the best moment of the episode is when he finally gets the drop on Andor. I mean, this is Javert finally cornering Valjean, and the last thing that Syril ever hears is his archenemy asking, "Who are you?" This reminded me of one of my all-time favorite monologues from Raul Julia in Street Fighter.
For you, the day Bison graced your village was the most important day of your life. But for me, it was Tuesday.
And then Rylance gets his revenge on the man that he thought he could trust. But more importantly, this is Rylance correcting his mistake, even though it's too late for it to matter. Cassian and a few other survivors escape the plaza, and these steps look like another visual homage to the Battle of Algiers. Cassian gets targeted by a KX droid, but then he is saved by Sam, the dipshit who caused Cinta's death in episode 6. So Sam redeemed himself, kind of. And then Willman, just like in episode 3 this season, wants to go back for the woman he loves. But first he helps Cassian load up the droid, who is probably going to be reprogrammed as K2SO from Rogue One. And when they part, they repeat,
Ferris, stolen sky.
Which of course we heard from Marva's funeral procession. As Cassian drives away, we hear Drina on the radio.
This is murder! The Empire built this fire. They made this fire and led us to the slaughter.
And then she adds,
The conspiracy we feared is real. It's here today.
Which echoes what Marva's hologram said at her funeral.
It's here and it's not visiting anymore.
And this is all Gorman can do right now, to try to let people know the truth.
We gotta let people know what happened. Help me.
Meanwhile, Dedra's PTSD overtakes her and she tries to loosen her collar, again calling back to when she was attacked and strangled on Ferrix last season. Only one man in her life ever loved her, but then she used and betrayed him. And we end the episode with 2 broadcasts, one telling us the truth from Drina, and the other is Imperial propaganda in the news.
As the Imperial martyrs of Gorman are mourned, we're sure to learn a great deal more about what happened here today and the price we'll pay for our own safety.
And this clip is deeply ironic. As we know, the massacre was really about one thing, creating the Death Star. This was an instrument built by the Emperor under the guise of keeping the Empire safe.
The Emperor's primary charge is to protect us, is it not?
And then we end on Edie, poor Edie, played by the magnificent Catherine Hunter, losing the only thing in the world she ever cared about. Episode 9 is one of my favorite episodes of the entire show because it seamlessly ties into Star Wars Rebels in ways that I'll talk about later on. But it's also one of the best incorporations of animation and live action that we've seen since Clone Wars Season 7, when Ahsoka Tano was added into the events of Revenge of the Sith. So the episode begins with the Songs of the Gore from last episode. They are singing Valley, Highland, Let Me Spend Every Day There. So this episode is all about telling the truth about the massacre and letting the voices of the Gore be heard. So it's appropriate that we begin with their songs. And the lyrics here are deeply tragic. They sing about spending their days in the hills and valleys that the Empire are currently stripping away for Calkite. Then we open on a reflection of the Senate building. Note that it's upside down as a way to visually show us that the values of the Senate have now been inverted. Instead of standing for democracy, it has simply become a voice for the Emperor. And then rain starts to obscure the building, like Yoda said.
The dark side clouds everything.
The senator from Gorman is being arrested for no reason while Bail Organa watches. Now, Bail Organa is of course the adopted father of Leia Organa and one of the founders of the rebellion. Back when the Chancellor initially took too much power, he formed a committee with Mon Mothma and Padme to place a check on his powers.
We cannot let 1,000 years of democracy disappear without a fight.
And in Tales of the Jedi, we see him recruit Ahsoka Tano into the early stages of the rebellion. Now, as Senator Oren is arrested, he says,
"It's my people today and yours tomorrow."
Which is all too true in this case. Bail Organa and his homeworld will be destroyed in just 2 years. Last episode ended with the Imperial news lying about the events on Gorman, and Mon Mothma knows that people need to hear the truth about this genocide. So this is why she decides to commit treason, and she asks him to come with her.
Nothing we will ever do will be as hard as hiding all these years.
And then Bail says,
"We have to buy time. We're not ready. Yavin isn't ready."
which points out the goal of the rebel cells in this show and the show Rebels. Luthen wanted to spark enough rebellion across the galaxy to inspire people to rebel. Bail wanted to gain military strength, while Ahsoka coordinated cells into a formal fighting force. And Mon Mothma wanted to use political leverage and financing to secretly bring more worlds into the fold. Each of them was an important part of growing the rebellion from a group of infighters on Yavin 4 to the organized military force that we see in A New Hope. In the back of Luthen's shop, Clea is 3D printing him a fake press badge. And note that this object looks like it was placed in carbon freeze, the same technique used to capture Han Solo in The Empire Strikes Back. After seeing the genocide on Gorman, Cassian's nerves are shot, and he wants to quit. Now I think he's also shaken by what the Force Healer said in Episode 7.
All that you've been gathering, the strength of spirit, surely you must feel it.
This is a man who can stand up to any form of violence and his courage will never break. But the idea that his choices are not his own are terrifying. He wants to break from the rebellion just to prove that he is not being guided by some unseen force. Also, the Starkiller armor from the Force Unleashed games is in the background here. So Erskine finds a listening device in Mon's office, and instead of leaving it there, pretending they don't know it's there, she smashes it. And this shows us how her mindset has changed. She is done playing games and she is ready to take direct action against the Empire. So she goes to the Senate Plaza to practice her speech, and by the way, this is a real place called the City of Arts in Valencia, Spain. It's also where they filmed a lot of Season 3 of Westworld. So Luthen finds her there, and note he's in his spy clothes, not the wig and robes that he wears as an art dealer. He comes clean, telling her that her aide Erskine works for him, and that someone on Bail Organa's team is an ISB plant. And this is where some of the long simmering tension between them finally erupts. These two have disagreed since Season 1 on tactics. Mon didn't like the Aldani heist because it caused too much of a crackdown, which is the exact reason that Luthen planned it. And now she reminds him of how he murdered one of her oldest friends.
Do you remember Take Over?
But this is what Luthen is there for. He protects people who can't protect themselves. Remember, at the wedding, Mon Mothma pretended like she didn't know Luthen was going to kill Tay, and he saw right through it.
You need to be protected.
I'm not sure what you're saying.
How nice for you.
So this episode is really about how Mon Mothma began her transition from egalitarian senator to military commander. And when she tells him,
"Right now I'm more afraid of you than anything,"
I was reminded of Luthen's own words.
I'm condemned to use the tools of my enemy to defeat them.
And he gives her this code phrase.
I have friends everywhere.
Which is the same one that Cassian used in Episode 5.
I have friends everywhere.
And back in her office, Erskine admits that he has been working for Luthen for 2 years. Remember, the two of them spoke in Easter eggs at the wedding.
Well, my father's son's with it. I was born in Naboo.
Then Andor and Luthen have an interesting conversation. Now you can tell Cassian cares about Luthen. He wants him to leave for Yavin 4. But Cassian also wants out, and Luthen reminds him that they both signed up to die.
Eventually they'll hang us both, won't they? We set that course the first time we met.
Remember, Luthen told him,
kill me, or take me in.
And Luthen also confirmed that he expects this life to kill him.
I burned my life to make a sunrise that I know I'll never see.
But then there's this odd moment where Luthen reflects on how lucky he's been to have had Cassian.
You appeared when I needed you. Aldani, Arkina, Ferrix.
And what he's talking about here is the will of the Force, something that he probably doesn't even believe in. Now, as the series nears its end, it's clear that Cassian is being guided to the time and place he needs to be, which is also a bit of meta storytelling because we already know Cassian's destiny. So this show is about sacrifice. Every character has to give up what they prize most for the rebellion. And for Cassian, it's his ability to choose. But his entire arc is about him finally surrendering his autonomy for the greater good. By the way, the comm sound here is the same one we hear in the prequels. So when Cassian enters, he claims to be part of the Mid-Rim network. The Mid-Rim is the central band of the galaxy, and the Imperial's little command desk is just like what we saw in Solo and the original trilogy. As they enter through checkpoints, we see a Twi'lek here as the camera lingers on each of Bail Organa's operatives. And we see that Legret is manning the communications center, so all of the pieces are in place, as Bail tells her,
tear the shit out of this place.
And I don't normally like cussing in Star Wars, but that has a much better ring to it than tear the poodoo out of this place.
Poodoo!
And they part with
next year in Yavin,
which happens because we see them together on Yavin in Rogue One. The Senate is called to order by the alien known as Oathkeeper in the credits, and we hear various senators spewing Imperial propaganda.
We shall submit a list of our fallen Imperial patriots.
And this man says,
we too lost a citizen yesterday, on the Gorman Plaza.
So I wonder if he's talking about Syril, and he is the senator from Coruscant. Syril might have been proud to know that he was talked about on the Senate floor, but it's perfect that they don't even bother knowing, remembering, or saying his name.
Who are you?
And this same man goes on and on about an emergency.
And to those who fail to see this as an emergency.
Now that word is a slippery slope. Remember, Palpatine's rise to power was accelerated when Jar Jar nominated him to receive emergency powers.
Misa proposed that the Senate give immediately emergency powers to the Supreme Chancellor.
And this also set up a clever parliamentary procedure for bail. After Senator Irving yields her time to bail, he uses this emergency as a pretext to allow Mon Mothma to speak.
I am invoking Article 17252 and yielding the floor to the senior senator from Chandrila.
And the Arabesh on this newsfeed sign reads Senator Bail Organa. And then we finally get the speech. So back in season 3 of Star Wars Rebels, we heard a snippet of this speech.
I name the Emperor himself for ordering the brutal attacks on the people of Gorman.
But here, Gilroy comes loaded for bear, not just attacking the Emperor, but attacking the lack of truth.
And what is known to be true has become an abyss.
Now, it's clear that Gilroy is making a commentary here on our own society. Because of the outrage algorithm, most people consume news that is tailored to their existing bias, and actual journalism has turned into a profit arm of megacorporations. She even goes on to describe the comment section of Star Wars YouTube videos.
We become vulnerable to the appetite of whatever monster screams the loudest.
And as she speaks, the Arabesh here reads Senator Mothma Chandrilia. She says that she came here as a child, like she first mentioned in season 1.
We came here as children.
To visit.
No, Mon became a senator at 16.
And she ends the speech by naming that monster.
The monster who will come for us all soon enough is Emperor Palpatine.
And this is a slight rewrite from the speech that we heard in Rebels.
This massacre is proof that our self-appointed emperor is little more than a lying executioner.
Afterwards, Cassian meets up with her right away and name drops her cousin Vel.
Cousin Vel is a friend. We're the last survivors of the raid on Aldani.
And she's still not sure she can trust him or Erskine until their quick thinking saves her life.
She's a rebel spy!
Now, Mon is shocked by the violence. The rebellion has always existed for her as numbers on a piece of paper, but now she's taken her first step into a larger world. And after she leaves, Bail sits in the Senate chamber as the lights go out one at a time, symbolic of how democracy is finally fading away from the Empire, which of course all leads up to this line.
Somehow Palpatine returned.
Sorry, I meant this line.
The rebellion will continue to gain a support in the Imperial Senate.
The Imperial Senate will no longer be of any concern to us.
When the building goes into lockdown, the security checkpoints turn red, the color of the Sith. It's a neat way of showing how the security that Palpatine is providing is really just a disguise for increasing the power and strength of the Sith Order. And this moment, when she finally trusts Cassian, is just so great.
I have friends everywhere.
At the communications leeway, Legret is having a hard time cutting down the Senate feed. And I think this is because these two technicians who locked the door are either working for Luthen or they're just working class people who hate their jobs in the Empire. I hope it's option B. Cassian peels out of the driveway like her husband just came home and they escape to his old safe house. Erskine meets her there and we hear...
They want to rewrite the story.
Wait, what's that mean?
Well, in Rebels, we don't hear that Cassian Andor rescued Mon Mothma. We hear she was rescued by Gold Squadron. They wanted to change the narrative so people know that Mon Mothma was rescued by an organized fighting force of the rebellion. And in fact, Gold Squadron was part of the original Death Star trench run. After she asks Cassian how she can repay him, he gives her the perfect answer.
Make it worth it.
And she does. She commands the Rebel Alliance to victory and then establishes the New Republic, an ineffective bureaucracy that is overthrown by fascists in just 35 years. Now, after this episode, the story continues in Rebels Season 3, Episode 18. But a little bit of time must have passed because Erskine is wearing combat clothes in that episode, and Mon Mothma has already gotten a bad haircut and started wearing a sack. In that episode, the crew of the Ghost keep her safe from Imperials and escort her to Dantooine. That's the site of the old Rebel base that Leia gave up in A New Hope. And that is when Mon Mothma gives another speech that formalizes the formation of the Rebel Alliance.
We will not rest until we bring an end to the Empire, until we restore our republic.
Now, back on Yavin, we see Vel go through the ordnance of incoming recruits. She notes the Arabesh on this blaster, which reads, "That's your mom," and it turns out that was owned by Melshi. Cassian escaped Narkina 5 with him last season, and he was one of the Rogue One crew in the movie Rogue One. Cassian gets Wilman and Drina to Yavin and then has a talk with Draven.
Gold Squadron will deliver the Senator to Yavin.
And Cassian, the audience proxy, says,
"I've heard her before."
Which is hilarious because we don't need to hear that speech, we already heard it in Star Wars Rebels. Back at his hut, he tells Bix he wants to quit and reassures her,
"The only special thing about me is luck."
Which we know isn't true. There's no such thing as luck in fiction. He is being guided by the Force, a Force called Tony Gilroy. And the next morning he finds out that she has left him, so he would be able to fulfill his purpose. Again, in a show that is all about sacrifice, this is what Cassian had the most to lose. He began the show looking for a woman he loved, his sister, and now another woman he loved has left him. Now, all he has is the rebellion. But he should have seen this coming because Bix told him that beating the Empire was the only way she could ever be happy.
But if I'm giving up everything, I want to win.
Which of course she repeats here.
I'm choosing the rebellion.
And I should point out that yes, she is making a decision for him, but he was doing the same thing to her. He told her that they were leaving and never gave her a choice. Oh, and this bird here is the same one we hear here. And the episode ends with Cassian losing one person he loves but gaining a new companion, K2SO from Rogue One. He is voiced once again by the great Alan Tudyk from Firefly, and the sequence when he comes to life seems to be an homage to Frankenstein coming to life in the original Boris Karloff film. Strapped to the tables, electricity pumping through him and lurching like he's in pain. And here's a few aliens and background details that we overlooked. Here in Yavin we see a rebel security officer like the soldiers we saw at the start of A New Hope. This is an Abdurian, this could be a Bothan like Mon Mothma mentions here.
Many Bothans died to bring us this information.
This senator looks like the same species as Maz Kanata. This is a Talpidian, and here is a Kyuzo from the Clone Wars series. So the year here is 1 BBY, just a few months before the Battle of Yavin in A New Hope. Tony Gilroy has said that this show will take us all the way up to Cassian's first mission that we see in Rogue One. But a lot has happened in the galaxy between the different arcs in this series. So here's a little bit of what else has been going on in the Star Wars galaxy. At the very end of 2 BBY, Grand Admiral Thrawn had a team-up mission with Darth Vader where they traveled to the unknown regions to fight the Grisk. Immediately after, Thrawn returned to planet Lothal to oversee the construction of the new TIE Defenders, an advanced starfighter with shielding. Now, this is important because if the Empire would have had those fighters at the Battle of Yavin, the rebels could not have destroyed the Death Star. This was also the year when the Hutts fought a trade war with the Banking Clan, paving the way for their dominance that we see in the original trilogy. Darth Vader failed in his last attempt to resurrect Padme, and this is also when most of the final season of Rebels takes place. So Sabine Wren passes the Darksaber to Bo-Katan, which of course she'll lose to Moff Gideon in a duel, and years later she will reclaim in The Mandalorian Season 3. This is also when Ezra used the Force to ask space whales to send him and Thrawn off to another galaxy, a story that was picked up in Ahsoka Season 1. Also in this year, the Empire was defeated on Lothal and the full Rebel High Command finally gathered together on Yavin 4. But most importantly, this is the year that open warfare begins against the Empire at the Battle of Scarif that we saw in Rogue One. But that doesn't happen until after Episode 12. Now we start in Luthen's back room with the big bell ringing. So this is the alarm that is a red alert. It's Lonnie, the rebel plant in the ISB, letting Luthen know that they have to meet in person right away. And you know this is important because instead of meeting underground, they're meeting in broad daylight, actually near the Senate building. So when Luthen gets ready to leave, he and Clea know that this is likely the last time they will ever see each other.
Promise me if it doesn't look perfect, you won't engage.
I think we used up all the perfect.
And he takes his pistol because he already knows that after this meeting, he's probably going to have to kill Lonnie. He's probably known he would have to do this for years, but he still had to string Lonnie along and promise him safety for his wife and daughter. Now, when Lonnie approaches the plaza, pay close attention to this shot. We see the buildings reflected on the side of the ISB building, making them look like they are on their side. Now remember, this is all CG, so this is a deliberate choice they've made. The slanted buildings are a way of unsettling us and letting us know that the world is about to be turned on its end. The show has implied employed reflections in creative ways all throughout the series, to show how the Senate is corrupted, the evil of the Empire, or to highlight Cassian's spycraft. Lonnie tells Luthen that Dedra Meero has finally discovered his real identity. Remember, Dedra was the first person in the ISB to suspect that there was a single figure coordinating between different rebel cells. Now, because it's so hard for a woman to move upward in the ISB, she saw this as her chance for recognition and a promotion. And after she was assaulted on Ferrix, her mission became personal. Capturing Axis would have made her suffering worth it. And this is why I think she oversteps to arrest Luthen herself, as we'll talk about later on. I loved how their meeting was filmed. So this idea of two spies meeting on a park bench is an old trope, probably best known from Oliver Stone's JFK. But this show reinvents that cliche by using the camera to tell us so much about what the characters are thinking and feeling. Notice how Lonnie and Luthen are both filmed from behind, to imply that they're both hiding information. And Lonnie is shot with no look room, which implies that there is something out of his sight that he can't see. And he's also alone in the frame, to emphasize that he feels isolated and vulnerable. He's also in the back third of the frame, traditionally a position of weakness, while Luthen is more in the center of the frame, a position of power, and we can see a bit of Lonnie, implying that Luthen is feeling connected to him at this moment. The low angle from behind the bench also makes us feel like we are eavesdropping on their conversation, slightly hidden out of frame. But then, as Lonnie offers something huge, Luthen says,
"So now we're bargaining."
And then the camera rests for a moment behind them from a distance, as if giving Luthen time to think. And then, as Lonnie opens up, the camera abruptly switches to the opposite side of the bench, breaking the 180 rule.
What's the 180 rule?
Well, the 180 rule states that you always keep the camera on one side of the action so people don't suddenly appear to switch places from the left to right side of the screen. But breaking the 180 line here is intentional because it signals that the power dynamic has shifted. Luthen has decided that he will wait to kill Lonnie until after he has this information. And notice how the camera pushes in as Luthen pulls him further into his confidence. He promises him safe passage and actually names Yavin, which frankly is Lonnie's death sentence. Luthen would never give up the base to an Imperial, just in case Lonnie was a double-double agent. Lonnie says he is burned, which is a spycraft term that means his cover is blown. Lonnie has stumbled on the Empire's greatest secret, the Death Star, and then he explains how everything for this entire series was all leading up to the Death Star. He says the energy program was a lie, which isn't technically true. The Death Star was about Palpatine wanting. Just not the kind of power everybody thought. He mentions labor camps, like the prisoners with jobs that we saw in Narkina 5, and he mentions the action on Jedha.
They're not looking for partisans on Jedha. They need Kyber crystals.
So the partisans he mentions here, of course, are Saw Gerrera's forces that were stationed on Jedha in Rogue One. They have been attacking Imperial forces, but he notes that what they really needed are Kyber crystals. You see, Jedha was actually a very important world for centuries. People who followed different religions in the Force regarded it as a holy city. And there was a massive Jedi temple there filled with Kyber crystals. And of course, a Kyber crystal is what focuses a lightsaber's power into a blade. Now, the Death Star uses a massive amount of Kyber crystals to focus its super weapon, so it's essentially a large lightsaber. Not only did the Imperials mine all of the Kyber from Jedha, but the First Order also converted an entire planet, Ilum, into a super weapon, because this was the planet where Padawans went on vision quests to find their crystals. And he mentions that the true intention behind the Gorman massacre was to strip mine the planet for the mineral calcite. And Tony Gilroy recently told the Hollywood Reporter that the meeting where the Imperials planned Gorman's destruction was based on the Wannsee Conference. This was the 1942 summit where Nazi officials planned the final stages of the Holocaust. He said the very first scene that Krennic has where he talks about Gorman, that's based on the Wannsee Conference. Gilroy even said that they planned the final solution over a business lunch. And sure enough, the Imperials ate lunch at that meeting. And their meeting place, the Malthine Divide, was based on two well-known Third Reich landmarks, the Eagle's Nest, which was Hitler's private retreat in the Alps, and the Nazi-run Hohenwerfen Castle. And Liz Declan over at Screen Rant pointed out that the Ministry of Enlightenment at that meeting was a reworking of Hitler's Ministry of Propaganda and Public Enlightenment. And she also pointed out, and I can't believe I missed this, that the insignia here is actually the insignia for Project Stardust, the secret name of the Death Star. It even looks like the laser array that's formed when the weapon fires. And while we're talking about Gorman, over on our free-to-join Discord server, H. Wilson pointed out that Episode 8 began with the call out to Casablanca, where the locals sang the national anthem to anger the fascists. And the radio broadcast was inspired by the final broadcast of nations as they fell to the Nazis, in particular announcing the fall of Warsaw. And Lonnie says,
Orson Krennic's been building a secret weapon for over a decade.
Hey, wait a minute.
If it's been a decade, how come we saw it at the end of Revenge of the Sith? Oh, that's actually a really interesting point that I watched a Star Wars Explained video about. The book, Rogue One Catalyst, talks about all the production problems in building the Death Star. In this show, we see labor shortages and the difficulty in procuring minerals like calcite. But also, Galen Erso was designing the thing as they were still building it. And even though they started 20 years ago, Krennic forced Erso to return to the project a decade before A New Hope. Now, as Luthen walks away, I love this shot with the camera overhead and tilted, continuing that visual language to tell us that the world is now on its side, and nothing will ever be the same. And afterwards, this Loth cat finds Lonnie's body. And this is the same breed of animal that we saw all over Star Wars Rebels, but this breed looks more like a typical Himalayan cat. Luthen tells Kleya to leave while he pours molten acid on their comms. Actually, you would think there would be some kind of automatic detonation or kill switch, but maybe they couldn't risk the Empire discovering it. And then, right in the middle of it, Dedra shows up. Turns out that she lied to Hirt when she said this.
You can have all the glory.
She wanted that glory like Luke wants a power converter. In Luthen's shop, we can also see a few artifacts that have been in the background all season long. Here we see 2 Ryloth Calicoris. Now these are family art pieces that tell the story of your lineage.
It's a Calicore, a revered Twi'lek heirloom, passed from parent to child through generations.
And this is a mask from a Jedi Temple guard, like we saw all throughout the Clone Wars. And finally, at the top of this urn, we can see a statue of a Togruta, the same species as Ahsoka Tano. She enters and says,
So calm here. Peaceful.
Which she later throws back in his face.
Hiding in the shelter of Imperial peace and quiet.
Now there is some excellent double wordplay in this scene. She asks if everything in the room is real, and he replies,
Only 2 pieces of questionable provenance in the gallery.
And the 2 things he's talking about are the knife and himself. But he keeps the knife of questionable origin around, probably for this exact occasion, in case he needs to take his own life to preserve his secrets. Then she reveals the stolen Star Path unit from Season 1, Episode 3. Remember, this box is the reason that Luthen met Andor to begin with. And when the police attacked, they were forced to leave it behind. And this unit is also why the Ferrix case fell under Dedra's jurisdiction. She had been chasing this trail for years, and she couldn't resist returning the unit to Luthen so she could meet Axis face to face. And he answers with,
Freedom scares you.
Which, by the way, is true. Dedra grew up in a government facility. She likes having structure and someone to make her choices for her. But even after what she saw on Gorman, she is still just following orders. And then he tells her,
The rebellion isn't here anymore. It's flown away.
And this was always his mission, not to create a rebellion on Coruscant, but to spread that rebellion across the galaxy. She says,
Turn around or be stunned.
And of course, the stun setting was first seen all the way back in A New Hope.
There's one, set for stun.
But it's too late. Luthen has already tried to kill himself in the most inefficient way possible. They bring him out on a stretcher, not unlike the one used for Anakin in Revenge of the Sith, but this one has a little medical droid on it. And as he leaves, the camera lingers on these rock relief drawings depicting the hand signals of 3 Force beings, the father, sister, and brother. Now we saw these beings in the Clone Wars, and then Ezra used the Force to manipulate a mural of them in Rebels. So it's likely these artifacts came from a similar Jedi temple, maybe after the Empire destroyed it. Oh, and this helmet was also worn by the Wookiee general in the Battle of Kashyyyk that we saw in Revenge of the Sith. So the Imperials clear out the shop in the Fondor, which, by the way, I just noticed for the first time is parked at the docking bay of the rear of the store. Meanwhile, Kleya retreats to the safe house, which has fallen into disarray. It looks like no one has lived here in years, furthering the feeling that the rebellion's time on Coruscant is coming to a close. And then we have our flashback to how Luthen and Kleya met. I'm gonna guess 15 years or so before this. Great de-aging on Stellan Skarsgård, by the way. So Luthen is serving in the Imperial military, and we know this because the soldier who comes on board the ship is wearing the same infantry uniform that Han Solo wore in the movie Solo. Shout out to Theodosius Calhoun on Blue Sky for letting me know that the police on Gorman and Ferrix are actually wearing the same Swamp Trooper armor that we first saw in that movie. May you live to be 1,000 years old, sir. From the snippets we get, we know this is not really a battle, it's a slaughter.
We cleared that out of the basement. He wants that whole street out there on fire.
The early days of the Empire were filled with encounters like this, like when the Empire forced the people of Aldani out of their homes. And this was also meant to symbolize the real-life Highland clearances, when the English forced Scottish people out of the Highlands and erased their language and culture, appropriate since they filmed Aldani in those same Scottish Highlands. But Luthen's past also reminded me of when Cassian talked about his service on Mimban.
And who did it turn out we were fighting?
ourselves.
Now, knowing that Luthen was trained to serve in the Imperial Army also explains why he knows how to use the weapons of his enemy against them. Also notice he's drinking from a flask, like the one he gave Andor with Mednog in it back in Episode 4, Season 1. So we see the scene purely from Clea's point of view as she's stowing away on the ship. Luthen is helpless. He's suffering from PTSD, saying to no one, this is where his journey starts. He's helpless, shouting into the void, crying out for justice when no one can hear him. But Clea does hear him, and she does want the same justice. In many ways, she is what pulls him out of this hell and into the rebellion. And later, we see a small act of rebellion. He's rebooting the ship's computer so it won't be available to strafe civilians from the air. And I think there's symbolism here with heroes like Oskar Schindler, who was able to save 1,200 Jewish people during the Holocaust. Right now, Luthen is surrounded by slaughter, but he's found one person he can save. Clea, and in return for Luthen saving her life, now she has to take his. Outside the medical center, we see this medical symbol that has appeared in various Star Wars media, but I believe the first time we ever saw it was in the Clone Wars movie. He is being kept in a white sanitary room, a visual callback to the prison on Narkina 5, and that prison was also a visual reference to George Lucas's first feature, THX 1138. Clea breaks in by splicing a locker, and man, this show, they could have just made lockers, right? We would have been fine with that, but instead, they gave us these cool space lockers that probably cost a fortune to build. Here we see icons of a few departments at the hospital. I'm guessing these mean brain, guts, and lungs. And there's also this cool detail of a lizard species with its tail sticking out from the back of a gown. Now, Dedra knew that she was wrong to go after Luthen. After all, this was not her assignment, and the Imperials put protocol above all else. But she thought that all of that would be forgiven when Luthen started spilling his secrets. But now that he's near death, she has lost all leverage, and Partagaz orders her former assistant Hirt to arrest her. And while Clea works to get closer to Luthen in the present, we see how they grew close in the past. The two of them are at a small trade outpost. Again, amazing production design here. And Clea turns out to be better at bargaining than Luthen.
20. 18's my max. Sold.
This is also showing us how Luthen built his business. He started with nothing, bargaining for 20, and as the flashbacks proceed, their clothes get nicer and they make more and more money. Now, the MVP of this episode is the old alien that Clea uses for cover. In these flashbacks, we also see how peculiar their relationship is. So he's always held her at a distance, even though these two need and rely on each other. They decided that instead of living a happy life away from the Empire, they would spend their lives working to bring it down. In the next flashback, Luthen is selling a Devaronian victory necklace, and Devaronians are of course this species that we see in the Mos Eisley Cantina. And this is where we see a major turning point in their partnership. The Empire is forcing civilians, including a boy Clea's age, into a firing squad. Luthen wants to protect her, but Clea is the one who makes the decision to stay. She's impatient and she wants to fight. Then they have an argument at another beautiful real-life location at Zapvia Castle in Spain. He tells her,
"That means we lose. And lose and lose and lose. Until we're ready."
And notice how in this shot they're walking away from the stairs, away from the tower. And in the present, Clea is ascending the stairs to find Luthen. And, like any gamer knows, you can't pull off a stealth mission without a big distraction. Then we cut back to how she actually learned this technique. The two of them are having a peaceful lunch surrounded by people who are blissfully unaware of the Empire's atrocities. He tells her,
"Think about where you are."
Now, I'm not sure if he's saying this because he wants her to be in the moment, or maybe they're on planet Naboo. This would be a rich target because it is the birthplace of Palpatine and would send a symbolic message to the Empire. So he tells her,
"I'm only afraid of what I'm doing to you."
And he's admitting that he cares about her and he wants her to be happy. And he doesn't want to feel like he has dragged her into this life. So he gives her the decision. And when she demonstrates that she's ready, he pushes the button for her so she doesn't have to get all that blood on her hands just yet. Meanwhile, in the present day, she hits a similar device to draw stormtroopers away from the hospital floor. And dude, what good are stormtrooper helmets? The blaster just cuts right through it. You would think she'd at least had to have gotten him in the eye. And this device on the bed that is monitoring Luthen's life signs is similar to the one that we saw over Grogu in Episode 3 of The Mandalorian, and the machine that's keeping him alive is very reminiscent of Darth Vader's cybernetics, except Vader was created surrounded by darkness, and Luthen ends his life surrounded by light. And this is all intercut between her first murder and what may be her last. And then we end with this sad image. Luthen, alone, unmourned, no parade, no statue. The man who built the rebellion, and all along the way, he knew how this would end.
"I burned my life to make a sunrise that I know I'll never see.
And before we go into episode 11, I want to talk about some Easter eggs that we missed in previous videos. Some of these are so cool, I just had to tell you guys about them. Liz Declan over at Screen Rant pointed out that these TIE fighters in the opening episode are Strikers, ships that are built for atmosphere that we briefly saw in Rogue One over Scarif. And also from Screen Rant, we see a Mastiff cooking over a fire at Dakar. These, of course, are the desert dogs that we first saw in Attack of the Clones. And Cassian's rifle on Gorman is a Blastech A280 CFE convertible heavy blaster pistol, the same one that he used in Rogue One when he nearly killed Galen Erso. And the Mission Impossible voice that gives Cassian his fake ID,
your name is Varian Sky,
is voiced by Star Wars veteran Sam Witwer, the voice of Darth Maul and a shore trooper in Season 1.
You need to calm down, sir.
And here, Partagaz says,
Krennic's had the lab in Edo working overtime all year.
And that is the location of Galen Erso's lab in Rogue One. And in Episode 7, Cassian has his signature U-Wing, which of course he also flies in the movie Rogue One. On the Senate floor, Bail mentions the Emperor's ruling council, who were first mentioned in the Star Wars Holiday Special.
The following live broadcast is recommended by the Imperial Council.
And we saw them return here in Return of the Jedi. This is basically Palpatine's inner circle, which includes Grand Vizier Masameda, aka Blue Guy from the prequels. And El Mirando on Discord also pointed out this obvious Easter egg that I missed. In Episode 3, this little girl is playing with a puppet of an AT-ST. Also, Tasty Potato on our Discord pointed out that these aliens are the Tectonese, the refugee aliens from the 80 series Alien Nation. And another user, Uslan, pointed out that this is appropriate since that show is all about aliens in a class struggle, just like on Gorman. A commenter, Night Griff, pointed out that the Chandrillan wedding song that Mon Mothma dances to is similar to the music that we heard in Space Miami. Now let's move on to Episode 11. We begin with a dead stormtrooper that Kleya just killed, note the blaster wound and the helmet, and then we follow the ISB agents as they try to reverse engineer who infiltrated the hospital and how they did it. Now there's a small mention here that the car bombings outside killed several ISB drivers, and remember, last episode they intercut Kleya and Luthen killing tank drivers on this bridge, with her detonating the charges of the hospital. So this shows us why this moment was on her mind. It reminded her the first time that she ever made the decision to kill. And I also love the small scene where they threaten the hospital administrator to get him to back down.
Arrest him. This is an ISB crime scene. If you're slowing me down, you're a suspect.
In just a few sentences, we see how the Empire rules. It can threaten to arrest people at any time, unjustly, simply because they got in their way. The Empire rules through fear. Then we go to Dedra being held prisoner. Now first, we see her on the monitor with the Arabesh that reads, Syril, stop, input, followed by clear or flag. So this is so when they interrogate people, they can note if they are innocent or require further supervision. And then Krennic enters the cell in this brilliant framing. So throughout most of this sequence, she is always filmed from above, or she is kept in the lower third of the frame. Artistically, this represents a position with the least power. Compare when Krennic leans in and looms over her to her leaning over Bix in Season 1. The power dynamic has shifted. And in this frame, Dedra is placed front and center while Krennic is looming over her with his eyes cut off. So this dehumanizes Krennic and shows how she is perceiving him, not as a person, but as a voice that is looming over her. And later, he points his finger straight at the top of her head like he's drilling into her brain. We learn that she knows the Emperor's greatest secret.
Death Star.
Now when you consume a lot of Star Wars media, you really get a feel for just how hard the Emperor worked to keep the Death Star a secret. The Empire committed genocide against the Geonosians who built the Death Star. They spent years creating an elaborate cover story to destroy Gorman, and this was all so the Empire could keep the Senate at bay long enough to finish their ultimate weapon. And after it was done, the first thing the Emperor did was dissolve the Senate altogether.
The Imperial Senate will no longer be of any concern to us. I have just received word that the Emperor has dissolved the Council permanently.
Dedra unravels all of these threads, explaining how Lonnie was a busybody who talked to everyone. And this is true. We see him gain favor with Legret and Hirt a few episodes ago as he was gathering info to feed to Luthen. And Krennic confirms that Lonnie stole Dedra's files, and that's how she found out about the Death Star.
Several intel bundles were forwarded to my office by mistake. I should have reported it.
And I love this so much. The reason Dedra didn't report this was because she wanted to use the information to catch Axis. She wanted personal glory and promotion, and this is the environment that the Emperor created. He wanted his officers to be afraid and undercut one another. That is, after all, the way of the Sith. But his method of management backfired because of Dedra's fatal human flaws. Krennic mentions all of the critical Death Star information, beginning with Galen Erso, the designer of the Death Star and the father of Jyn Erso. He also mentions the Jedha scavenger files, because, as I mentioned earlier, this is where the Empire Empire mines some of the Kyber that powers the Death Star's super laser. The sad part of this scene is that Dedra was actually great at her job. She found crucial evidence that a Moff's aide was a rebel plant, and if she hadn't cut through the red tape, they never would have found Luthen.
Wait, what's a Moff?
It's the governor of an Imperial sector. And then we go to another scene where the ISB is tracking down information. We begin with this security officer, and I love this shot where he is framed by monitors. Again, notice how he occupies the lower third of the frame in a diminutive position. But my favorite moment in this episode might just be this incredible human reaction he has when he's trying to angle his fleeting connection to get ahead.
My cousin actually has an application in with the ISB.
And as they dig for Clea, Clea digs for the radio. Now, the team and I were talking about how this series Spycraft is actually filmed like a 70s conspiracy thriller. Our own Lee Mazzio pointed out how Syril, walking through the crowd a few episodes ago, is filmed from a distance, like the opening of Francis Ford Coppola's great spy thriller, The Conversation. Now, as she uses the space equivalent of Morse code, we slowly fade to where this signal is going, to the Rebel base on Yavin 4. The Rebel Alliance has now become a full military operation with its own red tape. Willman, who is still with Drina, the member of the Gorman Front, takes his radio to interrupt Cassian's probably last happy day on Earth. He now has a new friend circle consisting of K2 and Melshi. Now remember, he and Melshi escaped Narkina 5 together last season. And I missed a small detail here. At the end of episode 9, Vel recognizes his blaster.
Who belongs to this?
I think that's mine.
And I forgot that Cassian gave him this weapon after they escaped Narkina 5. And Cassian got that weapon from Aldani, the raid that he and Vel were a part of. So it's very cool to see how their story comes full circle in this moment. Now notice, as they're playing space dominoes, every single shot is moving from left to right, with the camera always in motion. Now this is because this is a fairly static scene. They're playing space dominoes, but the constant movement gives this a sense of electricity and fun. And this is intercut with the ISB looking at an image of Clea, which also moves from left to right, but much slower and deliberate. And afterwards, the camera during their meeting is either very slow push-ins, pans, or static shots. This is subtly contrasting the slow, deliberate pace of the Empire with the quick, frenetic pace of Cassian and Andor. This is a dynamic between the Empire and the Rebellion that's been present in Star Wars since the very first shot of the franchise. A big ship bearing down on a little one over Tatooine. After Krennic threatens Hirt's life, he asks,
"What's the charge?"
Now remember, Hirt is very young and inexperienced. He used to be Dedra's aide, so I love this little detail that he is still concerned with proper procedure. And Partagaz comes up with the perfect solution so easily, it's like he's done it 100 times before and he's bored that he has to repeat himself.
She's diseased. She escaped the hospital with an infectious condition that threatens everyone with whom she may come in contact.
It is a perfect cover because it means that everyone who sees Clea will report her immediately. And when he's with Krennic, the two speak frankly about a secret that they have been keeping for a long time.
You were supposed to be ready by now.
You sound like Tarkin.
And as we saw in Rogue One, Grand Moff Tarkin was overseeing Krennic's project, and then he took it from him as soon as it ran its first successful test. And when Krennic protests, Leo cuts through the shit.
Save the sermon for Palpatine.
And then they settle into this amazing silence. They both know how screwed they are and how bad they messed up.
Best of luck to us both.
And then they resume their cover stories.
You have a plague to stop, and I was due in Scarif.
And Scarif is, of course, the research facility where the Death Star plans were kept in Rogue One. Back on Yavin, they finally get Clea's signal, and Cassian, like Dedra, violates protocol to go retrieve Luthen. Now, like we talked about in our last breakdown, everyone on this show has to sacrifice something for the rebellion, and for Cassian, it's his independence. This is why he sneaks off at his U-Wing without trying to get permission from High Command. He knows that Draven, the general from this episode who we first saw in Rogue One, would say no. This is also a great episode for showing us the still existing divisions within the rebellion. Like we heard in Season 1, the rebellion started off as a collection of people with different agendas.
The partisan alliance, sectorist, human cultist, galaxy partitionist.
Luthen coordinated between them while Bail Organa crystallized various groups into a single fighting unit with an organized military structure. Luthen was never part of this formal rebellion, although he did support it while also working outside of its limitations. And this is why Clea was reluctant to go.
I know about Yavin, I know all about it. I know what they think of Luthen.
Like we saw in Rogue One, the rebellion was cautious about attacking Scarif, but Luthen was an accelerationist who wanted to goad the Empire into overreach. But Willman makes it clear who really built Yavin.
The truth is, none of this would be here without Luthen.
So the episode has a ticking clock, and I love this shot of Clea, with the objects in the foreground so out of focus that she looks like she is surrounded by darkness. She's isolated, alone, and the dark is creeping in. Meanwhile, in Dedra's cell, she tries to loosen her collar from her neck. Now, like I've pointed out in the past, this is a reaction that she's had after being attacked on Ferrix. But Joanna Robinson, a friend of the channel, had a great post on Blue Sky about this moment and the metaphor of the Imperials choking. When Syril first gets his new job, his mother comments that his collar is too high after he had it tailored.
What is it that you hear my collar saying?
Look at me. I don't believe in myself. I am desperate for approval.
Syril is someone who strives for Imperial structure, so he has a custom collar meant to fit around his neck, like an obedient dog. And in the same episode, Luthen says,
"The Empire has been choking us so slowly, we're starting not to notice."
And Joanna also reminds us of Darth Vader's favorite method for discipline.
The rebels hidden fort.
Sploosh! Yep. That's what I'm talking about.
So all of that crystallizes with Dedra. She was raised in an Imperial Kinderblock, and she has devoted her entire life to the Empire, and she craves its discipline. And yet, this world is slowly choking the life out of her. Now, when Here visits her, pay attention to the framing. She is placed in the lower right-hand corner. Using the rule of thirds, this is the part of the screen that commands the least amount of respect and power. Again, contrast this to how she leered over Bix. And throughout the conversation, Here is heard but not seen. Dedra is alone in the frame to show how isolated she feels. Even in the reverse shot, Here is kept in shadow and away from her. But after he asks for advice, the camera is suddenly on a close-up, so we can see the emotion play across his face. And then, as Dedra feels more empowered, the camera pushes in on her, so gradually she is in a more empowering part of the frame. And afterwards, she is back to feeling alone and hopeless, so the camera films her from above, and the same angle as Tay Kolma having his meltdown at the wedding back in episode 2. And this is appropriate since both of these people were feeling confined and alone. Really amazing work from director Alonso Reyes-Palacios and the DP Damian Garcia. Back at the shop, we learned that Luthen and Clea were using an Imperial signal to send out their own signals.
They had the antenna. It's ingenious. They spliced it into a metro tower next door. They've been using Imperial broadcast power for who knows how long.
Which means that Luthen was being literal when he said this.
"I'm condemned to use the tools of my enemy to defeat them."
Also notice there are carbonite slabs here, which would be an ideal way for Luthen to preserve artifacts and to prevent them from being stolen. And as they go into Coruscant, I love this tiny moment where Melshi just takes a few seconds to be amazed at a planet that's also one big city.
Incredible.
Then K2 mentions that he was once on Coruscant and he marched in a parade.
The Emperor was there.
Now it's strange that his new personality circuits seem almost proud of this, even though he has been reprogrammed to fight against the Empire. Also, military parades are a staple of fascism, especially when dictators tie them into their own personal glory. For instance, Hitler threw a massive military parade for himself on his 50th birthday. Then, as they land near the safe house, notice how we see these gorgeous, towering penthouses in the background next to these ugly, brutalist structures where the poor people live. Like the rest of Andor, it's reminding us that the rich get to live one way, and they don't even think about the rest of us. Now the police are in a shuttle that looks like a cross between a Sentinel and a Lambda-class Imperial shuttle, and notice how we only see small parts of them. Shots of their guns, shots of their feed, or in profile. This has a way of dehumanizing these officers, and furthers the idea that they are not people, they are just instruments of the state. Hirt is going along with them, which is similar to Syril going along with the troops to Ferrix back in episode 3 of season 1.
Show force, boost morale. Nothing like seeing an officer on the line.
And one of our commenters, Koala8838, pointed out that the secret knock that they use is the same one as the community alarm on Ferrix. This is a cool way of showing how Cassian and Bix brought a piece of Ferrix with them wherever they went. Also, notice that Cassian now has the same haircut that he had in Rogue One, as that movie is going to start just days away from this episode. Clea quickly fills him in on the Death Star, which makes sense. His first mission in Rogue One was to get more information about the superweapon. Initially, they made K2 stay on the ship, and I love how he pouts like a little kid.
I don't like it here.
But after the comms are shut, he struts in past these Arabesh signs that read Tom Kip Towers. And there's a false alarm as the Imperials burst in on this retired couple who have Melu Run fruits in their bowl here. And that is a fruit that we first saw in the show Star Wars Rebels. So Clea initially has a hard time trusting Cassian and the rebellion on Yavin.
It would be you, wouldn't it?
She resents him for leaving Coruscant for the jungles of Yavin 4. And what we're seeing here is that final small divide that exists between these sections of the rebellion. Clea has been isolated so long, she's not sure where she fits into the galaxy without her father figure there to guide her. And now, finally, here we are, episode 12, the finale of Andor, the greatest Star Wars show ever made.
I am so
right now.
This episode is essentially an epilogue to the series and a prequel to Rogue One, which picks up just a few hours after this ending. I highly recommend watching that movie right after finishing Andor because it enhances like everything about it. The first shot of the episode is Kleya, framed with no look room. Like we talked about earlier, this always implies that the character is missing some piece of information or feels alone. In this case, Kleya feels isolated because she doesn't know or trust the rebels on Yavin. We learned that there have been some tension between the Alliance and Luthen, so Kleya now feels like she doesn't have a home anywhere in the galaxy.
What a bitter ending.
And Cassian is shot in the same way, but in the front third of the frame. So this tells us that he's also facing an uncertainty. For instance, he doesn't know the Imperials are closing in, but because he's in the first third of the frame, he has more power in the situation. But most importantly, neither of them are ever in the frame together, creating a sense of shared isolation.
Like boys in a bubble or planes in the sky.
That's right. Now you might remember that Kleya and Vel were filmed in this same way when they first met last season. Now remember this framing because we're going to see it progress along with Kleya's story. Then to highlight their loneliness, we see them in a wide shot together through the hole in the wall that she just cut, showing us how the darkness of the Empire is surrounding them and she feels small and alone. Back at the ISB headquarters, Partagas is overseeing the operations. And when he realizes the comms are all down, he's all like, "Have you tried jiggling it?" I love little human moments like that all throughout this series. It makes them seem like this is a war being fought by people and not with characters. And the police storm toward the apartment. Now recently I read a post, and I really wish I remembered where, that talks about how soldiers like this are actually the most common type of unit that people would see across the galaxy. Stormtroopers were considered elite troops. So if you saw one of them, you knew you were in trouble. Now when they hear them coming, Cassian tells them to leave the door open. This will draw them in and leave them an escape route. And if you saw Daredevil, then you remember he did the same thing in the season 1 finale. Then they throw in a stun grenade, which first appeared in the role-playing game The Back to Heist, but it looks very different here. It's been reinvented to mimic the shape of a thermal detonator, and the stun shockwave it emits is like the shockwave from the stun setting on a blaster, mixed with the flash grenades that we saw in the Star Wars Battlefront games. The firefight in a hallway is similar to the opening of A New Hope.
Again, it's like poetry, so if they rhyme.
Except this time, the big scary Imperial machine is working for the rebellion. Kay storms in, snaps Heert's neck, and then uses his dead body as a human shield. I love this show. Meanwhile, Partagas is drowning in his own lie as citywide units are spread too thin, looking to clamp down on an infectious disease that he made up.
Apparently everyone's out running down the emergency disease warrant.
Now watching K2 tear through these guys makes me wonder, why did the Emperor ever stop using droids? My guess is he drew power from the humans serving him, like he was able to feed off an entire galaxy of fear. And as they leave, I just want to shout out that Andor is wearing the coolest coat I have ever seen. I want that coat more than I want to be a Jedi. That's what happens when you get older, kids. You don't want to be a warrior anymore, you just want a good coat. As they fly away, the Coruscant LAAT police gunship swoops in. Now we first saw these in the Clone Wars, but then again throughout Rebels, the comics, and in The Mandalorian. On Yavin, we see this X-Wing with a blue stripe, marking it as a part of Blue Squadron. This wing was decimated at the end of Rogue One, so they weren't at the Battle of Yavin, but they did fight on Hoth and at Endor. Inside, Saw Gerrera is speaking with Mon Mothma, who is now basically wearing the same outfit that she had on in Return of the Jedi and Rogue One. But notice how she's not only dressed down, she's also no longer wearing makeup. And she's talking like a rebel, not a politician.
Keep hijacking these transports and that will be the least of your problems.
You have no idea where I am.
Now in the show Rebels, shortly after Mon Mothma formally declared the rebellion, Saw Gerrera sent her a pretty nasty message, basically calling her out for compromising too much with the Empire.
If you continue to allow this war to be fought on the Empire's terms, not yours, you are going to lose.
Pretty cool how they continue their adversarial relationship into this scene. Notice that he is now wearing his mask, and a few episodes ago we learned that this is because he likes to huff a fuel called Rhydonium, which is slowly driving him insane.
Have you ever seen a man die from Rhydonium? Maybe you're like me, maybe you love the smell of it.
It's also making him more paranoid, like we saw in Rogue One, and of course right here.
All your spies and infiltrators. You think I'd still be alive if I hadn't learned to bend them as I wish?
It's the Empire that's after you, Saw, not us.
But wait, why are they fighting?
Well, Saul was radicalized after his sister died in the Clone Wars, and then when the Empire cracked down in the weeks after the Clone Wars ended. He wanted to carry on an ultra-violent campaign against the Empire and civilians, while Mon Mothma and Bail Organa are trying to garner sympathy from the Senate and other systems. Bail Organa is also wearing the same clothes that he wore in Rogue One when he was still played by Jimmy Smits. Now, they're upset because Andor, being a loose cannon, has violated protocol. Particularly, we get the sense that Bail Organa doesn't like him. Bail and Luthen were essentially building two different different alliance networks. Luthen was building a spy network, while Bail Organa and Ahsoka Tano were uniting rebel cells into a more organized military structure. Bail might still see Cassian as one of Luthen's soldiers, and he would prefer it if he could just follow orders like the rest of them. And then we see Admiral Raddus, the Mon Cala who died commanding the Profundity at the Battle of Scarif in Rogue One. And decades later in The Last Jedi, Leia's capital ship was named after him. He says,
"You're lucky Merrick's away."
Now he's talking about Antok Merrick, the commander of Blue Squadron. Later, we hear that he is away with General Jan Dodonna, this guy in Rogue One, and also here in A New Hope. Now, as Cassian lands, we see an X-Wing from Rogue Squadron, Luke and Wedge's flight wing, and all of this suspense is because they don't know if Cassian's U-Wing has been compromised, or even if there's like a double agent on board. This is why, after they land, Draven orders K2 to power down. This is in case he's been spliced by the Imperials, but it also saves the production a lot of money if he just stays on the ship for a while.
No money means no animation.
Cassian presents his information to the Alliance High Command that we first saw in Rogue One, minus a few key members, but we do see Senator Pomlo. Now, in the Bad Batch, we saw her oppose the creation of a new military to replace the clones, and in Rogue One, she opposed military action on Scarif because it was too dangerous. The reason we never saw her in the original trilogy is probably because, as the war became more and more violent, her influence waned on the Council. And this is Senator Noah Jabel, and he is the Minister of Finance who also appeared in Rogue One. And during the debate, did anyone else laugh because Raddus had no idea what was going on?
Who's Clea?
And notice this is also, of course, the same meeting table they used in Rogue One. Much like the Jedi Council table, they sit in a circle as a committee of equals. Now, when Cassian tells them what he learned, they're right to think that it sounds ridiculous. But Mon Mothma calls out that they never did have access to any details or inspections about the Energy Project. And she told Orson Krennic as much when they spoke a few episodes ago.
Oh, yes, I've been a guest at her committee several occasions.
How pleasant to see you free of the witness stand.
Now, Cassian admits that the only source he has for all of this is Luthen's word, and the command distrusted Luthen.
We're talking about someone who's been a thorn in our side.
Remember, at this point, the rebellion was still trying to leverage political power, like Cassio Tag says in A New Hope.
The rebellion will continue to gain a support in the Imperial Senate.
But Luthen was an accelerationist who wanted worlds to burn just to inspire more rebellion.
It will burn very brightly.
But rather than listen to Cassian and hear an unpleasant truth, they send him off to bed without supper, displaying the same bureaucratic inefficiency that will doom the New Republic about 35 years in the future. Mon goes to see her cousin Vel, and it's kind of strange to see Mon in these surroundings, right? Like, we're so used to seeing her in these lavish estates and fine clothes, and now she seems to have fit right in as the leader of the rebellion. She has an inherent trust of Cassian, probably because he and Luthen are the only reason she is still alive and free. And she knows that Vel worked with him on the Aldani heist and can work out exactly how much to trust his intel. And later, when she goes to see him, they list the people they've lost. Lieutenant Gore and Nemik. Remember, he was the true believer who left Cassian his journal that eventually convinced him to join the rebellion. More on him later. They also mentioned Terramin, but not Skeen, because he was going to betray the rest of them and take the money for himself. They also, of course, mentioned Ferrix, making me wonder if the Empire cracked down hard on the planet after the Season 1 finale. And of course, they toast the Gore and the Donnies, who the Empire displaced from their homes back in Season 1. Cassian says they've heard people claim that they were at Aldani. And I like this little detail about how their heist that publicly kick-started the rebellion has now kind of passed into legend. When Cassian tells Wilman about Luthen, he says,
"You made it worth it."
And this goes back to how the rebels are always talking about the value of their fight.
We have to win.
Or how when Mon asked how she could repay Cassian, he said,
"Make it worth it."
Everyone they've lost, all the death, it has to be for something. It has to be worth it. And like Andor says about Luthen,
none of this exists without him.
And we shift from that to Partagaz, listening to Nemik's words from his journal that we heard last season.
Remember that the frontier of the rebellion is everywhere. The Imperial need for control is so desperate because it is so unnatural. Tyranny requires constant effort. It breaks. Authority is brittle.
Now, Nemik was the true believer in the Aldani heist. He fully believed in the cause. And Partagaz says that they don't know where this recording came from and they can't make it go away. So this actually supports Nemik's words. Freedom and rebellion are a naturally occurring event. And when he says tyranny requires constant effort, I think about all the ISB meetings that we saw in this room, how vigilant they had to be to stamp out any type of rebellion across the galaxy. I think in his final final moments, Partagaz knows that Nemik was right and that his entire life's work was futile. He has a Power 5 blaster that we first saw here in A New Hope and that Dedra Meero used last season, and he uses it to take his own life. But is that because he knows the Emperor is going to torture him or he'll go to prison, or does he finally realize that his life's work was pointless? Vel tells Cassian that he should go see Bix, but he assures her that Bix could never be safe if she was with him. So this is a classic trope from westerns. The hero is able to fight the bad guys because he's violent and he can't be civilized. But that same trait means that he can never settle down and enjoy the frontier that he has helped to tame. Clea wanders out into the rain, scared and alone, and how perfect is it that she is found by Vel? Back in season 1, they seemed to be rivals for Luthen's approval. They briefly spoke at Leia's wedding, and Clea always had an air that she was better than Vel, who she regarded as a mere foot soldier in their war. She fully expects Vel to reject her, but instead she embraces her. She welcomes her into the rebellion and offers her her coat. Now, in their first conversation in season 1, they were filmed to be isolated in the frame, lacking any look room. But now they are filmed together in the same frame, over the shoulder, and instead of being filmed in profile, like in their first meeting, we can see more of their faces, so we can see the full scope of their emotions. They each also have look room, which is a way of implying that they have an optimistic, bright future ahead of them. So the message here is clear. These are two women who no longer have to hide anything from each other. And Vel sums it up best with Luthen's code word.
I have friends everywhere. You're here with friends.
Now, throughout this episode, we keep hearing about Cassian's contact in Saw Gerrera's group, a guy named Tivik, and Draven tells him that Tivik keeps calling and saying he will only speak to Cassian. Now remember, this is the guy that Cassian meets up with on his first mission in Rogue One, and he meets him on planet Kafrene. And if you'll remember, that was actually the code word to access the TIE Avenger in the first episode this season.
The password tonight is Kafrene.
So Cassian's journey is coming full circle. The morning he leaves, he has one last dream of his sister, the woman that he never found. In fact, the search for her led him on this journey that takes him to his final fate in the movie Rogue One. The drops in the cup almost sound like a ticking clock as we get closer to his death. And finally, Bail Organa comes to see him to give him orders to follow Luthen's final lead. And this is a big deal that brings this season full circle. In the first 2 episodes this season, Cassian was held captive by 2 rebel cells that mistrusted each other, and the rivalry between Bail and Luthen was the last division in the rebellion, and now that division has healed.
You and Luthen would have gotten along much better than you think.
After Cassian asks him why the change of heart, he says,
"If I die fighting the Empire, I want to go down swinging."
Which is sad because we know that he'll be dead in just a few days. And then he gives us one last,
"May the Force be with you, Captain."
If this ends up being Bail's last line in this franchise, then it is perfect. Now, as Cassian prepares to leave, he takes time to water his plants, which is the kind of endearing human behavior that makes this show feel so real. And as our friend Joanna Robinson pointed out, Cassian watering the flowers is also a bit of a tribute to Marva. She cared for her plants, and now Cassian is carrying on that love and attention toward living things. He's wearing the same costume that he wore in his first scene in Rogue One as he slowly leaves his home for his destiny. Melshi is training troops, while Andor heads in the opposite direction from his friends. Then we get an end of the series montage, similar to how many prestige shows like The Sopranos or The Wire have ended. Mon Mothma is at a picnic table, like the workers on Mina Rael. Now her story has finally come to a 180. She's no longer surrounded by phonies and bureaucrats. She is actually among her own people, others who long for the galaxy to be free. Meanwhile, we see Perrin, who is with Davos Skolden's wife, who drank so much that she's passed out on his shoulder with a decanter in her hand. I don't know if this means that Skolden got divorced or if Perrin is just sleeping around because he's so depressed. Dedra is in the same type of prison complex that we saw in Narkina 5, where Cassian served last season. The irony here is that she sent hundreds of people to prisons just like this, and now she knows that her entire life was actually lived without purpose. She lived to serve an empire that would throw her away in a second. Clea looks out at Yavin 4, and a slight smile crosses her face. Now she's realizing that maybe indeed she has finally found a home. And on Jedha, Saw Gerrera looks out the same window where he will die in just a couple days, and we see the Star Destroyer taking the last of the Kyber from the temple on Jedha. Krennic is in the final stages of assembling the Death Star. The super laser is still missing, but we saw it inserted at the beginning of Rogue One. And on the U-Wing, K2 says,
"It's so much easier when I know what we're doing."
Which is hilarious because we all know exactly where they're going, because we've seen Rogue One and we know how this story ends. And then, thank goodness, we get to check in with B2. I've been worried about him all season. He's got a little droid friend to play with and he is happy. And finally, we end on Bix with Cassian's child. This last shot is perfect. It is the essence of the rebellion. New life, surrounded by nature, looking optimistically toward the horizon. The TIE Avenger that Cassian steals in episode 1 is actually a full interior and exterior set, which is pretty rare for a series to build. Now, that TIE fighter was originally featured in the 1994 computer game called TIE Fighter, but that version was more squarish than the Avenger we see in Andor, which was actually modeled more after Kylo Ren's TIE Whisper from The Rise of Skywalker. So the big reveal at the end of the TIE Avenger story is that they were actually stranded on Yavin, which shows how the rebellion evolved from idiots playing paper, rock, scissors into an elite fighting force. But the decision to set this on Yavin 4 was actually a coincidence. On StarWars.com, Andor creator Tony Gilroy said, "I was talking with lore advisor Pablo Hidalgo, trying to figure out what planet this could be set on, and it turns out that Yavin 4 hadn't been built at that point." It tied into this idea that we'd said before. The Cassian is at the birthplace of all these huge events. It's his destiny. And one of our Discord members, Carl Extrava, pointed out the infighting rebels in the jungle seem like a nod to Lord of the Flies. When Andor lands on the planet, he's looking for Porco, and in the novel, there's a character called Piggy. The whole setup, including the monster in the jungle, has parallels to the book. Great observation. The monster on Yavin is actually called a Dudar, and it's named after its designer, Alexander Dudar, who designed it to be like an alien hippo.
Yeah, that's no joke, man. Those hippos, they'll mess you up.
Oh, have you had any experience with that kind of thing?
I signed all kinds of paperwork, and I am not allowed to talk about it.
Fair enough. So when the Imperials arrive over Mina Rao, the scout craft is called an Imperial scan cruiser, and its design was lifted from the Gozanti cruiser originally created for Mandalorian Season 2. And this giant cow on Mina Rao was originally designed for Season 1 to be cattle on Aldani. I'm guessing that it was too expensive to build these things just out grazing in the field, so they settled for just sheep instead. Now, Mina Rao, a planet covered in grain, was envisioned as this kind of a breadbasket to the Star Wars galaxy. Gilroy told StarWars.com, "I wondered where all the food comes from for Coruscant. I wanted it to be a successful community because so much of the show is about community and then the destruction of community. It's one of the great evils of tyranny and colonialism. It destroys communities." And they actually grew real crops for the shoot. Production designer Luke Hull chose a type of ancient rye grain, and they convinced a local farmer to grow that crop instead of wheat. Now, it took the crop a year to grow, which caused a problem when the SAG and writer strikes stopped production. So they had to harvest the crop, preserve it in sheets of polyester, and then reconstruct it on an indoor set in early 2024.
Oh, I feel terrible.
Why? Were you partying last night?
Oh, I'm so tired. I was up late at a work conference.
I've worked late like that before too.
Yeah, now my whole day is wasted. I can't go to work or the gym. What rough beast have I become?
Oh yeah, man. I used to get like that all the time until I started taking pre-alcohol from ZBiotics. They're the sponsor of this video. Guys, ZBiotics pre-alcohol is one of my all-time favorite sponsors that we work with. Every time I have a big night out or even a little night out, I always pass these things around like they are party favors.
What is it?
Well, ZBiotics pre-alcohol is the world's first genetically engineered probiotic. It was invented by PhD scientists to tackle your rough mornings after drinking. You see, when you drink, alcohol gets converted into a toxic byproduct in your gut. Now, it's this byproduct and not dehydration that's to blame for your rough next day. Pre-alcohol produces an enzyme to help break this byproduct down. But of course, remember to drink this probiotic before drinking alcohol, drink responsibly, and get a good night's sleep to feel your best tomorrow. Anytime I go out, I always take a ZBiotics pre-alcohol. I want to be able to have a good time and work out the next day instead of being stuck on the couch.
I feel like I'm inside the couch.
So just in time for barbecue season, I highly recommend you stock up on ZBiotics pre-alcohol. Click the link in the description to get 15% off your first order at checkout. You can also sign up for a subscription using my code. And believe me, you're going to love this stuff and you're going to want to stock up. ZBiotics is backed with a 100% money-back guarantee, so if you are unsatisfied for any reason, they're going to refund your money, no questions asked. Just click that link below and you will not regret it. Now, back to what I was saying. So we're going to keep talking about how mostly everything in this show was practical and they did not use the volume at all. For instance, Brasso's speeder was actually mounted onto a vehicle, which is frankly unusual. Usually Star Wars speeders are compiled with visual effects onto background plates. And they also filmed in a ton of real locations, which we did talk about in our episode 10 through 12 Easter egg video, when we mentioned that the Senate Plaza is in Spain and Saul's hideout is in the UK. But here's one that we missed. The mountain range in Chandrilia is a real mountain range in Spain that envelops an abbey called Santa Maria da Massaret. In fact, the mountain climbing sequence was one of the first scenes shot in March 2023 before the strike shut down production for months. And they also had to relocate the Moby house that Ferrick's crew stayed in. And just like the TIE Avenger, this was an interior and exterior set. In our previous videos, we did talk about how the Gorman Imperial meeting was based on the Nazi Wannsee Conference when they planned the final stages of the Holocaust. The castle was even based on Nazi strongholds, the Eagle's Nest and Hohenwerfen Castle. But what we didn't know at the time is that the view outside of this window is not CGI. This was a hand-painted backdrop which then was digitally touched up by ILM. Electrical 5 pointed out a great detail from Denise Goff's acting. As Dedra is trying on clothes, she's also trying on smiles. And smiling is such a weird, unnatural act for her that you can actually see it kind of pains her face. But later on, when she's dismantling Edie, she has a more subtle smile, showing how much she is enjoying herself. And that's also the same smile that she gave Bix before she tortured her in season 1. And just like in season 1, the sets and buildings were all inspired by real-life places to give everything that Star Wars familiar but new feeling. Dedra's apartment in Coruscant was modeled after Torres Blancas, a modernist building in Madrid, Spain. And get this, we never see Luthen's docking bay for the Fondor, but ILM did design it, and it was circular like docking bay 94 from A New Hope. The scene where Mon Mothma welcomes people to her estate is filmed in a one-take shot to give the scene a sense of bustling urgency. But, wonders like this are rare for Star Wars stories, which are usually so visual effects heavy that they can't film long practical shots. But also, several of the guest speeders reused props from The Acolyte, which also reused a lot of speeders from Andor Season 1. Now, just like everything else in the show, Chandrilia was constructed to feel like a culture that had evolved over centuries. The art department fused the look of historic Japanese stone castles and minimalist Scandinavian architecture, which has a focus on belonging with nature. And the main hall where the dance takes place is on a stone floor that features a large star map. Production designer Luke Hull said, "I always felt the best thing about the Chandrilians was that they were proud about their place in the universe. So the Star Wars map shows their position in the galaxy. And also, they created a smaller version of the floor for the Chandrilian embassy on Coruscant." Rebecca Alleyway, the set decorator for Andor, also took inspiration from the Chandrilian embassy. In season 1, she dressed the embassy set with Ikebana flowers. That's the Japanese art of flower making. So the wedding flowers are done in this same style. The wedding builds up to the murder of Tay Kolma, Mon Mothma's childhood best friend. And Tony Gilroy told StarWars.com that he wanted Tay to be like Fredo Corleone in The Godfather 2, somebody who had grown so weak that he became a liability when he betrayed the family. And just like how Fredo's death haunted Michael, Mon Mothma now has blood on her hands. As Gilroy said, if she doesn't do that though, the Empire wins. And I also belong to a great Facebook page about Andor and Rogue One, where Frederick Koyokan posted, "The wedding dance on Chandrilia, as well as the wealthy and elite society, might be based on a Renaissance dance called the Moresca that was pictured in Franco Zeffirelli's Romeo and Juliet from 1968. At least I'm very much reminded of it. And that dance track at the wedding was actually used 3 times on the show. In Nemos, in the brothel in Morlana One, and finally when Mon Mothma, to quote Tony Gilroy, is dancing to keep from screaming. Now let's talk about the Easter eggs in episodes 4 through 6. Brent Williams emailed us a good one. Every Star Wars movie features the Wilhelm scream. But we don't hear it in Andor, instead we read it. When Wilman breathes in the Rito, the caption reads, "Wilman screams." That's as close as we get to a Wilhelm in the show. And he also pointed out that in Rogue One, Saw Gerrera lost his legs, and Wilman is limping in the final episode. So maybe this is a side effect of the Rito. Also, John Wallace, the hand prop and weapons supervisor on both seasons of Andor, mentioned that Bix's pistol in season 2 is the same gun as the one that Cassian uses to shoot Krennic in Rogue One. The idea was that Cassian would lose his hero gun, the MW-20, so he carries Bix's gun with him. Also, I have to recommend the Backstory podcast interviews with the writers of this series. Over 5 episodes, the writers dropped a lot of great behind-the-scenes Easter eggs. Bo Willman, the writer of episodes 4 through 6, pointed out that this line,
"But if I'm giving up everything, I want to win,"
is actually foreshadowing how Bix ends the series. She's another person who sacrifices what she wanted, a life with Cassian, in order for him to fulfill his destiny and defeat the Empire. Now this arc begins with Bix being shaken up because Cassian murdered an Imperial soldier in cold blood. But Wilman said that the first scene in Rogue One is what inspired this. Audiences were introduced to Cassian murdering a fellow rebel in cold blood for the greater good. And in another Backstory podcast interview, Tony Gilroy revealed that after Bix tortures Gorst, he wanted her her to take a bite of his little cupcake treat. He said, "They didn't want to do it, I was outvoted." But I have also seen theory posts on our Discord about how this murder actually saved the galaxy. If Gorst had been allowed to train others in his torture technique, then maybe the Empire would have gotten the location of Yavin 4 from Leia, and the Death Star would have destroyed the base on Yavin 4 before Luke Skywalker even joined the rebellion. Now, the centerpiece of the season is Gorman, and the plaza set was more than 500 feet long, and it was built on the same Pinewood Studios backlot that housed the Jakku Village, Maz's Castle Ruins, Jeddah City, and Kessel in Solo. Now, the language of the Gore was actually created by the dialect coach Marina Tidal. Now, throughout the show, we noticed a few signs that are written in this language, but unlike Arabash, you can't translate their language based off of the Western alphabet. You can only read the signs if you actually speak the language of the Gore.
Do you understand anything they're saying? Oh, yes, Master Luke.
And this establishes that their language is actually an independent language that evolves separately from Galactic Basic. In fact, they even created two different versions of the written language. There's Gorel or High Gore and Dixian or Low Gore, and the names are named after graphic designers Elle McKee and Lauren Dix. Everything in the design of Gore's fashion and setting was emulating a type of French adjacent culture. Like the French, the Gore are very prideful because across the galaxy, their planet's name is synonymous with beauty and culture. Tony Gilroy even pointed out that Palpatine's black cloak is made from Gore fabric. Also, in episode 7, we pointed out these interesting structures that they fly over, but I did not point out that we first saw these in the Gorman video from episode 1. These are actually the hatcheries where the spiders weave the silk, and this same design is repeated in the eaves of the hotel like we see here. Also, the Gorman front meets in the basement of a Twillery building. Set decorator Rebecca Alleyway pointed out that the meeting table was designed to be part of the manufacturing of Gorman silk, so everything in the show felt used and lived in. Although the Gorman culture was also designed to take influences from other parts of post-war Europe. The green colors worn by these workers were inspired by the avocado green bathing suits of 1970s Italy. This dog is actually a new Star Wars species created for the show. It's an animatronic with a collar that is written in the Dixian language that reads Elvis. So now Elvis is canon in Star Wars. Now let's go through the Coruscant storyline. The ISB operations room was another on-site location, shot in the McLaren Group's technology center in Woking, England. Now this is the same complex that served as Coruscant's transportation hub in season 1. Now Andor famously did not film on the volume. That's the large virtual set of LED screens used in shows like The Mandalorian and Ahsoka. But in season 1, outside Mon's apartment, ILM did use these LED stagecraft screens instead of green screens. These were used again outside the Coruscant safe house this season. And in this scene, to make it look like it was raining outside, they placed sprinklers between the LED screens and the windows. Now in season 2, we see the return of Palpatine's podium from the prequels. The team actually had to recreate the podium, and they nicknamed it the Taco Shell.
Oh, are those tacos? You better believe they're tacos!
And the round sofa in Mon Mothma's office is the same one used in the Chandrillian Embassy in season 1, they just reupholstered it. And at Skulldun's party, Krennic's uniform features this kind of foppish dress cape, which the costume department made from a real satin fabric. When Ben Mendelsohn tried it on, he said, "I feel like Elvis." Now, one of the strangest storylines in this arc was Wilman, the boy, working for Saw Gerrera. This was set on planet Dakar, which, yes, is the setting for Leia's resistance base in The Force Awakens, like we talked about in our Easter egg videos. But the asteroid belt around the planet was recreated by many of the same ILM crew who designed it in The Last Jedi. Visual effects supervisor Scott Pritchard explained that they did include a tribute to The Empire Strikes Back hidden in the debris. In The Empire Strikes Back, the original model makers used potatoes for some of the asteroids. According to Pritchard, our environment supervisor, Guy Williams, got some potatoes and shot some camera footage of them and then made CG versions. There's actually a few of them in the asteroid field around Dakar. Saw's rebels are eating this roast mastiff, of course the desert dog that we first saw in Attack of the Clones, but did you know that portions of it were actually edible so the actors could peel off pieces and eat them? And this character, Wilman Pack, is actually named after writer Beau Willimon, but he was actually embarrassed by the tribute. He went to Tony Gilroy and said, "People are going to think I wrote that in," to which Gilroy replied, "Well, that's his name." And this arc also resolved what Tony Gilroy called one of the greatest remaining mysteries of Rogue One. What was Saw Gerrera sucking down in that movie? What was that thing? And the answer is rhydonium, a fuel that got him high all the time. But Gilroy actually based this on one of the greatest filmmakers of all time, Sidney Pollack, who owned his own private jet. See, Gilroy Gilroy worked with Pollock on the film Michael Clayton, and he said Sidney used to fly his jet all over the place, and if you worked with him, the first thing he wanted was jet fuel. Instead of money, he wanted jet fuel. So the idea that Luthen could provide Saul with fuel on demand makes it great for Luthen, great for Saul, and great for the rebellion. So, unlike Saul, Sidney Pollock was not huffing jet fuel, but he did accept it in exchange for goods and services, just like Saul did. And now let's move on to episodes 7 through 9. Brent Williams emailed us this really good Easter egg. On Ferrix, Andor took Syril's blaster, and on Aldani, Skeen asked where he got it from, and Andor says,
"Didn't get a name."
Which makes Andor's last words to Syril even more perfect.
Who are you?
And of course, this is the same blaster that Andor gave to Melshi that Vel recognizes here.
Who belongs to this?
I think that's mine.
And get this, Andor writer Tom Bissell confirmed that there was a deleted scene where Mon Mothma's husband Perrin told her that he actually knew she was in the rebellion and that he could have been trusted to help her. In the scene, Perrin said that he knew what she was planning all along, and the Empire used to interrogate him every week, but he never gave her up. It was going to be a double heartbreak with Mon Mothma walking away from her deadbeat husband, who was not actually a deadbeat. Dan Gilroy, Tony's brother, wrote the episode 7 through 9 arc, and he revealed that they spent about a half hour thinking of different spycraft signals that Luthen could use to communicate with Cassian, including chalk markings on the ground, like we saw in season 1, or leaving clues in a bookstore. But the apartment light was the safest option because they didn't actually have to leave the safe house on a regular basis. He also said that originally they wanted Bix and Cassian to have some sort of confrontation the night she leaves, but Gilroy thought this was too tragic. Instead, when Cassian says,
"Nothing's worth more than this,"
that triggers Bix into realizing that she has to realign Cassian's priorities, and that is the moment when she decides to leave him. He also revealed that Rylance wasn't always the person who killed Syril, and in earlier drafts it was Cassian, but Tony Gilroy steered it toward Rylance, presumably because this was Rylance's first truly violent action of the rebellion. He was always the man who advocated for peace and caution. Dan Gilroy also revealed that, tragically, he thought Syril would have joined the rebellion if he would have survived the massacre. This arc also shows how Cassian met K2, retconning a comic book that had already revealed this story. But originally they were going to devote an entire episode to this story. It was going to be a bottle episode set on a ship, akin to the Alien and Predator franchises. Cassian, Melshi, and Clea were part of a heist gone wrong, and K2 would have rampaged through the ship, like ripping off people's limbs trying to get to them. And Tony Gilroy actually applauded after they described this sequence to him in the writer's room. But ultimately, it was too expensive, and instead we got a story that fit in better with the overall narrative. But some of that rampage stuff stayed in the script, like when he uses Hirt's body as a human shield. And also, the droid that kills Rylance's daughter and the one who turns to Syril here, all of those are K2, indicated by the scuff marks on its chest. And during Mon Mothma's speech, the big point of tension is how long the Imperial broadcast would allow her to continue on. Now, in the show, it's because of two techs who couldn't get inside of the room to cut the broadcast. But originally, the writer's room had the idea that Davos Skolden was going to be the owner of the news station, and he was the one who facilitated the broadcast. Now, a lot of people asked why the Emperor even allowed Mon Mothma to speak. After all, we saw Darth Vader force choke a dude from a separate capital ship miles away. But Gilroy said that using the Emperor was never on the menu. The point of that scene is that it's a slow news day. They were going to bury the Gorman massacre. Now, Syril was always fastidious about fashion and his appearance. Back in season 1, he had his clothes especially made.
Have you modified your uniform?
Perhaps slightly. Pockets piping and some light tailoring.
And even though he's on assignment, I get the feeling that he slowly learned to love the people and culture of Gorman. By his final episode, he is fully dressed as a Gore with an overcoat that matches the locals, like Sam said.
You're right. You're not a tourist.
Costume designer Michael Wilkinson said, "Here's a person that is perhaps not the most expressive, open character, but we likened it to that first time you ever traveled to Europe. You arrive somewhere and everything seems so culturally rich." And so, I like to think that as Syril lived in Gorman, he was affected by the clothing there. He wanted a little bit of Gorman flavor for himself. He had a long, rich, dark brown woolen coat, and he styles it up with a beautiful velvet scarf and a beret. In a way, he's found his people. It's like, finally, people who appreciate the difference between a collar that's 1 centimeter higher. Wilkinson and Gilroy decided that the Gorman trench coat would actually be the signature garment of the planet. Said Wilkinson, "It's the sort of thing that if you had traveled back home from a trip to Gorman, people would say, 'Oh my gosh, is that a Gorman trench coat?'" So the last time we see Syril, he has bought that trench coat, and they also added a cape to the back because they knew he would be involved in a big stunt sequence with Cassian. Said Wilkinson, "We wanted a great silhouette that would move beautifully." And now let's move on to the final arc of the show, written by Tom Bissell. Here's an Easter egg that we missed that Today in Tor pointed out to us on Twitter. Twitter. The symbol of Darth Revan's Sith Empire can be seen in the finale for Andor Season 2 stamped on the skull of a Gungan. And this is great because it ties back to my favorite, silliest fan theory that Jar Jar Binks was a secret Sith Lord. Because, you know, he did actually enable the Emperor's rise to power.
Misa propose that the Senate give immediately emergency powers to the Supreme Chancellor.
Now, the cat that goes up to Lonnie's body actually has a collar that reads Pix.
Bix, come here, boy.
Named after a recently deceased dog of one of the visual effects artists. And I saw so many great observations on the Facebook page, Rogue One, and Andor fan page. For instance, Kevin Laracy pointed out that Luthen's knife shows up twice in Season 1. Once on the Fondor, and then he brings it to his meeting with Saul.
Put it down or give it back.
Maybe this is because he always wanted to be ready to kill himself or others in order to protect the rebellion. When Melshi and Cassian are hanging out, they are drinking Revnog, the same drink ordered by the guards back in Andor Season 1, Episode 1. And the game they are playing is called Rianza. It was created by the Andor art department. The tiles were designed by graphic designer Elle McKee, who also crafted a full set of rules to play. She was inspired by both ancient Mahjong sets and modern-day dominoes. Later, when Cassian and K2SO leave to save Kleya, a voice tells them to return immediately.
You need to stand down and return immediately.
And that voice is actually Tony Gilroy. The ambulance on Coruscant was actually a revamp of Andor Season 1's pre-More mobile TAC pod vehicle. And I hate that I missed this Easter egg. The hospital that Luthen is taken to is called the Lina So Medical Center. It's written in Arabesh at the top of the building, which was too blurry for me to read in the screener footage that I took my notes from. Now, Lina So was the Chancellor of the Republic in the High Republic era novels, which I love. She led the government when it was at its height, hence why a hospital is named after her. Mike Marciano on Facebook pointed out that Luthen's true last name, Lear, is not only an anagram of his alias, Luthen Rael, but it's also a reference to Shakespeare's King Lear, and that play is a political drama about an aging monarch dividing his kingdom between his heirs, similar to the life and death of Luthen. Over at New Rockstars, they pointed out that when Partagaz creates the cover that Kleya is infected by a disease, this is a clever callback to Andor Season 1 when he said this about his precious ISB.
We are healthcare providers. We treat sickness. We identify symptoms.
In the flashbacks, they opted to not show the battle outside when Luthen and Kleya first met. Instead, they chose a radio play format where we only hear the battle outside. Now, they did this to save a lot of money, but also because the carnage is so much worse in your mind than if they would have showed us in person. And even though the scene mirrors how Marva met Cassian, this actually wasn't done intentionally. In fact, according to Tom Bissell, they had ideas for many other flashbacks that they ultimately cut. For instance, Luthen was going to buy Kleya a Fonder craft and let her explore it, or they were going to show when they bought the antique shop. Now, by this point, their father-daughter relationship was solidified, and they interacted with a Coruscant real estate agent named Shani. This was meant to be the final flashback, and it's the two characters realizing, okay, we're going to make our home here. Now, they ultimately cut those flashbacks because it was hard to place more into the story after the explosions on Naboo. Plus, they cut a lot off the hospital mission where those flashbacks would have been inserted.
There was more hospital stuff?
Yes, actually there was one where a nurse pulled Kleya into an operation room to help and she has to try to get out, but then they removed it because, as funny as it would be, it felt like a tonal grenade compared to what Kleya was building up to doing. But we did get that scene on Naboo, the Emperor's homeworld. For this shot, the production went to Hever Castle in the District of Kent in England. Now, this was actually used in a deleted scene from The Phantom Menace, when the Jedi and Jar Jar enter the royal palace after escaping from a waterfall. Tony Gilroy told Backstory magazine that the interrogation room where Krennic and Dedra argue is actually the same set that Syril was brought into for his investigation in Season 1 for filing false purity reports. Gilroy refers to that as their first date. And many of you pointed out that the screen that is evaluating Dedra is formatted to look like this screen used to evaluate THX 1138 in George Lucas's first feature film of the same name. In past videos, we've talked about how the prison on Narkina 5 was meant to emulate the lives of the people who are working for the machines in THX. A ScreenCrush fan named Dan Workman also pointed this out in the finale. In the column of troops that run past Andor in the jungle, the soldier at the front is wearing the same collar piece as Cara Dune, implying that this rebellion shock trooper was training on Yavin. Now that could be, or remember, she was also from Alderaan, so maybe she joined up after the Empire destroyed her planet. And we also get the return of Pal from Rogue One, who is once again performed by creature coordinator Derek Arnold. On the Facebook page Star Wars Wholesome posting, Cooper Franklin pointed out that Cassian standing in his doorway one last time actually looks like the Andor symbol, bringing the episode and the series full circle. And back on Coruscant, in Bissell's original script, Krennic was the one who arrested Partagaz. However, Tony Gilroy wanted Partagaz fully eliminated from the canon, so he came up with the idea that he takes his own life once he realizes that the rebellion was unstoppable. Of course, after listening to Nemik's manifesto.
Remember that the frontier of the rebellion is everywhere, and even the smallest act of insurrection pushes our lines forward.
And according to Tony Gilroy's interview and backstory, the sister dream sequence was actually not in the script. That was added in post-production. In fact, in early drafts of season 1, Gilroy revealed that he had a rough idea of a melodramatic scene involving Cassian reuniting with his sister. But as the show went on, he realized that her absence was actually more interesting. Quote, "It informs the audience of Cassian's savior complex and his decisions in season 2. And one Facebook user pointed out that the final shot of both seasons is something that Cassian unknowingly helped to make. The first season shows the planet killer he will help to destroy, and the second season shows the child he unknowingly made with Bix. This child gets a happy life in a free galaxy because of his decisions. In fact, the line, 'I burned my life to make a sunrise that I know I'll never see,' is reflected in the final scene of season 2. Bix and their child get to see that sunrise. But also, this final shot also applies to Cassian's ending on Rogue One. He also burned his life for a sunrise that he never got to see, the birth of his child. Gilroy explained that final shot to Vulture magazine, saying, "I knew it would be beautiful and graphic, but not sentimental. I wanted it to be more like a Soviet propaganda poster than a Hallmark card." And if you stay past the credits, once the Andor music ends, John Williams' Star Wars theme plays.
John Williams and the London Symphony Orchestra, everybody.
And this signifies how this show and Rogue One are about to lead into the original trilogy. And finally, I was able to interview Tony Gilroy and Genevieve O'Reilly. Now, I was extremely nervous and starstruck, and I didn't do a very good interview. For instance, I told Genevieve O'Reilly that I think of her as the leader of the galaxy first and an actor second. There's a part of me who knows that you're an actor and knows that's a character, but then there's part of me who watched those Revenge of the Sith deleted scenes and said, "Why aren't these in the movie? These are amazing." And when I asked Tony Gilroy if he considered using other founding rebels like Ahsoka Tano, he gave me a surprising reply.
We sketched the Leia scene at one point early on.
Now, he didn't elaborate much on that point, but that is an interesting thought. We know from the novel Leia, Princess of Alderaan, that she didn't discover her dad was working with the rebellion until about 3 BBY. In other interviews, Gilroy said that Leia was going to appear in the Senate Party storyline, showing her intersecting with Mon Mothma's story. But that would have amounted to just a cameo. But it would have been neat to see Leia in those circles because she was a senator, or at least a senator's daughter at the time. But instead, we see Bail Organa leaving the party early.
That was my last investiture party of the season.
Oh, don't tell me you've left Paul Breyer up there all alone.
No, we had to split up to cover the rounds.
I think it would have also been cool to see her have a role in Mon Mothma's speech in the Senate. She could have helped the broadcast continue on by stalling the ISB. That would have been a neat homage to her first appearance when she sent a broadcast out to Obi-Wan Kenobi. So guys, that was our massive Andor compilation video, and we loved covering this show for you guys. It was really special for us to cover, and we're going to keep covering it. We're still going to make video essays, so make sure you subscribe to make sure you don't miss a thing. For ScreenCrush, I'm Ryan Airy.